biotechnology can come into this. There are low-hanging fruits. They are there that they can help you to harness without necessarily burdening the already burdened, the already harassed, pole, you and I. As we speak, the middle class is well off. President Bola Tinubu acknowledged that. And he kept on telling us that if there is anything he can do, well, yeah, it's a fait accompli. This is something that you can do. And as a government, you are honest enough to say, look, that mistake in interpretation has been made, and we are going to correct it so that we can then continue to get the kind of trust that we expect in government. We won't break the law. We will support because we are now being sensitized. We are now being, all our fears are now taking up that we don't want to just continue to kill us and just kill us for things that should not be our own. The inaccuracies and the emotions to be very clear. And I am going to also be describing, my dear lady, that the mark of a leader are not a ruler. The mark of a leader or a parent or a boss or or a leader of a team is to recognize the fact that you made a mistake. You raise up your hand and say, "Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. I am expecting some apologies from the authority on this call. We misrepresented it because the drafters of the act were talking and they replaced businesses for business. So that leads to it should not happen. There's no doubt about that. Because
okay, thank you.
If you are up to it, you know that certain things, such errors should not occur.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Aki. We would go on a very quick break. And when we come back, I'm sure Glory has a lot of questions to ask you already. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
What has happened to the Band A customers is that the tariff has been adjusted to reflect the cost of the service. So let's even price the commodity properly. I mean, there is a conversation around whether electricity is basic amenity or utility, or whether it's a commodity. In the days when we were swimming in petrodollar, 70s, 80s, and things like that, you could think along that line, but not today again. Electricity is a commodity. It has to be sold. So when we get more money from it, we can then develop the power sector to the point where customers will be the ones to say, no, this is the hours of electricity that I want, because that's what I can afford. So if it is nighttime alone, you can enjoy the electricity, all well and good. I mean, most of us travel out of this country and we know that people don't play with their utilities. They pay for it. In Nigeria, we play with our utilities. We not only play with our utilities, we even vandalize. And we want a stable power sector. Where is that done?
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just tuned in, we are assessing CBN's cybersecurity levy on Nigerians rather. Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. I'll take it again, 081-8038-4663. Our phone lines are now open. And you can call us on 070-2500-7749. I'll take it again, 070-2500-7749. Glory, so I'm sure you have a question for our guest.
So I'm trying to clinch to everything you've said with every fiber that I have, hoping that CBN governor will just probably come back and tell us that it's a
it was a joke.
But I mean that rarely happens in Nigeria, where once something is said out openly, they'll come back and take it.
So
are you saying that there's a probability that, you know, either the CBN governor or a spokesperson to the governor or maybe news outlets will come out to say this was erroneous or we misinterpreted or things like that? Should we clinch to that? Because from what you're saying and everything you're saying, I'm really trying to hold on to it. To say, okay, this is not for like customers, these are for the banks, for insurance companies. So is that what you're telling us, that there's a probability? Because I know there are other groups and people, like we have the CNG, Coalition of Northern Groups, who have strongly rejected the proposed imposition. So should we believe this? Should we hold on to that something is they're going to come back and tell us this was erroneous or maybe this was a misinterpretation? Because I'm thinking again, like for the CBN governor, to come out like this, like you said, this an act that has been there since last year, from what you said. So is it like for him to come out? So is there no where could he have drawn his references from? And for him to, because he probably not just come out on his own and just like wake up one morning and say, no, this is what I want to say. So this is probably something that's been an ongoing conversation. So what even, how will I put it? So why was that a misinterpretation in the first place? I'm just really trying to understand.
Why did they even misinterpret the information in the first place? Yeah.
So with this now being made public, do you think there's a probability that they will still come back and say this was a misinterpretation, at least to put our minds at rest, so we don't assume things?
You have asked a very beautiful question, very intelligent question. And they say, I think when you were in the nursery school, they told you that once beaten, twice shy. But in the situation of Nigeria, you are beaten 24 times. I don't know how many times you will eventually be shy. So I understand what you have said very clearly. And this is not being emotive. This is not begging. This is not in any way playing to the gallery. I am an accountant and I am a mediator and I have a bit of the knowledge of law. It's a matter of law. Mistakes can be made by anybody. It should not be things that will always continue. But if you are not properly guided, you will go for that wrong mistake. I understand what the public and what you are saying about the central bank governor. He carries the kind of warmth now, but I mentioned an issue concerning interpretation. Our constitution, if you remember, the same lawyers will look at that same lawyer, and depending whether you put a comma or you don't put a comma, the lawyers can argue and say that this is what they are reading to him, and that is how it should go. It is only the court of law that will now be the final arbiter. I think basically that enactment of cybercrime, Prohibition and Prevention, etc., Amendment Act of 2024 had a fundamental flaw in the drafting. The drafting took from the main act itself and changed the word businesses for business. And some people look at it and say the other way around. Because the second schedule in the originating act talked about businesses, and those are the ones that I have read out to you and which you have also said. The banks, the financial institutions, the GCM operators, the stock exchange, and the insurance companies. Those are the businesses. But when that drafting was going to happen, it just said business. Somebody will now interpret that to mean that you are a business entity. I am a business entity. We may be doing our own little bit here and there. And let's give a credit to the central bank governor interpreted wrongly, but also was clear to look at that and say there are 16 items that will affect you, will affect me, that are exempted. So I am making this point. The control over such an error is already instituted by the House of Reps. That control now then says, give us a much more clear directive. And that directive will not be what you had issued to say that at the point of origination, when you begin to now do a financial transaction, it's going to affect the customer. And justification has also been made. And I'm telling you that we have a central bank governor now, in my honest opinion, who is a controlled person, who is a regulated person, who is audit inclined, and will not want to do anything that goes against the law. It pointed out to him. We don't need to continue to drag this and then drag ourselves in the mud. Legally speaking, it is unjust, it's uncouth, it's not in alignment with the tenements of the law, and it's not something that anybody can win. So I am of the belief that they are listening. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has said that he's listening, and I'm very sure not only is it that he's listening, he's going to make an adjustment. Now, your fear is also very cogent. It's cogent in the fact that even though this law is not saying that to come and affect you and I today, yesterday, 2024, and all that time, it may come out that in future it may affect us, but not now, not with this intendment of the law. And if it's going to affect us in any way, you need to sensitize us. You need to carry us along. We need to see value in what you are saying. We need to see the kind of savings that you are making. We need to follow the money. The 3 million, even though I don't agree for now, even if it's going to be supervised by the National Security Advisor, who I already told you is doing great things. The Binance thing is an example. It's still not enough. He should tell us where this 3 trillion that is going to be deducted from these 5 sets of businesses, not you and I, 5 sets of businesses. What are you going to use them for?
Exactly.
Are you going to now then go into and tell us that security issues is not auditable and then no. We don't want such opaqueness. We want to know where it is going to. I don't want the federal, I don't want the states, I don't want the people to go and share the money and go and be buying yachts or buying motor vehicles and stuff like that. That is the thing. We need to put their foot to fire in respect to that. If we don't see you doing what is right, then you can't come back to us to come and say you want to continue to want to levy us. Bottom line, yes, a misinterpretation has been made. It is not in any way, and I saw your fear. Dami mentioned that before we went on. It's not like because you and I will not be paying. The money is not going to come. The money is already there. The money is hanging with all those companies. They are smiling to the bank, to all these people. They are smiling to the bank when they audit their account. You see that everybody is going down there and they are going up. We are saying 0.5% of financial inclusion transactions should come from you before you declare your supernormal profit. And in any case, when you declare those profits, who do you declare those profits for? Your shareholders. You are not thinking of the customers. That means you and I, you are customers, you are putting our money in there. They are charging us for quite a number of things. What comes back to us? You should not now come back and now be telling us that you should not pay for cyber security. It's your responsibility. Go out there. I have paid my dues. I have protected you enough. and I have put my funds there, I should not be cyber crimed in any way. Pure and simple. It's common sense, it's emotional intelligence, and they know, the banks know, the financial institutions know, the GSM operators know, the stock exchange know, and of course, the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria know, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, to which I belong, know, everybody, NESG know, everybody knows that, IMF knows, even though they say they believe in this, and I believe in it too. I should not be misunderstood. But if you are going to take anything from me tomorrow, not on this particular one now, because it's not according to law, if you are going to take anything from me tomorrow, I must see value in what you are taking, and that my money is being applied and used for the right thing. You need to bring, you need to get my trust. Right now, I'm afraid we don't trust anybody. We don't trust government, and they have to do something to make us trust them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akin. You've been a very fantastic guest on this show tonight, but unfortunately, we have to wrap up the show now. And sincere apologies to all the callers who have called in today, but we couldn't take the calls due to shortness of time. You know, sometimes when you're talking, you don't know how fast time just flies by. Thank you very much for doing this with us, Mr. Aki. And once again, we apologize to all the callers who couldn't take their calls. Thank you very much, Glory, for always doing this with me. It's always a pleasure having you on the show with me. Okay, so before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa and Official Upgrade TV. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and most importantly, follow us on all social media engagements. Remember to like, share, comment, invite your family and friends to watch us and follow us. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. Cybersecurity is not a one-time effort. It requires continuous investment and adaptation to stay ahead of evolving threats. And this was said by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. See you on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another interesting and great conversation your way. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff is asking the court to compel her baby daddy to be responsible for the upkeep of their child.
All right. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Oduola Grace and Isomi parties.
Thank you, Aki. Oduola.
Oduola Grace.
Oduola.
Yes, ma'am.
Oduola Grace. Ilesanmi Ali.
Yes.
Your claim for bringing him to court is about abandoned pregnancy that led to a baby boy, the birth of a baby boy.
Yes, sir.
You said you put to bed last year, December.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've been personally taking care of the baby.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because he has abandoned you and the baby.
Yes, sir.
That is your claim.
Yes, sir.
And in your own response, your claim is that she claimed to have been impregnated by you and that you abandoned her. But for you, you only made love with her last week of April 2022. Is that what you wrote?
No, not really.
So let me have what you...
No, I can only do almost, but I don't really know exactly. I know that the last week of April or first week of May. So I can't really say. Maybe I can't really say. I don't really specific of one date in my statement.
Well, you claim she called you the following month that she was pregnant.
Yeah.
Show it to him. Is this your handwriting?
Yeah, she called me.
I want to be sure. Let me know whether this is your handwriting.
She called me.
Is this your handwriting?
She called me. Yeah, it is.
Is your handwriting?
Yeah.
Take it closer to him. I just want to be sure. It is?
It is, madam.
Okay, let me have it. Well, the bottom line is, according to you, after about a month, she told you that she was pregnant and that you both had agreements that she will not bear any child for you.
Yeah.
You had agreement that there's no baby involved.
Yeah, yes.
Because you already told her you have a wife and 5 children.
Yeah.
Before you started this relationship, and she agreed with that. I don't want pregnancy or baby. And she already said she has many children as well.
Yeah.
So that you just be sleeping with yourself for fun.
Yes.
That's... Be listening to this.
Yes.
In case you have to want to counter anything there. I'm reading out his claim.
Yes.
So that if there's anything there that you have anything to say over it,
yes, Your Honor.
you will respond.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just narrating the claim.
Yes, sure.
That she used to take drug after you've made love for her not to be pregnant. And she even told you that the best drug to take is Ampiclox after making love to avoid pregnancy. So, who approached each other out of the two of you?
She's the one.
Because I saw this. That's why you said, so I accepted her proposal to have a date with her. Later, in the first week of December, she called me that she gave birth, which I don't know anything about. That's all I need to say for now. Thanks very much. That's what you have to say. Is this the correct position, or there's anything?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the correct position. So now, who told you that armpit clocks? That once you take it, it will prevent pregnancy. Where did you get that information from?
Mr. Ali told me that.
He told you
yes,
that you should just take armpit clocks. Now, with regards to family planning, even all these local governments, all this where we have all these small hospitals that the government have provided, the centers that all over the local governments in Lagos State. If you go to any one of them and tell them you want them to advise you on family planning, you'll be taken through the right procedure. If you go to family planning centers created by the Lagos State government, do you understand? All you need to do is Google. Just check it on your phone. Google. You get all the address. You can approach them to put you proper family planning. And if you are so sure that with the 5 children you already have, you don't plan to ever have any children again or a child again, the vasectomy option is there. You know what vasectomy is? Do you?
No.
Have you heard of people going through a medical procedure whereby whatever can make a man to impregnate a woman is taken away?
Yeah.
It won't stop you from making love. It's just that you will not be able to impregnate. You could do that as well. You have to stand properly. Do you have something to say?
Yes.
You're raising your hand. What is that?
Please, number one. My honor, sorry I can't stand, I don't stand like this. Doctor, I don't stand too much.
You have an ailment?
It's just...
What kind of ailment do you have?
Yeah.
What kind of ailment, what kind of an ailment do you have?
It's my the back.
How long ago did that start?
Maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
But it didn't stop you after 5 children to become one. Aki, please arrange for a chair for him. Let me have a chair for him. 5 children in the house, you can do that. But now, suddenly you're back.
The consistency is not because of the...
What do you say?
The cause of the pain is not the cause of... Even the doctor...
During that process, when that process is on, the pain is not there.
The doctor said that.
It's also there, but it didn't stop you, but it can stop you.
Said that.
And it doesn't stop you from standing. They will bring the chair for you, don't worry. We go straight to the matter. The chair is coming. Apart from the chair, do you have something else to say pertaining to the case? All right.
The plaintiff, Odwola Grace, alleges that the defendant abandons her after he got to know that she got pregnant for him. Grace claims that she has been looking after the baby all alone after the birth. The defendant, Ilesomi Ali, claims that the agreement between him and Grace is that their relationship is purely for pleasure and will not include childbearing. However, he wants a confirmation that he is the biological father of the child. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Your Honor, and what I want to say again is when you are talking about the Honorable Court are talking about I was saying I have a wife, which is
I didn't say.
She know
I
all
read
this.
out what you wrote.
She know all this, and my last born. She know the age of my last born. I've been sleeping with my wife also.
Look, listen to me. There's nothing that still stop you from taking what precaution did you take when you were making love that period? Condom is there. The cheapest and most common. And I said, if you are so sure that you don't intend to have any other child apart from the 5 children, she did not rape you. The 2 of you. It's mutual consent. So, if you now have a child, as adults, you have a child before, right? Adu. What's your name? Oduola Grace.
Yes.
Is this your first child?
No.
Okay. And the two of you, I am telling you, you know the implication of that. And even the postinor is not 100%. You know. Even if you use condom, it's not 100% preventive. Now, we're talking about, are you sure that child belongs to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because henceforth, we conduct the DNA test. If it turns out that that child does not belong to him, you may have to refund the money.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will refund the money to Justice Court.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's the circumstances of your case that is making me to tell you that you're likely to refund the money if it turns out that he's not the owner. Because if you are sure the baby does not belong to him, you need to come out straight now so that we don't waste our time, efforts, and waste money. Do you understand me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you conducted a DNA test already?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have? Yes. I think it's about time that we have the result for the DNA test.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes,
so we have the result of the DNA test from Linz DNA Laboratories, DNA Diagnostic Center, DDC test results, certificate of analysis. This is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted for Ilesanmi Ali Adeyino and the child, Good News Okike Ayo Akinwale, has been perfectly analyzed as concisely summarized below. Male child, Good News Okike Ayo Akinwale. Alleged father, Ilesanmi Ali Adeyino. Have you seen the child at all? How old is the child now?
A year and 4 months. A year and 4 months.
A year and 4 months.
I put to bed December.
December 2022.
Yes or no?
Okay. DNA analysis. The above result summarily shows that Ilesanmi Ali Adeyino is the biological father of the tested male child. Good News Okikeola Akinwale has plainly expressed on the DCC test result sheet overleaf. DNA analysis is positive. Probability of your paternity is 99.999997%. There is no doubt. From the onset, I never doubted that child is yours because of the manner. The only thing you are not happy about is because the two of you have agreed that a child should not come out of the relationship you were having. To me, there was no need for this DNA result. There was no need, absolutely no need for it. You knew.
No, I wasn't.
Ampiclox is an antibiotic.
I wasn't. No.
You wrote it there. I deny what?
No, you see.
Wait.
No, you said I know that.
Let me underline it for clarity.
I wasn't. No.
She even told me her best drug to take is Ampiclox.
I was not arguing that.
I not argue that. She told you that.
Okay. Your Honor, you told me that I know that.
Which precaution did you take? Mention the precaution you took. You didn't want a child. You have serious back challenges. Which precaution did you take? I deny paternity. Congratulations anyway. All the best. What do you have to say?
Your Honor.
I'm going back to the second part.
Okay, ma'am.
Well, what do you have to say?
This is not the first time I'm getting pregnant for Mr. Ali.
You are with a man that told you from the onset, I don't want a child. He's telling you the house is filled up with 5 children. And you know that, are you ready to take care of that child single-handedly?
No.
When you were making love, did you see him with taking any precaution?
No.
Did you complain at that stage?
I never did.
So, you got pregnant the first time? You did not know that you have to tell him to take a precaution, and you two should do something that will ensure that that mistake does not happen again. And I wouldn't call it a mistake. You both knew you were going to have that child. If you take that, which is what you have now. So having a child is a blessing from God. But the only thing is plan for it, so that the child would live a very comfortable, filled with love and everything. So, what do you have to say? The newest dad in town right now. At least you just know that you're a new dad. You just confirmed. Do you have anything to say?
No, Your Honor, I'm fine with it.
You're fine with it. So what do you do about the upkeep?
Your Honor, I don't think I have a problem with her at all.
I said, when do you want to?
With this child of a thing, it's what we can. I think I'll sort out with him and her.
I just want
to confirm
that the baby is yours. It's okay.
I think I will sort out with her. That's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Are you okay with that? What is proposing?
Not a problem.
No, Your Honor.
I'm asking him how much he wants to be giving you on a monthly basis for the upkeep of that child.
Okay.
He said all he's here for, or the two of you are here for, is just to confirm that that child is his, and he'll start taking responsibility of that child. So without us making a pronouncement on the amount he should be giving you, you know what I'll advise?
Yes, Your Honor.
When you were dating, he was taking very good care of you.
Try.
I know. You know why I said that? For you to have the first one and still go back to have this one.
The DNA paternity test confirms the defendant as the biological father of the baby in dispute. Judge Fumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. She rules after the break.
I'm happy that you don't have any rift. So, Ilesomi,
Your Honor,
Ali, I'll leave the two of you. And congratulations to the two of you. I pray you don't have any issues that will make you to come back. But
I don't have any issue.
the avenue is always there. On the welfare of the child. Only on the welfare, but it's an additional child. There's no... Are you okay? He has accepted that that's his child. That's why you are here. Relieved?
Yes, Your Honor.
Happy?
Yes.
Congratulations.
All right.
Thank you.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff is disputing the paternity of the son from his marriage.
All right. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Stephen Moses versus Omowumi Moses. Party, sir.
Let me to put this back. Thank you, Aki.
Let's put your back down. You're welcome.
Stephen
Moses.
Yeah, Stephen.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me why you are here?
I am here because of my child. I am AA. She is AS. And when he was 2 years, he was diagnosed to be SS. Wow.
Have you repeated the test?
Yes. I've repeated the test twice after that. And repeated our own test too. To be sure that maybe before the marriage, the test we did was wrong. So we repeated our own test too. It was still AA, ES. So I was confused and I don't understand what she was saying. She was mentioning some things that were not resonating with me. So I kept on living like that until sometimes in March or April, I decided that this is going out of hand. So I said I was going for DNA test.
Do you have anything to say to that?
All what is said is true. But when we first had the test, when we were first diagnosed, why can't he tell me that we should go for DNA? And meanwhile, he didn't even come out straight that he wants to do DNA test. He started misbehaving in the house. So sometimes he won't come home until when one of my brothers now said, whenever he's around, that I should let him know. So one evening, he just came home. So and my brother now said, let me come and meet him. Until that day, that he could say, this is what is happening. I didn't know anything. So it was not like telling me that his dad dreamt that he's nursing another person's child. That is the excuse he gave me that day. And it went on like that.
The plaintiff, Stephen Moses, claims that his genotype is AA, while that of his wife is AS. However, their son's genotype turns out to be SS. He stated that this situation is not typical, and he decided to ask more questions about the paternity of the child of the marriage. The defendant, Omowumi Moses, affirms the genotype claim. She said that her husband started misbehaving after their son was diagnosed of the sickle cell condition. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
So we are here for the DNA. Can I have the DNA result, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. DNA Diagnostic Center. Test results certificate of analysis. Paternity, maternity, forensic test results. Name of the child, Terioluwa Fowokami Moses. The probability of paternity is 0%. DNA analysis is negative. Stephen Opeyemi Moses is not the biological father of Terry Oluwa Fowokami Moses. Do you know the father of the child? Do you know the father of the child?
Nobody touched me. Nobody.
You are very sure?
The DNA paternity test confirms that the plaintiff is not the biological of child swap at birth. She rules after the break.
You know what I'm going to do? This DNA is between you and that child.
Yes.
I order another DNA between her and the child.
That's
my judgment.
All right.
I just want to rule out probability of child swap. That way to be very clear to everybody.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticecourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Good afternoon. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The Kogi State government has announced the rescue of 6 more kidnapped students of the Confluence University of Science and Technology, COSTECH, or Sarah Kogi. The state's Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, in a statement on Tuesday, said the fresh number of rescued students brought the number of freed students rescued to 20. He said some of the kidnappers escaped with severe injuries during a gun duel with security agents. Last Thursday, gunmen stormed the university at night and kidnapped some students studying for their upcoming exams. The state government subsequently said rescue operations by security agents commenced immediately. Over 500 individuals have been abducted by and 50 villages have been ravaged by terrorists commonly referred to as bandits in the northwest region of Zamfara state. Tragically, one of the recent assaults resulted in the loss of 5 lives, including 2 police officers on Monday. A member of the House of Representatives representing Zurmi Shinkafi Federal Constituency, Bello Hassan Shinkafi, confirmed the incident to newsmen, highlighting the numerous communities within his constituency that have fallen victim to the terrorists. According to him, the bandits now operate with impunity, disregarding the time of day or night as they carry out their heinous acts of killing, injuring, and abducting innocent people. Consequently, survivors have been compelled to seek refuge in safer communities elsewhere, the lawmaker admits. He observed the necessity of devising new strategies to address the problem of bandits in the northwest state. He emphasized the insufficiency of manpower in the area, stating this as a fact. Suspected armed headsmen numbering over 15 have attacked Aliko community and killed 9 persons, including a pregnant woman. The attack occurred on Sunday around 4 p.m. in Usha Council Ward, Agatu, local government area of Benue State. The chairman of Agatu local government area, Honorable Yakubu Ochepo, confirmed the attack. He said over 500 persons were displaced and many others wounded. Ochepo called on the state and federal governments to provide security to the people of Agatu so that they can go back to their farming activities. The eldest son of Maman Nur, founder of Islamic State of the West African province, ISWAP, Mahmoud Maman Nur al-Barnawi, has surrendered to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC in Maiduguri. Mahmoud, 22, surrendered to the NSCDC on Sunday and has been handed over to Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Facility for further documentation and custody. This was made known on Tuesday by Zegozala Makama, Lake Chad Basin counterterrorism and insurgency expert, in a post on his X handle. The security expert wrote that Mahmoud confessed to having taken part in attacks in Bama, Banki, Goza, and several other places as a middle-rank fighter under the Boko Haram group. Makama said intelligence sources told him that Mahmoud was confirmed to be the senior son of late ISWAP founder after undergoing profiling at the command headquarters of NSCDC in Maiduguri. The security expert said that men of the command had facilitated his surrendering through his uncle in Gamborun, Ngala, after receiving information that he was willing to formally surrender to the Nigerian government. From Edo State comes the report that the State Police Command has confirmed the abduction of a large number of persons said to be Dangote Cement Company workers in Okpela in the Etsako East local government area of the state. The command spokesperson Chidi Nwabuzo, who confirmed the incident, disclosed that operations to rescue the kidnapped victims are ongoing. The police spokesperson in the state said the divisional police officer of Okpela Division said policemen were joined in the exercise by soldiers, vigilantes and hunters. According to Nwabuzo, some of the kidnapped victims have been rescued. The command said it would provide more details on the incident as events unfold. The workers were kidnapped on Monday evening at the Etsako East local government area of the state. And in Rivers State, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has announced plans to establish a panel of inquiry into the state governance. He swore in Dagogo Iboroma's Attorney General for the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who was confirmed by the House of Assembly. Fubara emphasized the state's critical situation and accused his opponents of sabotaging his administration. He vowed to make tough decisions despite the potential harm and hoped for a peaceful resolution to political crisis.
Said that I had a reason for being patient. it is because I know that we are all from one family. And if we have a disagreement, no matter how bad it is, it should be resolved. But it has become very clear that this disagreement, there is no headway to it. And for a lot of reasons, there are very, very visible evidence that there is sabotage, deliberate attempt to sabotage this administration. For that reason, we have to move forward. Yes. And moving forward, if it means taking decisions that is going to hurt anybody, I'm happy that you're already a son before coming in. It means that you must have been a thorough man. It's not the one that while you're here, they now pay money to give you sand. When you become the son, the only thing you do is to sabotage government. Like I said, you will get your reward, not in this world, this world. Let me also say this. You have a big tax. As it is today, in the local parliament, they said the jungle has matured. We will be setting a panel of inquiry to investigate the affair of governance.
The scheduled arraignment of former Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika and his brother Ahmad Sirika for yet another case of contract fraud in the sum of 19.4 billion naira did not go ahead as the defendant were absent from court on Tuesday and out of Abuja. Counsel for the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC Oluwaleke Tologbe informed the presiding judge, Justice Suleiman Belgore, that the ex-minister and his brother have also not been served with the charge in the case. He therefore prayed for an adjournment, which was granted by the judge, who subsequently fixed Thursday, May 23, 2024, for arraignment. The EFCC is prosecuting the former minister and his brother, this time, on 8 counts of the tune of 19.4 billion naira, said to be for several aviation ministry contracts from the former minister to Enginos Nigeria Limited, owned by his younger brother, Abubakar. Sirika was arraigned alongside his daughter Fatima and son-in-law last week, Thursday, May 9, 2024, before Justice Silvanus Origi on an alleged 2.7 billion naira fraud. They pleaded not guilty and are presently on bail for that case. In the meantime, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, will arraign a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, on Wednesday for approving the printing of 684.5 million naira at the rate of 18.96 billion naira. The arraignment was originally scheduled for April 30, 2024, but was rescheduled following the agreement of the court and the parties. In the 4-count charge filed against him, the EFCC alleged that Emefiele disobeyed the direction of law with intent to cause injury to the public during his implementation of the Naira swap policy of the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. The anti-graft agency also accused Emefiele of unlawfully providing the withdrawal of 124.8 billion naira from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation. The former CBN governor will be arraigned on this count before Justice Marian Aneni of the FCT High Court, Abuja. The president of Nigeria Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero, said Nigerians are currently wallowing in power poverty given the abysmal low supply of electricity. Ajaero said this at the ongoing protest at the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, in Abuja. Recall that the organized labor comprising the Nigeria Labour Congress, the Trade Union Congress, and their affiliates vowed to go to ground offices of the NEC nationwide on Monday about
NEC, with what they have done now, they have created inflation. They will still go back to increase tariff because of inflation, which they created. Can you see how people are benefiting from their own wickedness? Right. So, comrades, we are here to make this statement clear that we are not just saying don't increase tariff, don't increase tariff. You can't increase tariff for nothing. Nigeria should work with the movement, labor movement, to see how we can improve the power being generated today.
We have listened to you, we have listened to the concern of Nigerians, and we'll make adequate case and representation to the policy side on the issue of affordability of tariffs. The Commission has issued a number of orders on capping estimated bills by all discos, limiting how much they can bill you. But I think on a more on a better news for the Nigerian consumers is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the presidential metering initiative, giving deadlines to meter all customers in Nigeria. Any distribution company that bills you above the caps issued by the Commission, report to our forum offices, report to our office here, and we'll do the needful.
Please stay with us as we take a quick commercial break.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Ovation Media Group cordially invites you to the inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Series. Our Red Daily Momodu is honored to present the Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture on his 64th birthday. The inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture, Intelligent Discourse. Topic, the politics of energy and the way forward. Speaker, Professor Bartholomew Nnaji, former Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Date, Thursday, May 16th, 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, under the distinguished chairmanship of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. John Dramani Mahama. The Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture is a gathering of intellectuals for the discovery of innovative ideas and exchange of progressive knowledge under a non-partisan atmosphere. Chief host, Governor Ademola Adeleke, the Executive Governor of Osun State. The lecture will be live on GH1 TV Ghana, Arise News, Plus TV, News Central, and also on social media platforms, YouTube, OVTV Online, Facebook, Ovation TV Live, X, Ovation Media Group, and Zoom.
Thanks for staying with us. We move outside Africa now. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has told President Volodymyr Zelensky that military aid is now on its way during a surprise visit to Kyiv. The top U.S. diplomat tells the Ukrainian president that weapons will make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression on the battlefield. A senior U.S. official says the American-funded weapons now arriving at the front line include air defense interceptors, artillery, and ATACMS, long-range precision-guided missiles. The visit comes as the country struggles to hold back a major Russian incursion near its second biggest city of Kharkiv. The cross-border offensive in Kharkiv region is one of the most significant Russian ground attack since the start of the war. Earlier, UK Defense Secretary Grant Shapps said he thinks the world took its eye off the ball regarding Ukraine's need for arms.
I wanted to thank you from all my team, all Ukrainians, to crucial package for our forces, for our warriors. Thank you so much for this package.
In the near term, the assistance is now on the way. Some of it's already arrived. More of it will be arriving. And that's going to make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression on the battlefield.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Funganyi. On today's Red Carpet, NBA Africa CEO talks to us about a new accelerator program for African startups. And in northern Nigeria, Hausa traditional boxing is making a gradual comeback, and Guinean designer Queen Titini is breaking new ground in fashion. We have those stories, plus Malian duo Amadou and Mariam have announced a new compilation album they are calling La Vie est Belle. Let's get on with the show. The 10th edition of the 154 Contemporary African Art Fair ended May 4th in New York City. Named for the 54 countries in Africa, the fair was the largest New York iteration since 154 was first held there in 2015. Known as the leading fair for contemporary art of its kind, it is centered on artists both from the continent and its diaspora. As they celebrate a career that spans over 20 years, Malian singers Amadou and Mariam have announced a new compilation album they're calling La Vie est Belle. The new project follows an earlier release of the album Mon Amour, Mon Chéri, a compilation of the duo's greatest love songs. They accompanied the news with a new music video, Mogolu. It's Met Gala time, which means it is time for some of the most stylish celebrities to show off their most unique outfits. And this year's gala theme is Sleeping Beauties, Reawakening Fashion. Here are some of the top looks of the evening. Let's start off with some great news, especially for young African entrepreneurs. NBA Africa recently announced the launch of the Triple Double NBA Africa Startup Accelerator, a new initiative focusing on early-stage startup companies across the continent. NBA Africa CEO Claire Akamanzi tells me that the accelerator will support African entrepreneurs, mainly those working in the technology and creative industry ecosystems. Let's check it out.
We know, as we've seen in the US with the NBA, that technology and digital inclusion is part of improving the experience of basketball or sports in general. And so building on what we've seen in the US, but also building on the strength of the African continent youth that are very strong on tech startups, we said, why don't we initiate an accelerator that really helps to grow something Africa is strong in, which is innovation, but helping to take innovation to market. And so this is a Triple Double Accelerator where we will collect. We already have 52 applications, by the way, since we launched it a few days ago. So the response is really good, and we expect to reach hundreds of applications. And then we shall narrow that down finally to 10 and then to the top 4. The ones that win, we shall give them a cash prize, but we shall also give them mentorship. I think the big difference is that this is being done with the NBA, leveraging on the strength that the global brand of NBA brings on board. But also what makes it different is that not only are we promoting solutions, but we can actually use the solutions if they improve the offering that we have. We are also looking at the combination of sports and creative industry, which is very important. I think we like to say NBA or basketball is beyond just the game of basketball. It is an experience, which is why we're very big on entertainment in our arenas. We're very big on supporting music, culture, and whatever fans have experience in the creative industry, we promote that together. And so this Triple Double Accelerator is also about not just solutions for the sports sector, but also sports and creative industries. And I think that's a really very good mix that we hope will be unique.
And continuing with sports, let's check out Dambe. The Hausa traditional boxing is a popular sport in most parts of northern Nigeria. The sport was, however, suspended for over a decade in the North Central Plateau State due to religious and ethnic violence. And now, Dambe enthusiasts are excited with the gradual return of the game to the city of Jos. Ilyasu Kasimu has the report.
Dreaded for his ferocity, Dogo Bahakwensani is getting charged by the boxing drummers before entering into the arena for the day's fight. This is his much-awaited encounter with Autankudawa, another boxing warrior that has been brought from another area to face Sani, who has been unbeatable in most encounters. Sadly for Sani, his winning streak finally comes to an end when he is knocked down by Kudawa.
I am pleased with this defeat because this is the first time I have lost a fight, and they had to hire a fighter from a different place to come and face me. I have nothing to say. I am ever ready to face him again. This is a game. I can defeat and be defeated.
To these fighters, the Dembe boxing is both a game as well as a profession.
Dembe is an occupation. God has helped all of us here for being in this profession, through which we support our parents. We buy clothes, and some of us have even built houses.
Every day at sunset, Dembe fans throng this arena in Jos Township Stadium to get the thrill of watching young gladiators who come from different parts of Nigeria to fight in one of their cherished traditional sports.
We have realized that neglecting our traditions is to our own peril. The chaos and turmoil we go through as a people are all because of that. Dembe has a history in Jos and Plateau State because we were told that great fighters such as Shago, Dandunawa, Ndat Nufawa, and even Sanin Gidan Kande all lost their fights in this city. Therefore, Jos has a rich history of Dembe, so we thank Allah for restoring peace to our city.
There is money to be made too, and not just for the fighters alone, but also drummers and health workers who also earn a living through the sport.
Our drums have a lot of influence on the fighters. When we beat the drums, the fighters cannot resist the sound. They become charged and throw themselves into the arena to fight, even if they never intend to fight.
There is what we call laceration. Second or third degree laceration that comes due to a very powerful punch that causes the skin to tear and cave in. So anytime we have that, we give out a first aid treatment. We arrest the bleeding so the fighter does not lose a lot of blood.
With the gradual return of peace to the city of Jos, Dembe enthusiasts are hoping the game will continue to grow and one day be recognized enough to be included at the Olympic Games. From Jos, Nigeria, Ilyasu Kasimu, VOA News.
Guinean designer Queen Titini is breaking new ground in fashion, showcasing the fabrics of Guinea-Bissau through her designs. Titini wants to empower young people from her homeland to believe in and pursue their dreams and to see African fabric and style normalized and worn by everyone. Our Portuguese colleague Mayra de la Salette spoke to her in New York.
This is Queen Titini, a Guinean fashion designer based in the Spanish island of Ibiza. During a conversation in New York, the designer explained how difficult it is to make it in a world of men. But the word give up doesn't exist in her dictionary. Between dreams and goals, she wants to empower young Guineans to follow their dreams in fashion and wants African patterns to travel the world and dress everyone regardless of the color of their skin or their culture.
Tem sido fascinante, tem sido incrível, né, com as suas dificuldades.
It's been fascinating and incredible despite difficulties because I've lived and still live on an island, a very cosmopolitan island where the whole world goes. But there are many people who don't know about African patterns and are fascinated by it. So that gives me an opportunity to explain. People are fascinated and love to buy clothes. We've used canvases that are painted clothes from Guinea. These canvases have energy, it's handmade, it's detailed work, it's the work of people who are artists, but they don't even know that they're artists. It's incredible.
São artistas. É incrível. Então, isto é uma paixão para mim.
It's a passion for me. It's not easy for a woman in a world of men, which it always has been. But there's always a time for everyone to make their own way. And I encourage women. My duty, my mission is to make myself feel empowered. It's always been a long road for me. Now I feel empowered and I want to pass this on to other women. Step by step, I'm taking this with love. Because you can't go into a man's world and say, look, I'm here. You can because it's complicated. Find your way, get in where you can, but get in, go.
Crianças, adolescentes, jovens do meu país.
Women, but above all children, teenagers, young people in my country. If you want to be a designer or stylist, go for it and you can do it. There's room, you just have to be persistent. You have to be tough enough to deal with rejection or other unexpected situations.
Idealizado. Se queremos que a nossa cultura vá para frente, que seja vista.
If we want our culture to go forward, let it be seen. Do we want to be the only ones using our culture? If we allow others to use our culture, it's a way of paying homage to it. My point is that it should be normal and natural to see people wearing African clothes. Let them start consuming it instead of worrying about wearing it. People wear it because it's beautiful. I like to see people who aren't African wearing African clothes. It's a way of sending our culture.
A ceremony to mark the return of royal artifacts looted during colonial rule was held in the Manshia Palace Museum in Kumasi, Ghana. 32 gold and silver treasures were returned by British museums on a long-term loan as part of Ghana's Asante King's Silver Jubilee celebrations. Let's take a look.
On May 1st, Ghana's Ashanti King displayed for the first time dozens of royal artifacts looted during colonial rule. The British Museum and the Victoria and Albert Museum earlier this year agreed to give back 32 gold and silver treasures pillaged by British military forces from Ashanti leader Asante Hene's court during the 19th century Anglo-Ashanti Wars. They include the sword of the state known as Mpomponso and the gold badges of officials authorized to purify the king's soul. The collection also features a gold lute harp presented by Ashanti Hene Osei Bonso to British diplomat Thomas Edward Bowditch during an 1817 trade treaty.
The items that came back virtually is the soul of the people of Ashanti.
Zero.
We are displaying this for you to see that the items that were stolen, looted in 1874, not all of them has returned, but that what we have here still embodies the soul of Ashanti. And I believe within the period that they are being displayed here, you make an effort, everybody, to come in and visit, to see it yourselves.
The Ghanaian king showcased the items in the refurbished Manshia Palace Museum in Kumasi, the seat of the Asante Hene Kingdom. Each item offered visitors a rare glimpse into the splendor of Ashanti history and culture. The Fowler Museum in the United States also returned 7 royal artifacts to the Ghanaian Ashanti king, making the Manshia Palace Museum now home to 39 artifacts which were lost to colonial powers. The exhibition is now open to the public.
And thank you for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Bunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Region and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. No part of Lagos will be left undeveloped. This is a promise from Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. The governor made this declaration while on a walking tour and visit to Badagry tourist sites and projects to have first-hand knowledge of the needs and challenges of the people in that area. Governor Sanwo-Olu reiterated his administration's commitment to make the Badagry axis of the state a tourist attraction city. He said the ancient city of Badagry, with many historical and tourist sites, has a lot to offer Lagos State and Nigeria as a whole in terms of tourism potentials. Greater Lagos is indeed rising. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedokun. Youths have been reminded that they are leaders not only for tomorrow, but today. As such, must think out of the box, innovate, and unleash their leadership potential. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu stated this at the first Lagos Leadership Summit organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy held at the Konga Place in Lekki. The event, organized by the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy, presented an opportunity for inclusive interaction between the old and new generations. Debates, speeches, and panels delved into topics that challenged the mental, emotional, and physical preparations of the youths to take up leadership roles.
When you occupy a position and you belong to an underrepresented demographic, whether you like it or not, you're going to be looked at as an ambassador of that group. You're going to be looked at as a representative of that group. It's not fair, but it is the reality of things. And I think that as young people who have the opportunity to serve, we have to ensure that when we're allowed into these rooms, our character, our behavior, our performance, the way we conduct ourselves, our commitment to work, all of these things should add up in a way that holds the door open for other young people.
Preparation. What's your goal? We've also talked about this morning about knowing you want to be a leader, but what does that leadership look like? What's your vision as a leader? So you must be able to paint that vision, articulate it, and share to as many as you believe will be a part of that journey of leadership with you.
Discussants evaluated how young people currently in leadership positions have inspired impactful changes. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu shared his personal leadership engagement story with the participants. He recalled how at 37 he was appointed into Lagos State Cabinet as special advisor with only private sector experience. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, also shared perspectives on leadership and community engagement, strengthening the social fabric of Nigeria.
How do we make sure that we build the institutional structures so that we can, so people have mentioned sustainability. That's exactly what it's saying. So it's not saying that, so for example, if the president, for example, release grains, it's not children in 20 years' time that will eat those grains, it's today. But the question is, what do we do so that we don't need to be releasing grains? So that our children will not go through what we are going through today.
Dr. Hamzat noted that foundation for building a consensus in the community has been jettisoned for individualism. This, the Deputy Governor said, has made parenting significantly deviated from its essential purposes. For his part, Minister for Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, urged the participants to go with the trend of technological advancement. He noted that the future leadership would be influenced by the Industrial Revolution that will be taking place in the era.
It was the means that was used back in the days, where leaders had to use the best way to reach people. And those best ways are different from today. If the governor today needs to do anything on taxation, part of his strategy is going to be how much information we're putting on social media, which is something that we didn't do back in those days. So you can see how important technology is. And as a leader, as we think, you can't think of engagement, you can't think of leading without thinking of the implication of technology at the time that you're leading. It's extremely important. So particularly for you to be a successful leader at this time, you must be visionary. There's no leader that can exist in the world we live in today without being a visionary leader. It's impossible. When Mr. President said to us that as a nation, we must cultivate 500,000 hectares of land, a lot of people don't understand where that is coming from. We probably can still remember the campaign era when the president was talking about cultivating maize, and a lot of people thought that was disrespectful. But if you're a leader that is thinking deep, you understand the fact that the biggest supplier of grains in the world, the biggest supplier was coming from around Ukraine. And there was a war between, and still war between Russia and Ukraine, which is affecting the supply of grains globally. And if there's a problem with the supply of grains in the world, it will affect food prices in a country like Nigeria. So how are you a leader if your country can't feed itself? And that was where that thinking was coming from the leader. You must be a visionary leader. Yeah, a round of applause. You must be a visionary leader if you don't understand that in the world we live in today, that there's misinformation because all the people you govern are on social media. And your opponents are going to see the information that may not be true. Your opponents will distort information and put it out there. And before you wake up to see this information, it's already in the hands of millions of people. So how do you manage that as a leader if you're not visionary?
The first Lagos Leadership Summit ignited a new passion and zeal towards charting a new course of action for the country's future. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to transform the Badagry axis of the state and make it Africa's tourism hub. The governor, who spoke during a walking tour and visit to Badagry tourism sites and projects, said the ancient city of Badagry, with many historical and tourist sites, has a lot to offer in tourism. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was accompanied on the visit by the chairman, CEO of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Erewa, members of the Lagos State Executive Council and Lagos State House of Assembly, as well as officials of the Lagos State Diaspora Commission. They visited the slave market, Museum International Vlekete, Badagry, which was recently restored and upgraded by the administration. The visit, according to Governor Sanwo-Olu, was aimed at getting first-hand knowledge of the needs and challenges of the people of the area. He said it was also part of measures aimed at paving the way for continued progress and development of the area. The governor also visited the Badagry Heritage Museum, the seat of the fallen Agia tree where Christianity was first preached in 1842. The first story building in Nigeria, the first Christian burial site, the Hospital Road construction project, and the Old Governor's Lodge, a purpose-built 70-room and hotel complex. Fielding questions from journalists during the working tour, Governor Sanwo-Olu said his administration will complete all ongoing projects in Badagry and restock some of the heritage sites. This, he said, was aimed at telling a compelling story about what Badagry holds for the tourism potential of Nigeria.
Let's come and see things for myself. What are the things we have done? What are additional things that we've spoken about that we need to do? How do we intentionally make Badagry and all of the tourism potential that it has, a real destination? We also went to the old governor's, lodge, where you saw that there is a purpose-built 70-room hotel complex there. And so for us is to complete the ongoing projects that we've seen, to also restore some of the heritage sites that we've seen, and not to completely deface it, but just to restore them, and to generally just preserve what we have, and to be able to speak a very compelling story about what Badagry truly really is and what it holds for the tourism potential of our country.
Speaking further, the governor said his administration will ensure that no part of Lagos is left undeveloped.
We've also seen that Badagry is actually having a major facelift. There are lots of new roads that you've seen, dual carriage routes that are nearing completion. We've all seen it that we came around the last time to open the hospital. We've seen the roads that they've all been done extensively. And indeed, Badagry, I'm very impressed because it's actually wearing a more cleaner road. We all came by road from Lagos, from all the way from Lagos Island, where we all worked together. And you could see that it took us just about an hour, 15 minutes from Lagos all the way driving here back to Badagry. So these are journeys that hitherto will take 3 hours, 3.5 hours. We've experienced it ourselves, and in 1 hour, 15 minutes, we're in Badagry. And you can see the citizens are actually very excited, right? And so really is to make sure that no part of Lagos is left underdeveloped or undeveloped, right? And tourism being a major cardinal of our team's agenda, I needed to come and see things for myself too, and also help. You saw around the Agia Center that we have like an amphitheater there. There are a few projects here that we also need to complete around the marina here. But I'm satisfied, knowing fully well that we still have a lot of opportunity to do for Nigeria.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also took a boat ride to the point of no return, where slaves were taken to different parts of the world during the slave trade era. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated calls for idea sharing and mutual respect between legislative and executive arm of government as the most assured way to succeed. Governor Sanwo-Olu stated this at the 18th edition of the Executive and Legislative Parley themed Engaging All for Inclusive Governance, Hands On for a Greater Lagos Rising. The Lagos State Executive and Legislative Parley, 18th in a series like previous ones, brought together past and serving members of the state executive and legislature. Organized by the Office of Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, the forum provided opportunity for the elected and appointed members of the state to benefit from the knowledge, experience, and wisdom of the leaders who are the forebearers in public service and governance.
It's just to bring the executive and the legislative together to be on the same page, to bring about good synergy on governance. What we notice that those are the two key major de facto in our political terrain. The executives are there, the legislators are there. But what do we do in terms of discourse? How do we bring them together to judge agreeing on purpose on which they can take the state forward?
What this brings about is to feed the people, the stakeholders on the activities of government, and to ensure that we follow up with our campaign promises to better the lot of Lagos State residents and indigenes. I think that it's a forum that gives all of us opportunity to know what is going on. So that when they ask us questions, we'll be able to answer and we'll be able to feed the entire Nigeria of facilities of Lagos State and brings about mutual understanding and good relationship to all.
Delivering his keynote address, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu commended the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, and the entire lawmakers for their commitment and passion towards ensuring a better Lagos.
And so what we see today is that the philosophy that drives effective and impactful governance is one that recognizes the importance of widening as much as possible the opportunities for citizens and its stakeholders, participating in every state and process of decision-making and implementation. In a participatory democracy which is currently operates, we have a key role to play as representative of our people at various levels. We are actually representing our people, and we are using that platform to create opportunities for them and to also support our individual aspiration. For us to achieve this goal, it is imperative that we continue to work together, understand and harmonize our differences, always on the side of overwhelming majority of our people in line with the manifesto of our party, meaning that our decisions will be driven, like BRF always say, the greatest good is for the greatest number, that always ensure that it is the people that have entrusted us with their lives, with the belief that we being government will make life meaningful for them, will make it better for them, will create an ambience and an environment where security of life and property is paramount, is important, and will create an economy where people can live and breathe, and know that indeed this government is working for them. I wish to acknowledge the fact that both the executive under my able watch and the legislature has continued to maintain an uncompromising posture in pursuit of the vision of a greater Lagos that we see. And I want to say that not only are we in Lagos doing that, our brothers and sisters, our colleagues at the National Assembly are also doing that. We've seen over the years a lot of support, a lot of collaborative effort, a lot of intervention coming from our representatives, at the federal level, who directly also work with us now to identify key gaps in all of the things that we're jointly, doing, and they look for opportunities that they can directly intervene at their own level. And I want to use this opportunity to thank all of them, our senators and our members of the House of Representatives. Please, let's give yourself a round of applause. And to the legislature, the Speaker is not here, but I'm bold to say, and I think BRF also made the point, when we start, especially for members of the executive that are new, and so when that executive was constituted, a couple of months back, and we have to present ourselves, and get clearance and the rest of it. Those are the constitutional responsibility. Those are things that the House of Assembly must perform and must do, with free of mind. And I want to commend them for doing that role. And I want to say that afterwards, they also have a constitutional responsibility, no matter how well we put the budget together, that the Constitution has given them the power to look at it, to deliberate on it, and to issue a bill, an appropriate bill, that becomes a guiding rule for us to pass, our budget. And I want to say and commend the leadership and the members of the Lagos State House of Assembly for always coming through for us, and ensuring that that working tool happens at all times.
The governor promised to maintain a harmonious relationship with the State Assembly, noting that it is good for the executive and the legislative arm to share ideas with mutual respect.
So what we see is that the dividends of a mutual understanding and a collaboration between our executives and the legislature will create, a direct benefit for our citizens. We'll be beginning to see the impact and the import of it on some of the deliverables that happens on the executive side, rail projects, mill projects, food markets, and the rest of it. And that's why we're in government. And like my mom also said earlier when he was speaking, to some people, you're an executive, you're a legislator, you're in government. They really don't want to hear excuses. They don't want to listen, to the fact that you are part of government and you need to be able to own it. You need to be able to defend that government. You need to be able to take proper feedback back to the person that either will fix the problem, will resolve the solution, or bring about, a problem-solving mechanism. We cannot shy away and try and explain it or excuse it and say that I'm not part of it. You are part of it in one form or the other. You've been elected, you've been appointed, you've identified with us. You are indeed part of government, and we all owe it a responsibility to the citizens to always show up for them and make sure that indeed when they knock on our doors, we can assist, we can listen to them, and we can help them solve some of the problems that they have.
In his lead presentation, our former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Fashola, advised the government to reduce levies and taxes as a way of easing the current socio-economic challenges on the residents. Fashola noted that interactions such as this is to build collaboration and provides a forum for the party to know what its government is doing.
Help to demystify each other before each other, and then they eat together, they sit on the same table, they socialize together, and then they realize, okay, this person is not after all different from me. And that can break down the prejudices and the barriers that are preconceived, and then help to focus attention away from the person to the subject. What's he actually saying? Let me listen to him. He dresses like me. He talks like me, so he drinks water too. So let me listen to what he or she is saying, and this is important. So this kind of team building is very, very critical, and it also helps to bring the party into the play, because at the end of the day, the party is the one that owns the government. All the politicians must belong to one party in Nigeria, at least. So, and that they campaign on the manifesto of the party, and this is if you like, a fact-checking exercise, if you will, or something similar to that, where the party is conscious or made aware of what its government is doing, what its elected officials are doing, what they are planning for the people on whose behalf they hold authority.
He maintained that the work is far from being over, especially at the National Assembly, noting that a campaign for special status for Lagos State should be realized.
Give special status to Lagos, because it's the first point of call for anybody coming to Nigeria. So we must enjoy that. Transportation and so on and so on. Now in some areas it takes you 3 hours to get home after work, and so on and so on. So we need to put in more into transportation to make life easy for people. We need to put in more into food, so that in Lagos we don't have too much land. So we need some special consideration for us to get food for the people. But we are working on it. The purpose is to make life easy for the government.
In his welcome address, Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Tajudeen, recalled that for nearly 2 decades, the Executive and Legislative Party has stood as a cornerstone among numerous programs of the Lagos State government.
On many occasions, if you go to the House of Assembly, if we had met before going to House of Assembly, many of the issues would have been discussed in this type of a forum. And when discussed, by the time we meet, it's just going to be a walk over. So we want, and what it involves, it does not even involve the Lagos State Assembly alone. The National Assembly too, they are here. That is the senators, the senators we have, and the members of House of Reps, they are here. We might have matters of importance to the state. It is them that will help us on their plenary to bring the matter to the floor of House of Reps, get whatever the state wants for them, lobby with other executive members, and make sure that Lagos State is well positioned in whatever area, whatever ramification, and whatever they think, and whatever they think and the government thinks, they can move the state forward.
The 18th edition of the Executive and Legislative Party is themed Engaging All for Inclusive Governance, Hands-On for a Greater
Lagos Rising.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Hello Lagos, hello Nigeria. Across Africa and around Nigeria, you're watching Plus TV Africa, and the program again is Sports Business with Orufuo Ezaga. Sports is big business around the world, and it's about time we read the memo in this part of the world, in Nigeria specifically, because that's what our focus usually is on this program. How do we transform sports from being mere social engagement into big business? Fortunately, the right people seem to be listening. The government is listening, and increasingly the private sector is beginning to listen. Today we're going to be talking about two sports principally. First, we're going to be talking about tennis. Tennis around the world is big business. Tennis is one of the biggest sports in the world. It has over 1 billion fans and is one of the top 10 sports across whatever source of information you're looking at. Tennis used to be really big in Nigeria, but today you could say the program is on life support. And so I'm going to be talking to a resource who has played the game at the very highest levels. Right, he's going to be talking to us about what happened. He played in Nigeria before going overseas. He's going to be talking to us about what happened with the game in Nigeria over the years and what we can do to get back to where we used to be, and that's in making tennis a big sport again in Nigeria. I have a poster up that you can see that basically tells you about what difference or how far Nigeria has fallen behind the rest of, yeah, that's the poster there. How far Nigeria has fallen behind the rest of the world in tennis and in virtually every sector generally. This is a poster from 1978 and it's talking about a tennis tournament that was held at the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club in Onikon in Lagos, 1978. Now focus on the prize money, right? The winner got $13,100, right? To show you how close we were to the rest of the world at that time, in 1978, the Wimbledon champion got £19,000. And the winner of the US Open in 1978 got $38,000. Today in 2023, we don't even have any tournaments in Lagos at all. And today in 2024, in all of 2023, we didn't have any major tennis tournaments in Nigeria at all. Now, at that time, in 2023, Wimbledon paid their champion £2.3 million, while the US Open champion got $3 million. Now, that's how far we have fallen behind the rest of the world from 1978 to 2023. What can we do to get tennis back where it used to be in this country? What can we do to make tennis big business again? But this is not going to happen on a whim. It's not going to happen because we pray. It's not going to happen because we wish it. It's going to happen because we have built the structures that are needed to be built, for us to be able to compete with the rest of the world. Today, if a Nigerian wins the US Open, or the French Open, or Wimbledon, or the Australian Open, that's big, big, big bucks, right? And in the 70s and 80s, we had players who flirted with the very best in the world. In 1983, for instance. So that's how big our tennis used to be. And we're going to go on the short break now. When we return, we're going to be speaking with Professor Sadiq Abdullahi. He played tennis for Nigeria. He played tennis at the Olympics, and he rose to a ranking of 262nd in the world. After retiring from his playing days, he took up a professorial job in the United States. Currently, he works with the Florida International University, where he's an adjunct professor. He and some other of his peers are trying to revive tennis as a sport in this country. And they're working with all of the bodies. They're working with government, they're working with the Nigerian Tennis Federation. And we want to learn from him what they're doing and what they still need to do to bring tennis to its to make tennis a big sport in Nigeria again. So hold on for a very short break. Don't go away. When we return, the business continues.
today, I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
From a very young age, we are asked what we would like to become when we grow up. And you're expected to have just one answer. Children deciding to be more than one diverse thing evokes frown lines on the faces of adults because the path to being a doctor is at odds with the path to being a musician. However, there are many people who are genuinely to refer to such people as multi-potential
with many interests and creative pursuits.
The idea of the Renaissance man or polymath came about during the Renaissance period and is the idea that anyone who applies themselves can be exceptional at poetry, art, science, mathematics, athletics, and any other field that catches their attention. Oyindamola studied human resources at the University of Lagos and graduated top 2 in her class. Since graduation, she has dabbled into music, acting, social media manager, digital marketing, content marketing, coding, freelance UX designer, and art.
For me, when it comes to passions, things that don't have to do with money, I work maybe, I can say once a week or on weekends. I have my easel here, so I do my paintings. If it has to do with resume writing business, I set up a schedule that enables me to work on that. I have people that work with me. You know, once a client comes in, there's step-by-step process. It's been assigned. You know, we have processes. So these things, this structure helps me keeps my life in focus. Everything, you know, has a structure. And sometimes I don't like. I go with the flow as well. I can just wake up. You know, I have my stylus pen here, and I'm just like, I feel like drawing on my phone. So it's this always by my bedside table, and I can just spend like the first 2 hours after waking up just focusing on drawing. So sometimes I take the structured approach and sometimes I just go with the flow.
The term might be new, but humanity has seen many Renaissance men who include Leonardo da Vinci, who was active as a painter, draftsman, engineer, scientist, theorist, sculptor, and architect. While his fame initially rested on his achievements as a painter, he also became known for his notebooks, in which he made drawings and notes on a variety of subjects, including anatomy, astronomy, botany, cartography, painting, and paleontology. Leon Battista Alberti, who was an Italian Renaissance humanist, author, artist, architect, poet, priest, linguist, forger, and political philosopher. Thomas Jefferson, who was an American statesman, diplomat, lawyer, architect, philosopher, slaver, and founding father who served as the third president of the United States from 1801 to 1809. Confusion, uncertainty, and always being a beginner is one of the many problems the multi-potentialite faces.
I've always been confused all my life. Ever since I was a teenager. I remember there was one time we had a camp in church, and they were talking about career. Some people knew what they wanted to do, photography, this and that. I didn't know what I wanted to do because my course was chosen for me. What I was interested in didn't seem viable. I wanted to be an artist. I never had any formal training in arts, but I wasn't allowed to do that. So I've always been confused because I'm good at a lot of things. People tell
Hello, Prof, are you with us?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, you heard the intro, right? And here's what...
Thank you for inviting me. The 70s paved the way for the 80s. Our seniors, Lawrence Aokpekpa, Yemisi Allen, Thompson Onibokun, and the rest were the ones that paved the way for Nduka Odizo, Tony Moore, and Immunity Generation in the 80s. My set joined this group. I was the only person that graduated from my set in the 80s, in the mid-80s.
Okay.
And then so the climax was that period you just mentioned in your introduction, where you have Nduka Odizo getting to the round of 16. All of us played the Grand Slam, the 4 Grand Slams. I played in the preliminary, more play also in the preliminary, and then Australian Open played in the main draw, and then played with Nduka Odizo. And then the ranking, like you said, was like that. We have Nduka Odizo, we have Tony Moore, we have Sule Ladipo, you have myself, all ranked in the top 300 in the world. So we have representation, and then of course the 4 of us, 3 of us, or 4 of us now got to the Olympics, and that was the climax, the high point of Nigerian tennis.
Okay, so what has happened since that time? Tennis has fallen behind. We don't even have tournaments. Remember those tournaments in the 70s and 80s were organized by clubs that are still around today, but the tournaments are not holding, apart from Dala, that is. What do you think is the problem?
Several factors, political and economic, and then we lost a chunk of people who are philanthropists. Those people, that put money, their own money, aside, for tournament in the 70s and in the 80s. We don't have those kind of people anymore, right? The Alabi and the rest, all over, right? So we don't have them because things are a little bit difficult economically for all of them, right? So economy is a big factor. Number 2, then you have the administration of tennis. And I keep saying this, right? If you do not have a deliberate, comprehensive plan that it is sustainable, you're not going to achieve anything. We did not have that in tennis and in a lot of sports federations in Nigeria. So basically, those are the 2 areas that cause our decline, right? In identifying and producing players in Nigeria.
Okay, Prof, what do we need to do now, to get to where we need to get to with tennis? what tack should we take? Should we look to grow tennis to focus on the business side of tennis, or we need to first of all, build, focus on talent development from the grassroots?
Excellent question. Again, that is the procedure all over the world, right? So you have to have that base where a lot of young players, right? And then, of course, this is where the Nigerian Tennis Federation comes in to play a limited land, the Australian, and they do that. And once you identify a cadre of players, maybe 5 girls, 5 boys, then the federation becomes very interested and then monitor and help as much as they can. It is the private sector, and I've been saying this over and over again, that need to step in and then understand that, look, yes, we have to rebuild, and then we have the capacity now, we have the people now, we have a network now, in order for us to begin to, go back to the grassroots, go back to the basic foundation. You mentioned clubs. Those clubs, Ikoyi Club is still very active. Lagos Lawn Tennis Club is very active. Kaduna Club is gone. They demolished the whole structure. So we don't have Kaduna, Kaduna Club that produced Yakubu Suleiman, myself, and other players. Gone, right? Okay, so the advantage of that is that now we're going to move from the club model, to more public academy, private model where we do not expect clubs. A lot of us in the 70s, I was a ball boy, right? In the coaches, I was a ball boy. The monitor was a ball boy, right? And then we all I came from Lagos Lawn Tennis Club. Nduka and Monitor came from Ikoyi Club. And then you have people from Benin, Ogbeat Courts now, and then Kaduna Club, then all over, right? So in the 70s, we had representations, and the competition was very good, right? Because now, and the media was interested, and tennis was in the 80s was even not as popular as it is now, but it was very popular, and then tennis was maybe number 2 or number 3 in Nigeria in the mid 80s because of the publicity. So what we are doing, the Nigerian Tennis Network, is to now go beyond having conversation, right? And say, look, what do we need to do? And then we know that, and I'm leading that effort. But, it's going to be a gradual process.
Okay, so 2 things, I want to ask you about what sort of support you're getting now with the tennis network that you're leading. That's number 1. And then number 2 is the fact that the clubs that we have spoken about are still there. The Ikoyi clubs and the Lagos Lawn Tennis clubs and the Lagos Country clubs still have very, strong memberships of people who are in positions of power in society, right? So how do we get these people to basically use their, use their influence to bring, to garner the kind of sponsorship that they would need, or partnerships that they would need, to make sure that these clubs can, provide platforms to develop players by doing tournaments on a regular basis?
Excellent. You've asked a question about support, and then of course we're still talking about the political and the economic connection. I'm going to be putting that in there as we go along. Yes. And then of course the what do we need to do to get the club members, to support like they did overwhelmingly during our time. I had a godfather called Alhaji Otiti, who was the deputy governor of Central Bank. He's just one of those people that were very interested in, and they came to Lagos Lawn Tennis Club, right? What did they do at that time? We can see whether or not we can now use that again to try to get the new crop of people, to support. There are people who are interested in trying to rebuild the game, right? I was in Nigeria last year for 2 months. and I went to Ikoyi Club, Lagos Country Club, Papa Club, the Ikeja Club. I have an idea what the challenges are. Now, to the question of support, the support, again, we're still trying to get the Nigerian Tennis Federation, to provide the kind of support. The concern, the Nigerian Tennis Tennis Federation President, Dayo, expressed to me is that he's still concerned that what we're trying to do might conflict with what the Nigerian Tennis Federation has already have in plan. I said, okay. I said, well, then we need to talk more about how we can do that. So the conversation is ongoing. Now,
okay, so
number two.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're going to say, see, I'm thinking that, look, clearly the long-term future of tennis or sports in Nigeria lies in the hands of the private sector, because there's only so much the government can do. The government is broke, and there's so much they have to attend to that they don't have the resources for. So if sports is going to have to be big in Nigeria, we are going to have to find a way to get the private sector to see the value in supporting sports, right? How do we get the private sector to support tennis from the point of view of seeing value? They're putting money in. What is the return on the investment? That's what kind of pitch that I imagine can sway the private sector at this time.
Absolutely. Bearing that in mind, what you just said, I became involved with the sports industry thematic group of the Nigerian Economic Summit group, headed by Chike Nkechi Obi, and in 2019, in order to begin to really find out what is needed to be done. So I was very involved. I was part of the group that wrote the 2022-2024 sports development, sports industry policy, right? Which we have right now under former Minister Sunday Dare. So that experience right now enabled me, to put a business model in place that will now begin to gradually sell that. So you and I know that once we go into the business model, it's going to take a reorientation of those people who are going to market, this new vision and this direction. So on the part of government, like you said, right, government has a very, very limited role to play. We're having this conversation. What role should government play? We are now, and I'm advocating with the current minister, Senator Enoch, right?
Okay.
So we're still talking about what it's going to look like. Now, in order for us to move in the business direction, there are certain things that have to have fundamental stuff that I have to have. The role of government was very clear. It is not clear now. We now know very categorical that the Nigerian federal government has recategorized sports as a business. So that is done, right? Approved by the FAC. Okay, so that's number one. Then the federal government has approved the sports industry policy, right? And then within that policy, there are provisions that are needed, to be followed. One of them in that provision is to provide incentive to the private sector. So the federal government set up, right, a committee, and that committee have already submitted their report to the current minister, and I understand is reviewing, that report. Once after the Olympics and all of that, once that is done, they're going to see how, those incentives, and that is going to trigger the marketing, the promotion of this transition from thinking recreation to more of a business. It's a long process. Yeah. I'm going to come in as a consultant on this project, so that there's clear delineation of responsibilities and role. You know the complexities in Nigeria, right? So for me, because I've been around and I know, I think I'm ready now to guide Senator Eno, right? In trying to do the right thing, right? His vision must be very clear, to the Nigerian people, right? This is what I want to do. This is how I'm going to go about it. I wrote an assessment, just an assessment, and I will send it to you after the program to see, what my thinking is, and then, from that assessment, now I can go into analysis of its 36 months left of its tenure. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Okay. Prof, on a final note, because I'm sorry about the technical glitch that stole a lot of your time, but we'll have to do this again. The timing is short. We need to bring you back here to speak more extensively about this, right? On a final note, talent is very important to sports business. As a matter of fact, it is the stars that are the business, because it is the stars that the fans follow, right? Fans follow stars. Sponsors and partners and broadcast companies follow the fans. All right. Do you see that we have the sort of players? How do you intend for us to create those stars in Nigeria very quickly, and then so that we can realistically begin to see what business prospects there are for tennis?
No, we don't have any players to sell right now. The players we have now, we use them to build what we want to get in 5 to 10 years. Yeah. If, for example, if the plan that are put in place, we can identify maybe you are 10, 20 from each state, or 5 players from each state. Okay, you have 36 36 times that number, and then we can work on those. And they have to be 5 years old to be in the program. So we can work with that as a pilot. And then within 5 years, we should have some players ready. If they follow the script, they have to follow the script. They have to have parental support. They have to have both public and private support. And then the stakeholders must have, very interested, to pump in whatever we need. It has to be deliberate. It's not going to be, Professor Abdullahi and his group. It's going to be all of us. We are just providing all the knowledge, information that is needed, to say, what, enough is enough for us in Nigeria, with the population that we have. Sports business is a big business and it's evolving in Africa, and therefore, right, Nigeria must take a lead. But I'm optimistic, right? And then as we go along and we have this kind of conversation and we're talking about it, people may be interested. I have a lot of people that are interested, because by just listening to me, coming from a ball boy, a poor family, and then and have the kind of education that I have, is by itself a motivation, an inspiration to a nation. But I'm not telling my story yet. But eventually,
Prof,
and that is what we need to hold on to.
I'd really love to provide this platform for you to tell your story in time. But thank you for being here. There's still a lot of work to be done, like you said. What I'll be interested in knowing when I speak to you next is what sort of infrastructure is available to drive the plan that you have for talent development going forward. But that would have to do another time. It's been nice talking with you, Prof, and I wish you all the best. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break now, and when we return, I'm going to have Mr. Lanre Vigo, who is the co-founder and CEO of Interlagos. They are a club in the second tier of the Nigerian division of the Nigerian Football League system, and they have a chance. They are part of the Super 8 finishers in the NNL, who will be shooting out for the 4 spaces in the MPFL next season. So grab your coffee or your drink, and when we return, the business returns.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Welcome back to the program. You're watching Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga, and the station is Plus TV Africa. Now, we're going to talk about football, and the emerging trends in our football that I find particularly intriguing, right? Today, in the MPFL, we have 3 private clubs. There's Remo Stars, there's Sporting Lagos, and then there's Doma United. Now, we have all, commentators in Nigeria have always said, we need private investors to take over clubs in Nigeria, because there's too much, there are too many government clubs, and that's affecting, professionalism and the like. Now, if you follow Nigerian football, you find that in the second tier of Nigerian league, the NNL, the Nigerian National League, we have come to the end of the season, sort of, but there's a playoff to be had sometime in July, involving 8 clubs, right? Of these 8 clubs, 5 of them are privately owned. Now, the most interesting thing, especially for those of us in Lagos, is that 3 of those clubs are from Lagos, which means that by next season, not only are we going to have more privately owned clubs in the league, there's the possibility, the very welcome possibility, that we're going to have multiple Lagos clubs in the NNL, which is going to be great for business, because the more clubs we have in Lagos in the MPFL, the more business, the more professionalism, the more fun, and all of that. Joining me now in the studio is the co-founder and CEO of one of those clubs, Inter Lagos. He's Lanre Vigo, and he's here to speak about the NNL experience and how he thinks his club can become one of the elite clubs in Nigeria from next season. Hello, Lanre. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Well, Lanre, I shouldn't have this conversation with you. You're sitting there, you are wearing Inter Lagos. Why didn't you get me one to wear? You don't want me to help your club.
So they don't say you're biased.
So that, smart one. Okay, so tell me, the Super 8 is coming, 5 clubs, private clubs are going to compete, which means that it's going to be fireworks. And then there are 3 government clubs. For me, it shows a trend that it looks like the private clubs are beginning to assert themselves and they're pushing the government clubs to decide. Do you see that as a possible trend?
Certainly. I mean, it goes to show that the private clubs have better structure. We actually care about what it's not just some side project. We're 100% invested in what we're trying to do. So I mean, it goes to show there are 5 of us. I'm not sure this has happened before. So it's fantastic. It's a great time for football in Nigeria.
It is actually a great time for football. Before you came on, I told you to send me videos. You didn't until very late. But here's the thing. I got a couple of videos from what's going on in the NNL, a competing club, for instance. And they did, you know, when I saw the goals that were scored, I said to myself, you know, why is this not big news in Nigeria? Do you understand? Here today, people are talking about how, you know, the title race in England and the like. We have a title race in Nigeria that is really, really tight. And then we have a new development happening in the NNL that's going to change Nigerian football in the next season. How come we're not talking about this? I'm sure that, you know, before your response is done, we're going to have a clip of the video. I put it up on my Twitter page, and people were really astounded by, you know, what the quality that they saw. What's going on? You know, you guys are playing great football. Are you getting commensurate support, and are your fans reacting to you, for instance?
Oh yes, certainly. I mean, because our football is one of the best. I'll say one of the best in the country. Or I would even say it's the best in our league.
That's Interlagos.
Yes, Interlagos football. Okay. And even just generally in the league, the quality of football has been very good. I've been surprised. It's my first season in the NNL, so what I've seen, I'm very, very impressed. But we have to carry the news ourselves. We have to make ourselves relevant. So we just have to keep playing good football, showcasing this football on social media. And as you can see, some of these goals, some of these games are being talked about on social media. So eventually, I'll say the general news media people would also catch on to this and see that, look, there's some great football going on. We need to make noise about our football.
Okay, so tell me, Larry, from the business perspective, how well are you guys doing? Do you have sponsors? Are you making inroads in corporate Nigeria, for instance? Are there people willing to support your dream? And you know, a very laudable venture that you guys are into.
Currently, we don't have any sponsors, but we've done that purposely because we wanted to show people this is what we can do. So when we get to the table and we show them this is what we can do, this is what we can do, this is what we've done, then we have like more bragging rights to ask for more money. So definitely this season we've been able to show people that, look, we're the real deal. We know what we're doing, so we need your support either via sponsorship or by investing. And I'll say we've done quite well this season. In fact, before the last game of the season, we've had a few conversations with a few sponsors and investors that are like, hey, we like what you guys are doing. But we just told them, look, just hold on. Wait till the actual season is ready, and then we can talk.
Tell you what, Larry. If I was a brand manager at this time, I'll be thinking about you guys. You know, club owned by a young CEO. You know, young middle class supporters as well as community support and stuff like that. Do you get? So sometimes I don't think you have to wait. The brands have to wait until you have done the job. They have to just be a bit more innovative and look at the environment and say, this is an emerging trend. Let me tap in before, you know. But tell me about your chances in the Super 8, because it can change your business profile and your business status.
Certainly. Certainly.
So what are your chances, you think, in
I think we have a very, very good chance.
Why would you say that?
Because we have a very, very good squad. And our players, I mean, we have some players. Well, we have a player who played in the playoffs last season. So definitely his experience is going to be very, very much needed. He's going to be the one that will guide the rest of the players. That's Femi Oladende, who was at Sporting Lagos last season. He's with us again. So I feel, and with the sort of coach we have, the sort of football that we play, I feel like on a good playing surface, because I mean, it's not just going to be any type of surface we're playing on an actual very good pitch. And honestly, our boys are fantastic on a good pitch.
So how do you finance the club at this time? Is it solely from your pockets?
I'll say from our pockets, and we also have some investors that believe in the project. So we're really grateful to them for helping us through this season.
You know what? Look, if you're watching this program and you're in advertising or marketing or brand management, you know, I think sports is changing in Nigeria, and it is changing because of the likes of Mr. Larry Vigo here and what he's doing with Inter Lagos. You don't have to wait until they get to the level of playing at the FIFA Club World Cup before you now start identifying with their success. Now is the time you plug in to support. That's what I believe. You know, I don't believe that you have to wait for some fancy thing, because what you guys have in terms of funds, you know, to compete with the rest of the world, you don't have anything. It's like taking a toothpick to a gunfight. You know what I mean? Certainly. People have to step in at this point in time to back what you guys are doing. But what do you think about the chances of the Lagos teams in the Super 8? And what do you see of Lagos having multiple teams in the NPFL next season?
So certainly there's going to be at least one Lagos team guaranteed in the Premier League. What we're hoping for is that two Lagos teams.
Which team is guaranteed?
Inter Lagos.
Okay.
By God's grace.
Yeah,
but certainly there's one Lagos team that will definitely be in the Premier League. I'll be joining Sporting Lagos.
Okay.
The hope is the two of us make it out of that group into the Premier League. Like I always tell people, Lagos is like London in terms of when you compare it Premiership wise. We should have the most teams in the Nigerian Premier League. Yes. So it's a fantastic time. This is only going to spur more teams to emerge. More private owners who also, in fact, are already talking about starting their own football team. So I was saying in 5 years' time, we will have maybe like 6-7 Lagos teams in the Premier League.
Tell you what, Larry, actually one of the biggest investors in this country, running one of the biggest investment banks, called me and said, you know, he was thinking of owning, even if it's part ownership of a club. Do you understand? So yeah, I agree with you when you're saying that people are going to start coming into the football space and owning clubs, which means that Nigerian clubs are going to be stronger, of course, and they're going to be a lot more competitive. For sure. How are you guys ready when the big rollers, Tony Elumelu is thinking of setting up a football club. When the Tony Elumelus move into football in Nigeria, what's going to be your strategy as Inter Lagos? How are you going to fight such muscle?
We're not scared. We want them to come. We only make the league better. We want a more competitive league. So whatever is going to make football in Nigeria, football in Lagos better, we're happy. We're okay. So I'm not worried.
But isn't that going to be like they're going to come in like the PSGs and the like, and then you guys would have
no problem.
You don't worry.
We're not worried. We have a good structure at Inter Lagos. Our recruitment, which was fantastic, and I tell you, we didn't. Some people might think our recruitment was 100% everything. We didn't do it. I don't think we did it as well as we wanted to. But look at what it's produced. So when we do have the chance to do it properly, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Okay, internationally, clubs make the most money from broadcast rights, and then there's sponsorship and partnerships, and then there's gate receipts and merchandising. Yes. Yeah. In Nigeria, the broadcast rights are still very low, so I don't imagine that you guys, even next season, I know that hopefully things are going to get better. But next season, maybe you won't get as much. You can't be depending on that.
Oh, no.
So what are you depending on? Sponsorships, merchandising? Can I get an Inter jersey? Where can I get an Inter jersey? Stuff like that.
Yes, as you rightly said, broadcasting it's still it's still starting. So we're not expecting anything from there. Definitely sponsorship. I'll give Manchester United as an example. That's where they make a lot of their money. So we're expecting to get at least a good amount of money from sponsorship. Also sales of players. Some of our players are actually we've gotten inquiries from clubs in Europe about them. So a couple of them at the end of this season will be going for trials in Europe. So we're hoping to make some money from that. Yeah. So and then obviously merchandise. We did quite well in terms of ticket sales. Yeah. Especially our season tickets and the boxes that we sold this season. So we're expecting to do the same thing this coming season. So, like I always say, we're not worried.
You look like a contented man.
I am. I mean, the team is performing well. Where everything is going fine. So there's nothing to be worried about.
It was a good thing that you mentioned the talent sales, because, you know, there was a story that broke, not that it broke, that came to my attention at least, like just over a week ago, about a Ghanaian club called Steadfast FC. Did you hear about that story?
I think the one about the player that
went to Sporting Lisbon.
Yeah, he didn't take the sell-on fee or something.
Yeah.
And then
he went to Sporting Lisbon, and he didn't play well. He didn't play well. So Leicester City came for him on a transfer deal, and when he was leaving Sporting, his club did not ask for a transfer fee. Instead, they asked for 50% of any sign-on deal that he has. I'm sure that Sporting didn't think much of the player. They didn't think anything was going to happen, and they allowed it. And the player was so helped. He was a different animal in Leicester City. Helped them to gain promotion. And guess what? The signing was triggered. The signing fee was
7 million or so.
14 million pounds.
Wow.
From which the Ghanaian club, a second division club in Ghana, got 7 million pounds. Sports is big business. We need to start rethinking the way we look at sports and football, and even the likes of Inter Lagos. But here's one thing that in the past week, Israel Adesanya went viral. He was repping Eyimba. Do you understand? Do you guys have any such plans to get top Nigerian stars to rep Inter Lagos?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, a few have come to our games. The likes of Adekunle Gold, White Money that was on Big Brother, actually did a video, Tolani Badge. So definitely we have plans. I mean, some have done already. There's something I'm working on in terms of celebrity-wise that would even boost the image of the club. I saw the thing about Israel Adesanya. I represent him here in Nigeria. So
you represent him in Nigeria?
Yeah. So
why didn't he represent?
Because he signed to Stake. So if you see the post, it was a joint, a collabo post with Stake and Eyimba. So makes sense. Yeah. But we have plans, so expect something.
Okay. Lanre, it's been very nice talking to you. Look, I'm really looking forward to seeing. There's Madiba FC of Lagos. They're called the Oshodi Boys. There's Ikorodu City that beat you guys in the state FA Cup final. And for people to understand how good the NNL football is, you guys beat Sporting Lagos in the semi-finals, didn't you?
Yes, we did.
So you're not just pushovers. You guys, you're playing good football. All right. So guys, follow the Super 8. Watch out for the Super 8 and support Inter Lagos and support all your Lagos teams. Let them come to the MPFL so that we can have lots of football matches to enjoy, so that we can win a lot more fans, so that you guys can get a lot more sponsorship, and then so that you can pay Lagos State taxes, increase taxes. It's good for everybody. We all benefit when our football.
For sure.
And then there's Beyond Limit on the final note. You know, they are in the NNL Super 8, and they're the second team in the Remo Stars football structure. So that's quite commendable what they're doing at Remo Stars as well.
Definitely.
Larry, it's been nice having you. Larry, would have you again on this program, or you can join me on radio.
No problem.
You know, to talk about stuff. We're going to be watching out for what you guys do at the Super 8, and I wish you all the best in that competition. I want to see you in the MPFL. When I come to your MPFL games, am I going to sit in the VIP?
You go to the box.
Okay. See why I have to support Inter Lagos. All right. So, viewers, we've come to the end of yet another edition of Sports Business on Plus TV Africa. Sports Business with me, Orufo Ezaga. If you want to engage further with me, you can hit me up on my social handles. at Orufo Ezaga. That's on Twitter at Orufo Ezaga, at ORUFUO. If you want to see the goals that were scored, the NNL goals that were scored, I posted them up on my Twitter feed. You can go there and watch and see for yourself that Nigerian football is growing. And, you know, as they say, maybe this is our locum. All right? Until next week, this is me, Orufo, wishing you to be productive, to be good, and to stay safe.
Thank you.
Let's talk about that goal against Warri Wolves. You remember the goal?
Yeah.
Messi, immens Messi, encara 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 Messi, gol, 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 gol.
Yeah, actually, when Wally kicked the ball, then Ayoko tried to flip the ball to me. So I was thinking to give Tosin the ball, but as I tried to do 96 degrees for the first defender, I just go with instinct with the rest. I try to dodge like
you dodged through three defenders
before I kick the ball.
And at this point, you go through and you go and you're like,
yeah, you know, sometimes the most beautiful things come unexpectedly. So I just I copied from Diogo Jota because I'm a fan of Liverpool. So
fantastic goal.
Thank you very much.
Maybe you create that again in the second half.
Yeah, hopefully more beautiful moment in the second half.
All right, well done. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Gbetokun, and sought a court injunction to stop the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, from marrying off 100 orphaned girls. The Speaker recently announced plans to marry off the orphaned girls who lost their parents due to banditry attacks in the Mariga local government area as part of his constituency project on May 24. He announced that the gesture was aimed at alleviating the sufferings of the impoverished, pledging to pay the dowries for the bridegrooms and procuring materials for the mass marriage. The minister, while briefing newsmen in Abuja, described the plans as unacceptable, emphasizing that a full-scale investigation has commenced on the issue. The minister further emphasized within the Child Right Act, every child belongs to the state. Hence, the rights of every child will be protected from harm, violence, or anything that will infringe on their rights. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, has stopped the planned hosting of the wedding of 100 orphaned girls in his constituency, saying he would not grace the occasion. Sakindaji took the decision following the action of the Women Affairs Minister, Uju Ohaneye, who dragged the Speaker to court to halt the wedding. The Speaker made this known on Tuesday during a media briefing in which he said the minister had overstepped her bounds. He said the minister should take over the sponsorship of the wedding ceremony. The Speaker disclosed that he had already made funds available to the girls' parents through the traditional leaders and clerics of his constituency, noting that he would not withdraw the funds. Abdul Malik also pointed out that his motive for wanting to sponsor the wedding was the state of poverty of the girls' parents and not the constituency project, as reported in the media. The Kogi State government has announced the release of 6 more kidnapped students of the Confluence University of Science and Technology, COSTECH, or SARA Kogi. The State's Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, in a statement on Tuesday said the fresh number of rescued students brought the number of freed students to 20. He said some of the kidnappers escaped with severe injuries during a gun duel with security agents. Last Thursday, gunmen stormed the university at night and kidnapped some students studying for their upcoming exams. The state government subsequently said rescue operations by security agents commenced immediately. Over 500 individuals have been abducted and 50 villages have been ravaged by terrorists commonly referred to as bandits in the northwest region of Zamfara state. Tragically, one of the recent assaults resulted in the loss of lives, including 2 police officers on Monday. A member of the House of Representatives representing Zurmi Shinkafi Federal Constituency, Bello Hassan Shinkafi, confirmed the incident to newsmen, highlighting the numerous communities within his constituency that have fallen victim to these terrorists. According to him, the bandits have operated or now operate with impunity, disregarding the time of day or night as they carry out their heinous acts of killing, injuring and abducting innocent people. Consequently, survivors have been compelled to seek refuge in safer communities elsewhere, according to the lawmaker. He observed the necessity of devising a new strategy to address the problem of bandits in the northwest states, emphasizing the insufficiency of manpower in the area, stating this as a fact. Suspected armed headsmen numbering over 15 have attacked a Liko community and killed 9 persons, including a pregnant woman. The attack occurred on Sunday around 4 p.m. in Usha Council Ward, Agatu local government area of Benue State. The chairman of Agatu local government area, Honorable Yakubu Ochepo, confirmed the attack. He said over 500 persons were displaced and many others wounded. Ochepo called on the state and federal governments to provide security to the people of Agatu so that they can go back to their farming activities. The eldest son of Maman Nur, founder of the Islamic State of the West African province ISWAP, Mahmoud Maman Nur al-Banawi, has surrendered to the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps NSCDC in Maiduguri. Mahmoud, 22, surrendered to the NSCDC on Sunday and has been handed over to Bulunkutu Rehabilitation Facility for further documentation and custody. This was made known on Tuesday by Zagozola Makama, Lake Chad Basin counterterrorism and insurgency expert, in a post on his X handle. The security expert wrote that Mahmoud confessed to having taken part in attacks in Bama, Banki, Goza, and several other places as a middle-rank fighter under the Boko Haram group. Makama said intelligence sources told him that Mahmoud was confirmed to be a senior son of the late ISWAP founder after undergoing profiling at the command headquarters of NSCDC in Maiduguri. The security expert said that the men of the command had facilitated his surrendering through his uncle in Gamborun, Ngala, after receiving information that he was willing to formally surrender to the Nigerian government. From Edo State comes the report that the police command has confirmed the abduction of a large number of persons said to be Dangote Cement Company workers in Okwela in the Esako East local government area of the state. The command spokesperson Chidi Nwabuzo, who confirmed the incident, disclosed that operations to rescue the kidnapped victims are ongoing. The police spokesperson in the state said the divisional police officer of Okwela Division said policemen were joined in the exercise by soldiers, vigilantes and hunters. And according to Nwabuzo, some of the kidnapped victims have been rescued. The command said it would provide more details on the incident as events unfold, and the workers were being kidnapped on Monday evening at the Sako East local government area of the state. The Bauchi State Governor, Bala Mohammed, has signed the bill establishing the Farmer and Herdsman Board into law. While signing the bill into law before the members of the Bauchi State House of Assembly on Monday, the governor said this move was aimed at preventing clashes and promoting security in the state. He said among the provisions of the law, it is to make it punishable for local authorities with some of the traditional rulers who are abusing the privilege of leading to bring arbitrariness and injustice to this category of people, but the farmers and herders. He said he believed that it will go a long way in enhancing security. Additionally, the governor signed the law to repeal the Saadu Zunguru University Law 2022 and reenacted the Bauchi State Establishment Law 2010, as well as the law to repeal the Bauchi State Primary Health Care Development Agency Law 2012. And in Rivers State, Governor Siminalayi Fubara has declared the substantial debt burden inherited from the previous administration of Nyesom Wike, saying most of the projects commissioned in the state were not fully funded. Governor Fubara stated this during the commissioning of the Aleto Aogale Bubue Teo Road, also known as Old Bori Road, in Eleme local government area of the state. The project was commissioned by the governor of Abia State, Alex Oti. He said the contractors who handled the affected projects are returning for outstanding payments. Governor Fubara did not, however, give an estimate of the death. He said he is now compelled to speak out after being pushed by his opponents. Governor Fubara expressed his intention to appear for project commissioning project with white paper detailing project funding. Governor Fubara clarified that his administration has not engaged in conflicts with the federal government, saying it has instead received support, although challenges persist due to the interest of an insider. The scheduled arraignment of former Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika and his brother Ahmad Sirika for yet another case of contract fraud in the sum of 19.4 billion naira did not go ahead as the defendants were absent from court on Tuesday and out of Abuja. Counsel for the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission AFCC, Oluwaleke Atolagbe, confirmed or informed the presiding judge, Justice Suleiman Belgore, that the ex-minister and his brother have not also been served with the charge in the case. He therefore prayed for an adjournment, which was granted by the judge, who subsequently fixed Thursday, May 23, 2024 for arraignment. The EFCC is prosecuting the former minister and his brother, this time on 8 counts to the tune of 19.4 billion naira, said to be for several aviation ministry contracts from the former minister to Enginos Nigeria Limited, owned by his younger brother, Abubakar. Sirika was arraigned alongside his daughter Fatima and son-in-law last week, Thursday, May 9, 2024, before Justice Silvanus Origi on an alleged 2.7 billion naira fraud. They pleaded not guilty and are presently on bail for that case. We'll move now to other parts of Africa. The United Nations UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged all parties in Sudan to immediately stop the fighting and resume ceasefire negotiations without further delay. He expressed grave concern over the outbreak of fighting in El Fasher, north of Darfur, which has put 800,000 civilians at risk. Guterres said he was alarmed by reports of the used heavy weaponry in densely populated areas, resulting in dozens of civilian casualties, significant displacement, and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. He further pointed out that civilians in the area were already facing a looming famine and the consequences over a year of war. Outside Africa, an inmate convicted of burglary escaped the van following the incident. He is currently on the run, according to officials. At least 2 French prison officers were reported dead as 4 armed men ambushed their van on inmate transfer duty in the country's northwest on Tuesday. The incident occurred at the Incaville toll booth near Val de Roule in Normandy. The 2 officers, including the driver, died in the shootout, while 3 others were injured. The freed inmate was being transported from the town of Rouen to Évreux. According to the domestic press, the detainee is known as 30-year-old Mohamed Amra. He is said to have been convicted of burglary and is known for cases linked to drug trafficking. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron and Minister of Justice Eric Dupond-Moretti both expressed their condolences to the families and colleagues of the slain officers. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken tells President Volodymyr Zelensky that military aid is now on its way during a surprise visit to Kyiv. The top U.S. diplomat tells the Ukrainian president that weapons will make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression on the battlefield. The senior U.S. official says the American-funded weapons now arriving at the front line include air defense interceptors, artillery, and ATACMS, long-range precision-guided missiles. The visit comes as the country struggles to hold back a major Russian incursion near its second biggest city of Kharkiv. The cross-border offensive in Kharkiv region is one of the most significant Russian ground attacks since the start of the war. Earlier, UK Defense Secretary Grant Shapps said he thinks the world took its eye off the ball regarding Ukraine's need for arms.
I wanted to thank you from all my team, all Ukrainians, to crucial package for our forces, for our warriors. Thank you so much for this package.
In the near term, the assistance is now on the way. Some of it's already arrived. More of it will be arriving. And that's going to make a real difference against the ongoing Russian aggression on the battlefield.
In entertainment news, music legend Stevie Wonder has officially become a Ghanaian citizen. In a ceremony at the Jubilee House, Wonder expressed his joy at receiving the honor. He said he felt his civilization was there, and referencing his connection to Ghana's rich heritage. This move follows Wonder's 2021 decision to relocate to the West African nation. The ceremony marks the culmination of a long-held desire. Wonder, originally from Michigan, announced his intention to move to Ghana in 2021, citing political reasons in the U.S. And finally, sports news. Super Eagles head coach Finidi George has debunked rumors of a strained relationship between him and some Super Eagles stars. Finidi reportedly fell out with Ademola Lookman and Sadiq Umar during the Super Eagles friendlies against Ghana and Mali in March. Lookman featured as a substitute in both games, while Umar didn't step on the pitch at all. The 53-year-old claimed he has a cordial relationship with all his players. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa.
I had a terrible experience with relaxers growing up, and I didn't want her to go down that route. So for me, I had to go in and find out the best ways and safest ways to grow her hair. And in doing that and in finding out a lot of information, I found a lot of women wanted to do that as well, but they didn't have the information or the background, and I needed to find a way to help them out. And then in doing that, I also decided to found Davella Naturals, which is bringing out the products, ensuring that women had the best care, and also building a community of women who wanted to showcase their inner beauty by the growth of their hair, basically.
And that's just talking about hair.
Very refreshing,
Yes.
you know, because if you look around now, maybe 80%, 90% of African women, Nigerian women, would like the...
Yes.
Okay? So it's the wig that does it. So what you're saying now is you have to keep the natural
You
natural.
have to care for the hair underneath.
Okay.
Because at some point in time, you have to have that confidence. There's some days you're not going to feel like putting on the wig cap and wearing the wig. You also have to have the confidence of the hair underneath all of that. So I tell my clients that the health of your hair is most paramount. Not necessarily the length, not necessarily how it looks, but how you look after it and how it makes you feel. Because a woman's hair is her crown at the end of the day.
All right, so what does it actually take to become a natural hair expert as well as run a successful business around it?
Okay, the most important thing is to have the passion for it. And then the knowledge and the expertise as well. You have to stay on top of current trends. You have to know what it is that is for long-term stay and what it is that people are just fascinated about. I mean, at some point in time, people were looking at putting raw egg in their hair, raw powder. Okay, what will make this one grow? Okay, if I mix garlic and onion and this thing. And that's not saying that those things are not good in and of itself, but you have to get to the compound, the chemical compound of those things in order to get the essence of what it is that they can use to care for their hair. So I always tell my clients that we at Develop Naturals, we redefine hair care, which is to let you know that, okay, you don't need to go around looking for the next best thing. Oh, this one will work or that one will work. You need to know the basics, how to look after it, how to wash it, how often do you wash it, how long do you care for it. So the passion for it, the knowledge behind it, and then being able to be innovative and change with the people that come up, but also knowing that some things are constant in the business.
Well, I'll just have you know that I represent the men,
yes,
in our society. And we've always been told that we are the crown, the women's crown. But you just said to me that really, that's not true.
That the hair
it's your hair that is your crown.
Well, when a woman stands beside her man,
yes,
she has to be able to present herself in a way that he's going to be proud. Okay. And when she's confident and proud in her crown, he is also confident and proud in his crown.
So you have it. So you can have a double crown.
Exactly.
anyhow, the natural hair trend, has transitioned into more of a lifestyle actually in Africa, over there, and even beyond.
Yes.
And that's over this maybe 10 years. Now, what would you say is responsible for that?
Okay, for me, it's a growing movement of women understanding who they are and drawing back from a lot of Eurocentric ideas. Growing up, we had relaxers because our mothers thought that was the easiest way to look after your hair. Oh, your hair is hard. Oh, your hair is strong. You go to the salon,
and you're battling when you're combing it.
You're giving yourself a headache, not knowing how to handle the hair, And then also with a lot of research that have come out with the dangers of long-term use of some certain relaxers. I mean, in the US, the FDA is looking on how to ban relaxers in the US because they have seen the health repercussions concerning women. So a lot of women have come back to be like, okay, my true natural hair, what exactly does it take for me to look after it? And then they see the beauty in the hair itself and the versatility in looking after it, and they're proud. Because the pride in your own self is the most important thing in looking after your hair at the end of the day.
Wow.
Hair pride.
Hair pride. Okay, so how sustainable really is setting up a natural hair business in Nigeria? Sustainable in the terms of how many people really are interested in keeping their hair natural? How many women, for example, can, when you think of how difficult it is to keep it, you talked about the basics, which we didn't go into, apart from washing. How often do you wash and all that? How sustainable is it? How much of a business can it be, in this setting?
Okay, so for a lot of women, I've seen that they struggle with the hard hair, strong hair mentality first. I always tell people that healthy hair is the main cause first. So if you are still in that mindset of, oh, I need to relax my hair, okay, fine. If you need to relax it, don't do it every 2 months. Maybe do it every 4 months. Then extend it to every 6 months. In the process, you then now find out how to look after your hair in between. So how often are you conditioning it? How often are you going to the salon. If you go to the salon, are you able to tell your stylist this and this and this? Now, the haircare industry is a multi-millionaire industry. The only thing that is probably hindering a lot of people is that there's no proper regulation. And NAFDAC, as well as they are trying to help, they are not necessarily making it easy. And then we also need government to help in terms of loans, in terms of, you know, banks and government being able to give us the right backing, you know, to build industry, to be able to manufacture these things, because we are not struggling within ourselves. We are struggling with international brands, the Shea Moistures, the Cantus, the Carol's Daughters. These brands have come in, and mind you, they get their raw materials from here. Their cocoa from Ghana, their shea butter from Ivory Coast, from Nigeria as well. They take it abroad, they manufacture these products and they bring it back. So why do we have to go through that journey when we have companies like mine who make these things in-house? And then also, they need to be able to give us the ability to import a lot of the raw materials that we need to make these products. So access to loans, access to government backing, ability to make the manufacturing industry grow, and we will definitely see a boom in hair care manufacturing in Nigeria.
Is it unnatural
you must feel
hair?
so awkward talking about this.
I'm so awkward that I'm looking for the words. Now, wigs, right, have come as an escape route for a lot of people, to the point that some may even say, hey, who needs natural hair after all? If I can just, you know, quickly put on a wig and go on. You know, so what would be your advice to women who rock their natural hair and might have been a little bit confused with the knocks that natural hair has been taking? What would be your advice to them?
Okay, I think I know to what you're alluding to, which is the current viral video that has been going around with a certain woman of God who has said some things that are not palatable. Now, to say those kind of things in an atmosphere where natural hair is still being groomed is actually quite damaging. Damaging to the esteem of some women who listen and take to heart what things that are said from the pulpit. To say that, quote unquote, who natural hair help, it actually helps a lot, because if you wear your wigs constantly, you will not wear it to sleep. Yeah, you are not going to wear your wig to sleep.
Unless you're with your new boyfriend.
You're not going to wear your wig to sleep. You're not going to wear your wig, you know, when you wake up in the morning. You have to be able to confidently look at that person in the mirror and say that the wig is an accessory to my beauty.
That's right.
It doesn't define my beauty. So at the end of the day, if you sit, I mean, for example now, Made Kuti just got married this past week. His wife had different kinds of natural hairstyles all through their wedding, from her afro to an updo to a pin-up look, and they were all very beautiful. And I say that to say this: it doesn't matter if you wear a wig or you do not wear a wig. The person that is meant for you is meant for you at the end of the day.
Okay, I see your hair.
Yes.
It must be natural.
Yes, it is.
Because you are
the ambassador.
Yes, the ambassador. And for a lot of us, we think that it's difficult to keep a long hair and still have it natural. Because when it's short, a lot of people who do natural hair, the low cut thing is it for them. So if I want to keep my hair long, and you said something a while ago that really, you know, it resonated with me, that when you look at yourself in the mirror, you see your real you.
Yes.
Not with a wig.
Yes.
But the real you with your hair as it is natural. So just give us those tips now that ladies, women watching this show, and for a few who would like to also take it to the next level, business level, what do we have to do, like in 2 minutes?
Okay, if in terms of caring for your hair, whether you are currently relaxed or you have natural hair, I would suggest ensure that you have a good clarifying shampoo, a good conditioner, deep conditioner, preferably, leave-in conditioner, a good hair oil, and a hair moisturizer. Those are your basic tools that you need. Never allow your hairstylist use a rat tail comb, which is those very, very slim, thin combs on your hair. That's the first route to hair breakage. Always use a wide tooth comb, whether you have relaxed hair or you have natural hair. A wide tooth comb ensures that it detangles easily, especially when you're doing your hair. The quickest way when you're going to bed, have a satin hair cap or a satin pillowcase. Or if you don't have any of those, you have an old lingerie, old satin nightgown that you have in your cupboard somewhere that you've kept. Use it to wrap around your pillowcase, because cotton absorbs oil from your pillowcase and the friction rubs on your hair, which makes it difficult for you to keep length. So when women complain about length, I always tell them that consistency is key when you're doing your hair maintenance and you're doing your hair regimen. Make sure that you're consistent. If you're going to the salon, make sure that you understand what it is that your stylist is doing to your hair, and that they are not ignorant of how it is, and that you yourself are knowledgeable, so that you can teach them, no, I don't want that. Use this instead. No, I don't want that comb. Because you should also have the confidence, you're paying for this thing, to tell them that I don't need this, I want this, and I want that. And then also in the business segment, ensure that you are willing to learn. You are willing to put in the work to be able to say, this is what I want to do, and this is how I want to do it. And also know that your friends and family are always your first customers in whatever business that you start.
This has turned into a masterclass on natural hair for free.
Free, yes sir, yes sir.
And of course, what I'm thinking about now is my hair cap. You know, I'll go get my old haircut.
Yes. Probably. I always tell people that our hair care products are not just for women; they're also for men as well. Okay. You know, especially men who are trying to grow their beard.
Oh, really?
Yes, our hair oil has been used. You know, by a lot of men.
There's a chin guard.
Exactly. And then, you know, we've had a lot of success with that as well.
Anyway, quickly, let's just let's even find out. You know, because it can't be all rosy. You know, what challenges have you found that you and your colleagues face in the business of hair care in Nigeria?
It's definitely not rosy. It's definitely not rosy. You know, you have a lot, like I said earlier on, you know, access to loans is very difficult. You have to either have a fallback, or you have, you know, your family and friends, like I said, are very important when you're starting out your business. In getting marketing is also another thing, and then convincing people that made in Nigeria is also very good, because we are an export European mindset kind of. If it's not made abroad, it's not good enough. So we are trying to change that narrative. Buy the Naira, grow the Naira, made in Nigeria is very important. And knowing that there are actually good quality hair care products made here in Nigeria, affordable enough for you to not want to spend tens of thousands on products made abroad. But we know what it is that is good for Nigerian hair, good for the Nigerian environment, and that will work best for Nigerian women.
Okay.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have two interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, events managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and projects for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. It is the third edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they gave to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambient here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our own trains at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us. It will soon be so groovy that we enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity, and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too, as you know, Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upward, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry, because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. APWEM is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0 and other editions leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to always raising the bar and setting their place and pace with innovation and dedication.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of The First Language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of The First Language, Our Home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the community of nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excos of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least 250 active financial members of the institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states, and we have been advocating for this better transparency, because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance, because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations. On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present this gift to the President of ICANN.
So the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's
At a line-in state in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Louis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. He was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when it hurts, and I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy will tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person, but that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I will miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call that's cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July 1943 and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, to stand my ground and beat out a path, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. Is all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn your ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world, and then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jack, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. I didn't have a laptop. And I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and so I told him that, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to achieve, just stay focused with it. Do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, and I sort of knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, my older brother thought I was smoking something. But I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, going offshore, going to the field. But, the dream started to come alive again. I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and that spark started to burn again. I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job, and I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody a hope it's some easy thing to do. But rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray. And that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, this is what's popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have two interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, party planners, event managers celebrate Network for Growth. It was a time of networking, Thanksgiving and share fun when members of the Association of Professional Party Organizers and Event Managers of Nigeria converged in Lagos for the 3rd edition of Owambe tagged Funkified. The annual event brings stakeholders in the industry to unwind, reflect on past years and projects for the future. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all the beautiful moments. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Scintillating scenery, great music, energetic dancing, and magical moments. it is the third edition of Owambe, simply put, Owambe 3.0. Tagged funkified, stakeholders in the party planning and event management industry gather here for the sole reason to enjoy same great moments they gave to their clients. Magic and sheer excitement encapsulate the ambient here. Members of the association with their kith and kin are treated to a lot of fun and sweet memories that will not go away in a hurry. So as the evening hits on, guests present are reminded of the journey so far.
Just to let loose and lose our home trainings at some point.
It's a time for us to unwind, to taste what other people we have been giving to other people. So you can see us, it will soon be so groovy that we enjoy the moment.
Event management has emerged over the past decade as a dynamic sector of the tourism and leisure industries. The number, diversity and popularity of events have also grown throughout this period. With 2023 gone and 2024 getting fired on, what trends and glamour should Nigerians expect from these set of people who provide them with indelible memories? Plus TV crew gets up close to some of the key players to find out more.
Fast becoming a global village. So whatever is obtainable anywhere in the world would have to be obtainable here too, as you know, Nigerian event stakeholders. So we don't even want to say we're made in Nigeria. We're going to be global brands, but created in Nigeria.
Upward, we're trendsetters, we're pace setters. We are, everything setters in the industry. So all I can say is watch out.
Without a doubt, the event and creative industry has come to stay in Nigeria, and the country is taking the world by storm. Notwithstanding the current economic realities, active players are finding innovative ways to thrive.
And what you look for is a situation where the professional event planners, which is what this organization is about, if you're a professional event planner, you look at all the militating issues that you have. Retool, repackage yourself. In business, it's not when prices go up that you must necessarily put up your prices. You can actually hang in there, let people notice the difference you're making.
Seriously affecting us in the industry, because bringing things from China is not an easy thing now. So what we have is what we maintain. If you maintain what you have, from there, what we pray for is the exchange rate to come down.
Parties and events bring colors and smiles to faces of people. The stakeholders are careful to ensure qualitative standards, knowing that the barriers to gaining entry into the business is not much. With some support from relevant authorities, they believe that the year 2024 and beyond will be resounding with great memories and joy.
Because our back-end processes now we have to spend more money on our back-end processes. And so we look for creative ways to actually cut costs without cutting corners, and so that's a whole lot of brain work, to deal with. So, but we keep at it because we're not going to rest, and that's why we're creative professionals.
If we have not changed the event industry, you won't see people here. So we are leaders. APWEM is the place to be. We are transforming spaces, doing a lot of marvelous things, and being the leader, people are following us.
On the whole, I can say it's been exciting for us. We've been able to introduce wellness and healthy eating, even while people are partying, and for us, that's a very big plus.
The Owambe 3.0, like other editions, leads the party planners and event managers with sweet tales to be remembered, just as they have committed to.
Nigeria and indeed Africa have been advised to use indigenous languages as the basis for instructing students and learning in schools, as it is the panacea to tackling non-colonialism and national development. This advice was handed down during a public presentation of the first language, Our Hope, Ideas Towards a Greater Africa, authored by Solomon Atala. Let's look at this video. We'll be right back.
Africa remains generally underdeveloped compared with the rest of the world. This author, Solomon Atala, believes that the main reason for the poor report is the continent's education, which is on the wrong pedestal in foreign languages.
Africa must be modern. That's the name of the book. Somehow, I simply wrote down the name and the title. Please, a round of applause. Celebrate, a round of applause.
At this public presentation of the first language, Our Home, Solomon Atala is pushing strongly for the return to using the mother tongue from the elementary level. He encapsulated in this reference book, which advocates on prioritizing the African culture for the continent to take its true place among the community of nations. The reviewer shares similar sentiments.
It has been, it's what we all know, that outside of the African continent, the first languages are used for education and governance. And that is the reason behind the height they have attained. But as they have attained this height by Second Industrial Revolution, they imposed their own languages on the entire of Africa.
Germans write in German, Japanese write in Japanese, Russians write in Russian, but Africans write in Arabic, they write in English, they write in French, they write in Portuguese. Okay. These days you also have people who are proud to tell you they can't speak their native tongues. They can't speak Yoruba, or they can't speak Igbo, or they can't speak Hausa.
Just how soon can this renaissance be seen? Other concerns are raised about building the capacity of teachers who will instruct in indigenous African languages. This is just as the author and reviewer believe that originality is lost when teaching or translating in foreign languages.
Even in my days then, don't speak vernacular. If you speak vernacular, you were penalized. So it is not just the mothers and fathers of today. That is how they programmed us. And they wanted us to remain under their feet. Mama, I don't think that's what I think we want to put a stop to.
You have to start encouraging people to take an interest in African studies, let me put it that way, and African languages. So when you have people who are trained, especially teachers, and it's not just at the university level, you understand, because it is the foundation that matters. So our educational policy planners, okay, should first create laws, okay, that will emphasize mother tongue education right from nursery and primary school.
The author concludes that Africa is not modern because the continent has not used its first languages in the education of its people, as done by others since Renaissance, explaining on the need to change this narrative.
Going to launch this book.
Dignitaries from within the Lagos and District Society of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, gathered to host their 59th president. It is also time to inaugurate the new excos of the FBN chapter.
This is clearly demonstrated in the vast and constantly growing community of chartered accountants on our staff list. At least
250 active financial members of the Institute throughout Nigeria.
The 31st chairman of the Lagos and District Society, Toyin Biola Salami, welcomes all present. She reflects on the journey so far, while restating the district's steadfast commitment to inspire the next generation of accountants.
We have remained steadfast in our commitment to excellence. Notably, initiatives such as the Catch Them Young program was also held in November, which hosted over 200 students.
While chartered members of the noble profession wine and dine, issues affecting accountancy globally take center stage at the interactive session. In a chat with the ICANN president, he is quick to share insight on transparency and accountability in the public finance space.
And what we have discovered is that the level of accountability and transparency is low for some states. Some states are taking the bottom 5 lowest performing states. And we have been advocating for this better transparency because we believe that when there is better transparency and accountability, then there is an improved governance because the various arms of government will be able to state what these funds are used for and how the funds impact on the life of the citizen.
The Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Institute of Management Accountants Global Economic Confidence Survey shows declining confidence among accountants globally for the third consecutive quarter in the fourth quarter of 2023, consistent with a further moderation in global growth. What is being done to drive confidence in young people to the profession, and what does the future hold for the industry?
As a district, every year we have all these programs that we carry out during the year. One of them is the Catch Them Young program, where we go to schools within our catchment area. We visit them, we give books, we give presents, we do quizzes. We try to encourage them to become accountants. This year alone, we had one in November, and we intend to have another one on the 28th of February. And all this is all done with sponsors and people who come together just to encourage our young ones to become accountants.
So what has happened in the profession is that globally, especially in the Western world, the profession is no longer attracting the young ones. And of course, you know, where you don't have young ones, the tendency is that the profession is going to get into extinction. But in ICANN, which is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have a program targeted at the young ones. We call it Catch Them Young program. And because of that, our program, we have been able to attract young ones to the profession.
Awards are presented to outstanding members of the district for exceptional service and dedication.
Madam, congratulations. On behalf of the ICANN Lagos and District Society, we present these gifts to the President of ICANN.
So the more you belong to a chapter, the more you belong to a district, because that's a
At a Lion Estate in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Louis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adeposipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. He was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when he hurts, and I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person, but that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I will miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call that's cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July 1943 and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than, at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine art career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadi Obi that you people know today. It's all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn new ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world. And then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jags, Ice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chopsticks had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. So he could gather money and go back to school, and, you know. So I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but yeah, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field, But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to set, on set by my friends, and, you know, that spark started to burn again. You know, I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do, or rest. Man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray, and that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this is what's popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. They were making me carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing like, I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but like, that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Climate crisis is the most pressing issue of our times, and the best weapon against it is awareness. This is where journalists play a crucial role in forming and raising awareness in society to increase understanding of the need for environmental protection. Hello everyone, under the theme Journalism in the Face Environmental Crisis, and we will discuss the role of media in shaping public perception and policy making regarding environmental issues. Hello again.
Hi.
Hi. So here at VOA, we constantly cover, climate change issues and other environmental degradation issues, especially on Africa. So how do you connect the role of the media with climate change?
Well, I mean, let's go back 20 years ago. The media used to warn everybody about climate change, and it was like a rumor. It was like, you believe it or you don't. But right now, everything is happening right in our face, but we still need more information. They still need, a need for awareness. So yes, the media has a very important role in, covering climate change.
Have you seen any reporting maybe?
Yeah, so Ginny and I come from the Congo, a country known to have the second world's lung regarding the forests. And exactly at that time last year, I was publishing a piece for the British think tank Chatham House. And the name of the piece was The Role of the Congo's Forests, Peatland and people in safeguarding the planet. And what I discovered is that women in the forest, in the environmental world, and in rural areas are welcomed as part of the labor force, but excluded from decision making.
Yeah.
So they are organizing and creating organization so that they can have a say to the decision making when it comes to
I like
nature.
the point you made, especially women are the most affected by climate change impacts. You know, when I was a journalist in Ethiopia, I intensively covered climate change issues, environment issues, and I had a chance to travel around the country to see the impacts, not only in Ethiopia. I even went to rural areas of Zambia, Malawi, you know, Tanzania, South Africa, Botswana. I have seen how especially women are suffering from climate change related impacts. I have seen how families lost their farmlands and their resources, and women cannot feed their children anymore because, you know, rain is not coming and the field is not giving grains. Or they are the pastoralists, they are not getting enough milk to give to their children anymore. And for women, because they are financially insecure and because they are less educated, they end up being displaced. And they don't even own land, right? Yeah. So they get displaced and they even get exposed to other gender-based violence.
Indeed.
And you can see that how, you know, there is a lot of issues when it comes to climate change impacts. And sadly, they don't even know what's happening to them, right? Mm-hmm. That's where the media comes in creating awareness.
Absolutely.
Well, Africa is the least contributor to the rise in greenhouse emissions, with only 2 to 3% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions. However, according to United Nations, African countries are disproportionately facing the impact of climate change, including increased drought and floods. In East Africa, for example, recent deadly floods have killed at least 155 people in Tanzania and affected more than 200,000 others. In Kenya, at over 170 people have died since the start of the rainy season in March, while overflowing of Lake Tanganyika in Burundi have displaced more than 130,000 people from their homes. That's why climate reporting is not optional. United Nations says journalists have a responsibility to inform the public of climate change threats and educate them on how to make better decisions for themselves, their communities, and their planet. But not without a risk. As International Press Institute reports, journalists covering environmental stories are often subjected to arrest, physical violence, online attack, restricted access to information, and freedom of movement. On this week's edition of Our Voices, we will focus on the important role of environmental journalism and the challenge they face as they seek to document environmental effects.
This year's World Press Freedom Day theme is journalism in the face of the environmental crisis, and a South African media outlet called Ox Pickers focuses on exactly that. For VOA, Kate Bartlett spoke to some of its journalists about what drives and challenges them as they report on people and practices that hurt the planet.
Thabo Malulekwa was a news junkie from a young age. He recalls how growing up, he used to beg his dad to let him watch a current affairs show that aired way past his bedtime.
I told myself that one day I will be a journalist and I will help the communities. And up to now, the stories that I write, I make sure that there must be some kind of action or some kind of answers that comes from the policyholders, the people in the government.
As an award-winning reporter with Oxpacker's Investigative Environmental Journalism, a media outlet headquartered in South Africa, he does exactly that, at some risk.
In the stories that I do find officials hiding information from me, and when I go to dig deeper, some of the people will say, please, you can publish this, but anonymously. That shows you that here there is some kind of danger, something is being hidden.
He remembers reporting on illegal mining at an abandoned gold mine in Johannesburg.
We tried to get some footage, but we were told that here, guys, you can be shot. And you don't want to go next to those people because there are powerful people that they are working for. You ask for an interview, you are dead.
But he keeps reporting, saying the issues he covers are crucial to people in impoverished communities who don't have a voice. And Oxpecker's stories do make a difference. An investigation into mining near a major water source in South Africa brought change.
Around, and there were plans by a mining company to mine coal. We reported on that, and that has resulted in a lot of changes around policy and laws relating to mining and how it should operate.
Oxpeckers relies on cutting-edge technology combined with boots-on-the-ground reporting to expose environmental offences and track perpetrators.
We've also used a range of other tools that include satellites, drones, and various multimedia tools. So we combine geojournalism, data journalism, and these other new media tools with traditional investigative journalistic techniques.
Oxpecker's website includes mapping and data sets on mining, wildlife crime, timber issues, renewable energy, and more. While focused on Southern Africa, the nonprofit has expanded its network to Asia and Europe. Many of these stories focus on wildlife crimes involving endangered African species like rhinos and pangolins. Again, Oxpecker's stories have proved consequential. McLeod says its reporting has led to the prosecution of a number of trafficking kingpins. Kate Bartlett, VOA News, Duduza Township, South Africa.
Thanks, Kate, for that report. Now, to learn more about the challenge in covering the environment as well as climate-related issues in parts of Africa, we have invited Sophie Mbugua, an environmental journalist and media consultant based in Nairobi, Kenya. Sophie is the founder of Africa Climate Conversations, a multimedia platform that includes a weekly 30-minute podcast highlighting the climate change story from the African perspective. Sophie, it's a great pleasure to have you on Our Voices.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you have dedicated your journalism career to exclusively cover climate change, energy, and other environment-related issues. So how do you evaluate the impact of climate reporting on society?
Climate change is, I would say, it's more real now. It's hitting home more today. As you can see, not only is it flooding in East Africa, we're also experiencing a lot of drought. We have actually, when you look at Zimbabwe, there've been a lot of issues in terms of drought, Southern African region in terms of issues, lack of water. We've had heat waves in West Africa. And it tells you like, this is not just an issue that was seen, because it was seen from a far end, something that is emanating from the West, but it's something that we need to take serious. And there's something that we need to actually do more research in terms of looking forward, in terms of where we are going, what exactly the projection, what is expected. The science has been there, but I think it calls for more understanding and for more action and understanding that is not something that needs to be done tomorrow, but it's something that needs to be done today, because it's impacting people directly every single day.
And thank God, voices like yours, Sophie, are here to remind all of us of that. As a reporter back in DRC, I found it at times challenging to be a woman in my field. Do you find it particularly challenging to do what you do?
At the beginning, yes, I did. At the beginning, because in the first place, someone sees you, but they're like expecting that you're not going to go far. Or sometimes you find yourself in a situation where, favors, for you to access some information in terms of other, say, for example, people expect different aspects that you're not going to actually be able to last for a long time. Mm-hmm. But then over time, once you understand, this is actually, because for me, I quit my job, my radio job, to actually do this, environmental protection. It is something that I found, this is what I want to do. And so at the beginning, you have to create a niche for yourself, and you have to actually understand, look forward in terms of where do I want to go in the couple of years that I want, in the next coming years. And then you strategize and you realize that we we are all equal in one way or another. But then again, it's that one particular aspect to realize I am a woman, yes, and the people that I am actually, reporting about and communities that I meet every other single day, and meeting especially women who are really highly impacted by climate change. But also it's that aspect of realizing that when it comes to climate change, all of us are innate. It's not about men and women are impacted differently, but also it comes in terms of when it comes to issues of reporting. Sometimes there are places that I found myself in situations where as a woman, in terms of security, of not being able to access, or maybe, there are different dimensions when it comes to access and security when it comes to women and men.
I bet. So did you notice a change once you made the decision and stayed the course in people's reaction?
Respect. You realize, at the beginning, I remember the first time, there is someone who, once I was reporting and they looked at me and they didn't take me seriously because once I was a freelance. Secondly, they had not seen me on any major platform back here at home because much of my work that I've done was I actually reported for international media. And so I remember one person, really profiling you. I think that's what I would actually say. I was profiled mainly at the beginning, but I think as time went by and people started reading my work, people started seeing the work that I'm actually doing, and you can send someone links and they can associate you with specific media houses and sometimes big media houses, then I found respect, that people now, you start commanding some respect that at the beginning wasn't there.
Nice. And I mean, just the fact that, you quit your job to solely focus on this issue, that says a lot about, the urgency of what's going on right now. But also, I want to go back to what you said earlier. It's hitting home. So what are the pressing issues, in Kenya or elsewhere in the continent in relation of climate change that you have seen and experienced?
I think the pressing issues that, for me, I would say we need to ask ourselves as a continent, the pressing story is asking, should Africa move at the same pace that the world is moving? The reason I'm saying that is because, yes, climate crisis is an emergency. When you, at the beginning, we said that Africa is contributing very little in terms of emissions. Mm-hmm. But then again, you find a continent that is not prepared. When Paris Agreement was actually passed, you find that many African countries were very they were very fast in terms of adopting this particular agreement. But then again, look at what we did in terms of drafting our NDCs. Much of that was drafted not specifically in terms with research in terms of where we're going, but mainly was drafted for depending on where the money was coming from. Mm-hmm. And you also find right now the rush in terms of implementing, mitigating climate. Yes, I completely understand the urgency and the need to go carbon neutral. But then again, I feel like Africa needs to pause.
And that's where we will end. We would love to keep you longer, Sophie. But thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. We'll take a pause right now. We really want to thank you, Sophie Mbugua, founder of Africa Climate Conversations, for sharing your personal experience and extensively covering climate change on the continent as we mark World Press Freedom Day. We will continue our conversation on how media can help fight climate change and ways to support it. When we come back, we will also hear from Lisa Palmer, research professor of science communication at George Washington University. We also love, to hear from you on social media platforms. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, and our handle is at VOA Africa. Don't forget to use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
You are with Our Voices and welcome back. Today we are celebrating World Press Freedom Day, which is marked around the world under the theme Journalism in the Face of Environmental Crisis. Joining us in the studio is Lisa Palmer, Research Professor of Science Communication at George Washington University and Senior Editor and Education Lead at Planet Forward Eco-Journalism Program. Ms. Palmer is also award-winning environmental and science journalist, and she has a book titled Hot Hungry Planet, The Fight to Stop a Global Food Crisis in the Face of Climate Change. Ms. Palmer, it's a great pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Of course. And your book mainly discusses the planet's greatest challenge in terms of climate change. So how do you see the role of the media in this fight?
Well, I think the more we talk about climate change, the more we can start to focus on solutions. You know, the climate change is occurring all over the world, as my students today are able to even write stories about how their lives already have been impacted by climate change, no matter where they come from. So we know that climate change is occurring. It's largely affected by what humans are doing, and it will have devastating effects for human populations all over the world. And so we don't have to go far to be able to tell stories on this. But I really like to say that the media has a job to do about reporting more on the solutions of what's available.
Do you say that it's playing the role, or is it yet to play?
It still needs to play. I think it's definitely failed in many areas in journalism because, number one, there's been a huge number of cuts in environmental journalism. It's not necessarily the biggest clicks. We know that the stories are complex. People don't want us to stick with a complex story. And so there's a lot of lack of funding for these important stories that aren't easy to do. They have to go into some hard-hit places. They're often remote and sometimes on private land. And they're, like you said, others have said, they are often put the reporter in kind of some vulnerable conditions. I've been in those myself, and so it's not for everybody, but these are important stories to tell.
Definitely.
Before we continue our conversation, let's hear from journalists on the continent about their role in climate change reporting. Our reporter, Sheila Pony from South Sudan capital, Juba, spoke to Awan Achek, a journalist from the Dawn Daily newspaper, freelance journalist, Legoni Denis Mouye, Jennifer James, a reporter at the City Review newspaper, and last but not least, Dennis Maurice Mimbugbe, an environmental broadcast journalist in our Your Voice segment. Take a listen.
The role of journalists is very simple, is to educate, inform, and entertain the public. So we understand there's a lot of issues to do with the environment in the country. We have things to do with the floods last year and other things that are related to the environment. So our role there is to educate the public about the impact of environmental issues on them and other issues related to environment.
Journalists in South Sudan have done their part as far as reporting on these issues are concerned, but there are still some challenges as far as reporting on these issues. When you look at floods and drought in the country, you realize that all these issues do happen in places where there is insecurity, where it is inaccessible for a journalist to go to those places. So it becomes very difficult for a journalist to go get right-hand information from the source. In other countries, you'll find that there is always updates that are given as far as environment is concerned. But in our country, there's nothing of such. So we need to have more scientists, and because environment is about science, and without science, journalists cannot report accurately on these issues of flooding and drought in South Sudan.
As a journalist, my role concerning this year's theme is I should inform the public on the danger of polluting environment. And second to that, I supposed to write stories that will hold government officials accountable because they are not following their roles. For instance, if we looked at South Sudan currently, we have a lot of environmental issues untouched and government are quiet. As a journalist, it's my role to wake them up and hold them accountable and let public know that government are supposed to do ABCDs.
The challenge we face is that lack of knowledge in reporting on environmental issues. Reporting on environmental issues, there are certain things you're supposed to talk about. There are certain impact there are certain elements you're supposed to point out in a story. But now, sometimes if a journalist is not trained how to report environmental issue on science issue, it will be very difficult. If you want to report, you'll see journalists reporting only flat, forgetting other important issues.
Yeah, that's thank you so much for the reporters for sharing. And I like the point she raised about the gap in information
Absolutely,
access.
and that was my question, Lisa. Earlier you mentioned that environmental journalists could do and should do more. And do you see that there is a gap between scientists and journalists?
The scientists are now starting to come along with the importance of communicating with journalists and collaborating more on some stories, and so I'm seeing a lot more potential there for storytelling.
So how can we help media and journalists, equip them more to report more on climate change issues?
Well, I think having convenings and getting people together with sharing ideas and resources is one way. We do at Planet Forward. It's a storytelling platform at George Washington University to help to lift the skills of early career journalists, and so we work with them on at an annual summit, but also work with journalists throughout Africa with Mandela Fellows. We host every year as interns, as well as reporters from Cameroon and Nigeria this past year.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
You're doing an amazing job.
Very amazing job. And maybe one more, we heard that environment journalists, especially I saw a report today, they face arrest, risk, intimidation from governments, from private companies. Can you speak about that?
I have done a lot of research on that with digital attacks against journalists especially, and female journalists are getting attacked in different ways than male journalists, and so having the sensitivity there among the editorial boards of your various news publications, it's really important to work on that, advocate for journalists to be able to tell these stories and to support them in what they need to be able to cover the stories effectively.
Maybe a tip for them on how to protect themselves while exposing these stories?
Yeah, there are definitely some trainings there. For instance, if you're going to the field, communicating with others where you are at all times, and having regular check-ins, co-reporting with other people so that you have a few people that are working on a story. a witness for that.
All right. Thank you so much, Lisa. It was a great pleasure having you. And this is where we end our show. We thank our environmental journalists that joined us today, Sophie Mbugua, founder of Africa Climate Conversations, and of course, Lisa Palmer, professor of science communication at George Washington University and senior editor of Planet Forward. Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. Last but not least, we thank our editorial and production team on Our Voices. We'll see you again next week with another exciting program. Be sure to continue the conversation on our social media platforms. Until then, thanks for watching.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good evening. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has threatened to embark on another nationwide strike to protest absence of governing council in all federal universities across the country, among other issues the government is yet to address. The body, which recalled that the federal government dissolved governing councils of the universities in May last year, has asked Nigerians to hold the government responsible for any decision it takes to protest the action of government. President of ASU, Professor Emmanuel Oshodeke, spoke at a press conference in ASU National Secretariat in Abuja. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Betokun, and sought a court injunction to stop the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, from marrying off 100 orphaned girls. The Speaker recently announced plans to marry off the orphaned girls who lost their parents due to banditry attacks in the Mariga local government area as part of his constituency project on May 24. He announced that the gesture was aimed at alleviating the sufferings of the impoverished, pledging to pay the dowries for the bridegrooms and procuring materials for the mass marriage. The minister, while briefing newsmen in Abuja, described the plans as unacceptable, emphasizing that a full-scale investigation has commenced on the issue. The minister further emphasized within the Child Rights Act, every child belongs to the state. Hence, the rights of every child will be protected from harm, violence, or anything that will infringe on their rights. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakandaji, has stopped the planned hosting of the wedding of 100 orphaned girls in his constituency, saying he would not grace the occasion. Sakindaji took the decision following the action of the Women Affairs Minister Uju Ohaneye, who dragged the Speaker to court to halt the wedding. The Speaker made this known on Tuesday during a media briefing in which he said the minister had overstepped her bounds. He said the minister should take over the sponsorship of the wedding ceremony. The Speaker disclosed that he had already made funds available to the girls' parents through traditional rulers and clerics of his constituency, noting that he would not withdraw the funds. Abdul Malik also pointed out that his motive for wanting to sponsor the wedding was the state of poverty of the girls' parents and not the constituency project, as reported in the media. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has decried the substantial debt burden inherited from the previous administration of Nyesom Wike, saying most of the projects commissioned in the state were not fully funded. Governor Fubara stated this during the commissioning of the Aleto Ogale Ebubu Eteo Road, also known as Old Bori Road, in Eleme local government area of the state.
Project was awarded at the cost of 6.7 billion. And I can say boldly that not kobo is remaining paid the contractor completely. The purpose of this is to let the world know that if there is one problem this administration has, is debt. Most of the projects that are being commissioned, they are coming for their balance payment, and it's running in millions and billions. I've said I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk because I am part of that system. But when you keep pushing me to talk, I will say it so that they will see the nyash of the fowl.
The Kogi State government has announced the rescue of 6 more kidnapped students of the Confluence University of Science and Technology, COSTECH, Osara Kogi. The State's Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fanwo, in a statement on Tuesday, said the fresh number of rescued students brought the number of freed students rescued to 20. He said some of the kidnappers escaped with severe injuries during a gun duel with security agents. Last Thursday, gunmen stormed the university at night and kidnapped some students studying for their upcoming exams. The state government subsequently said rescue operations by security agents commenced immediately. In the meantime, over 500 individuals have been abducted and 50 villages have been ravaged by terrorists commonly referred to as bandits in the northwest region of Zamfara state. Tragically, one of the recent assaults resulted in the loss of lives, including 2 policemen on Monday. A member of the House of Representatives representing Zurmi Shinkafi Federal Constituency, Bello Hassan Shinkafi, confirmed the incident to newsmen, highlighting the numerous communities within his constituency that have fallen victim to these terrorists. According to him, the bandits now operate with impunity, disregarding the time of day or night as they carry out their heinous acts of killing, injuring, and abducting innocent people. Consequently, survivors have been compelled to seek refuge in safer communities elsewhere, the lawmaker admits. He observed the necessity of devising a new strategy to address the problem of bandits in the northwest states. He emphasized the insufficiency of manpower in the area, stating this as a fact. Suspected armed headsmen, numbering over 15, have attacked a Liko community and killed 9 persons, including a pregnant woman. The attack occurred on Sunday around 4 p.m. in Usha Council Ward, Agatu local government area of Benue State. The chairman of Agatu local government area, Honorable Yakubu Ochepo, confirmed the attack. He said over 500 persons were displaced and many others wounded. Ochepo called on the state and federal governments to provide security to the people of Agatu so that they can go back to their farming activities. The eldest son of Maman Nur, founder of the Islamic State of the West African province ISWAP, Mahmoud Maman Nur Abanawi, has surrendered to the Nigerian Security Civil Defense Corps NSCDC in Maiduguri. Mahmoud, who is 22 years old, surrendered to the NSCDC on Sunday and has been handed over to the Bulukutu Rehabilitation Facility for further documentation and custody. This was made known on Tuesday by Zagazola in the Chad Basin. The security expert wrote on X that Mahmoud confessed to having taken part in attacks in Bama, Banki, Goza and several other places as middle-rank fighter under the Boko Haram group. Mahama said intelligence sources told him that Mahmoud was confirmed to be the senior son of late ISWAP founder after undergoing profiling at the command headquarters of NSCDC in Maiduguri. The security expert said that men of the command had facilitated his surrendering through his uncle in Gombarun, Ngala, after receiving information that he was willing to formally surrender to the Nigerian government. A suspect who tried to rob one of the banks in the Dadinkowa area of Jos South local government area, Plateau State, has been apprehended. The suspect, currently in police custody, was apprehended by neighborhood vigilance when he bolted from the bank premises after the failed robbery attempt on Monday. The hooded suspect threatened to detonate a device strapped to his chest if the sum of 100 million naira was not provided to him through a written document. Bank officials were reported to have engaged the suspect in discreet discussion without attracting customers' attention. An eyewitness said the suspect, having realized that his antiques failed, ran out of the bank, crossed over to the highway and was running away before he was stopped by vigilant youths in the neighborhood. A spokesperson of the Plateau State Police Commander Alabo Alfred confirmed the incident as the police commissioner is set to address journalists on the matter. From Bauchi State comes the report that the Governor, Bala Mohammed, has signed the bill establishing the Farmer and Herdsmen Board into law. While signing the bill into law before the members of the Bauchi State House of Assembly on Monday, the Governor said this move was aimed at preventing clashes and promoting security in the state. He said among the provisions of the law, it is to make it punishable for local authorities with some of the traditional rulers who are abusing the privileges of leading to bring arbitrariness and injustice to this category of people, both the farmers and herders. He believed it will go a long way in enhancing security. Additionally, the governor signed the law to repeal the Saadu Zungar University Law 2022 and reenacted the Bauchi State Establishment Law 2010, as well as the law to repeal the Bauchi State Primary Healthcare Development Agency Law 2012. Please stay with us as we take a quick commercial break.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Ovation Media Group cordially invites you to the inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Series. Our Red Daily Momodu is honored to present the Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture on his 64th birthday. The inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture, Intelligent Discourse. Topic: The Politics of Energy and the Way Forward. Speaker: Professor Bartholomew Nnaji, former Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Date: Thursday, May 16th, 2024. Time: 10 a.m. Venue: Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, under the distinguished chairmanship of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. John Dramani Mahama. The Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture is a gathering of intellectuals for the discovery of innovative ideas and exchange of progressive knowledge under a non-partisan atmosphere. Chief host, Governor Ademola Adeleke, the Executive Governor of Osun State. The lecture will be live on GH1 TV Ghana, Arise News, Plus TV, News Central, and also on social media platforms: YouTube, OVTV Online, Facebook, Ovation TV Live, X, Ovation Media Group, and Zoom.
Thanks for staying with us. We'll move to other parts of Africa. The United Nations UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has urged all parties in the Sudan to immediately stop the fighting and resume ceasefire negotiations without further delay. He expressed grave concern over the outbreak of fighting in El Fasher, north of Darfur, which has put 800,000 civilians at risk. Guterres said he was alarmed by the reports of the use of heavy weaponry in densely populated areas, resulting in dozens of civilian casualties, significant displacement, and the destruction of civilian infrastructure. He further pointed out that civilians in the area were already facing a looming famine and the consequences of over a year of war. Outside Africa now, an inmate convicted of burglary escaped the van following the incident. He is currently on the run. According to officials, at least 2 French prison officers were reported dead as 4 armed men ambushed the van on inmate transfer duty in the country's northwest on Tuesday. The incident occurred at the Incaville toll booth near Val de Ruel in Normandy. The 2 officers, included the driver, died in the shootout, while 3 others were injured. The freed inmate was being transported from the town of Rouen to Évreux. According to the domestic press, the detainee is known as 30-year-old Mohamed Amra. He is said to have been convicted of burglary and is known for cases linked to drug trafficking. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron and Minister of Justice Éric Dupond-Moretti both expressed their condolences to the families and colleagues of the slain officers. And that's the news. My name is Nyamgul Aggaji. Thanks for being there.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful, and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too. My name is Ese Grimbowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bow to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
This week on The Inside Story, $95 billion in foreign aid approved by the United States Congress and signed by President Joe Biden. See how we got here and who's getting the money. In its third year fighting a Russian invasion, parts of Ukraine are now littered with landmines. Plus, the role of artificial intelligence in the coming election in this week's installment of USA Votes 2024. Now, on The Inside Story, politics, U.S. aid, and war.
Welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Elizabeth Lee. After months, even years of bitter divide, a moment of bipartisan cooperation at the United States Capitol. Lawmakers in the House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed a $95 billion aid bill. It's since gone through the Senate to the White House, where President Biden this week signed the aid package that features spending for Ukraine, Israel, Gaza relief, and the Indo-Pacific region. VOA's congressional correspondent, Catherine Gibson, starts us off.
Urgently needed ammunition and supplies. Soon on their way to Ukraine after months of waiting. U.S. President Joe Biden signing a bill Wednesday, sending more than $60 billion in aid to Ukraine.
This package is literally an investment, not only in Ukraine's security, but in Europe's security.
Ukrainian lawmakers are expecting a fast delivery now that funding has been approved.
The logistics for the shipments is already well established. Normally it takes not more than 48 hours to actually come to the front lines.
Meanwhile, Russia downplayed the impact the long-awaited weapons will have on the two-year-old conflict.
All these new batches of weapons, which are probably already ready, will not change the dynamics at the front.
After months of debate over American involvement in foreign conflicts, the U.S. Senate overwhelmingly approved the legislation by a vote of 79 to 18 late Tuesday. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell worked closely with Democratic counterpart Chuck Schumer to pass the aid.
We tell our allies, we stand with you. We tell our adversaries, don't mess with us. We tell the world, the United States will do everything to safeguard democracy.
The measure gained significantly more Republican support after former President Donald Trump scaled back his criticism of sending more aid. The legislation also includes $26 billion in aid to Israel and $8 billion in funding to Taiwan and other Indo-Pacific early Wednesday.
We urge the U.S. side to honor its commitment of not supporting Taiwan independence with concrete actions and stop arming Taiwan in any way.
The legislation also includes a provision forcing TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance to divest ownership of the social media app within 1 year or face a ban in the United States. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
News of the U.S. approving a nearly $61 billion aid package for Ukraine comes as the country expects a Russian assault this summer. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called the assistance vital in a post on Telegram. But as Anna Chernikova reports from Kyiv, there is some concern that $10 billion of that aid is in the form of a loan, leaving a cash-strapped nation on the hook for repayment.
Approval of America's $60 billion aid package to Ukraine brought hope to people on the streets of Kyiv as they brace for a Russian assault expected in a few weeks. Many here had worried the U.S. was abandoning them. They did not want their last names used for security reasons.
I'm very glad that this issue has finally been moved forward. Finally, there will be help for Ukraine from the US. This brings joy. I think that any Ukrainian will tell you that this was a very critical issue.
There will be more help, more equipment. We will win faster. Faster, the peace will come without war, without losses, without grief.
Без війни, без всяких втрат, плачів.
People say they are grateful to the American people after weeks of tension made worse by a delay in the aid's passage.
Of course there are positive emotions. We've been waiting for this for a very long time. Of course we're grateful to them, Americans, for providing us with weapons. I wish it will get to our soldiers at the front line as fast as possible.
After the package cleared its first hurdle in the U.S. House of Representatives, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked American lawmakers, saying the aid will benefit both Ukraine and the United States.
We appreciate every sign of support for our country and its independence, people and way of life, which Russia is attempting to bury under the rubble. America has demonstrated its leadership since the first days of this war. Exactly this type of leadership is required to maintain a rules-based international order and predictability for all nations.
Military analysts here say the U.S. aid, which includes long-range missiles, could be a game-changer on the battlefield. Alexander Musienko, head of the Center for Military Legal Studies, says U.S. support, including advanced long-range guided missiles called ATACMS, is critical as Ukraine is running short on weapons and ammunition.
Russian troops are preparing to intensify their offensive in the east, and the Ukrainian troops really need additional weapons, additional ammunition, projectiles. We need ATACMS to restrain this offensive.
Musienko and others believe chances have increased significantly for Ukrainian forces when they face the Russian offensive that's expected in the coming months. Washington's aid package to Ukraine consists largely of loans, which has touched off an intense debate in Ukraine. The country is already struggling with a national debt that has reached $145 billion, up from nearly $90 billion at the start of the war. Some economists and politicians are raising questions of how and when Ukraine will be able to pay it all back. These are desperate times for Ukraine, and for many Ukrainians, what's most important is the money is coming now. Anna Chernikova, VOA News, Kyiv.
Of the $26 billion worth of aid to Israel in this new package, about half is direct military assistance. Meanwhile, university campuses across the United States see daily protests by students and teachers demanding a ceasefire and humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza. Police jailed several demonstrators and organizations suspended students. Despite that, protests persist. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias has the story.
Pro-Palestinian students protest at Columbia University in New York, even as administrators call for the dismantling of encampments. Negotiations on how to disperse the crowd are underway.
Shame on you! Shame on you!
Last Thursday, more than 100 students were arrested at universities across the country. The protests come at a time when school administrators are being urged to clamp down on anti-Semitism. VOA witnessed firsthand the aftermath of Thursday's arrests at Columbia University. One protester, who declined to give her name, laid out some of the students' demands.
I'm here to demand immediate ceasefire along with my other comrades so we can get humanitarian aid to Gaza.
Architecture professor Mary McLeod expressed her views on measures being taken to handle the demonstrations.
I don't know why they had to bring in the cops, put handcuffs on students, and why they can't accept a few tents where the students were totally peaceful.
A Columbia student who identified herself as Argentinian Jewish saw it differently.
It's very scary. I can't concentrate during the class because they're screaming all day. I'm scared to say that I'm Jewish because I don't know they're extremists. They were holding pictures and supporting Hamas.
Protests have continued to spread to other campuses in the United States. On Tuesday, a tent camp was erected at the University of California, Berkeley in a show of support for those arrested at Columbia and Yale universities on Monday. In the nation's capital, students at the American University protested internal policies they say resulted from the pro-Palestinian demonstrations nationwide and already curtailed their freedom of expression.
It's a new policy, a new directive, which banned indoor protest, which AU has a long history of having indoor protests. It also restricted flyering and what type of materials can be posted around campus and who can do it.
In a statement to VOA, the American University said the directives were implemented to support the safety and sense of belonging for students, and that it will continue to support the rights and responsibilities of free expression. Politicians have also weighed in. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson called for the resignation of the president of Columbia University, Minouche Shafik, during a visit to the campus on Wednesday. On Tuesday, House Minority Leader Democrat Hakeem Jeffries condemned all forms of anti-Semitism and called for a redoubling of efforts to bring communities together. After giving remarks on Earth Day on Monday, President Joe Biden told reporters he condemns anti-Semitic protests and, quote, those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians. One expert on religion and conflict says academic institutions need places where students can have meaningful discussions.
One needs to be very careful about talking about sides and recognize that there are some issues about justice that bring together Jewish, Muslim, Palestinians, Christian students to that space of protest. And indeed, the issue is that there is a deep confusion in how to define anti-Semitism.
Meanwhile, the death toll in Gaza has surpassed more than 34,000, according to Gaza's health ministry. And there's no sign the war between Israel and Hamas is going to end anytime soon. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
More than 2 years after Russia's full-scale invasion, officials say Ukraine is now one of the most landmine-littered countries in the world. And as Licia Bakales reports from Kyiv, the scattered landmines go beyond just risk to human lives and limbs. They also impact the environment.
The village of Lipivka in the Kyiv region was occupied by Russians at the beginning of the full-scale invasion. The signs indicate there is a minefield they left 300 meters from here. Mine-clearing charity The Halo Trust is working to clear it. The miner Yulia doesn't give her last name for security reasons.
Very carefully, I put my hand at 30 degrees and 60 centimeters forward. If I see something suspicious, similar to a tripwire, I rub it with my fingers. This one is a dry stalk of grass. I feel it with my fingers.
The Kyiv region is one of 3 areas in Ukraine where the Halo Trust is working to clear landmines and other explosives.
With the conflict ongoing and the scale of contamination, it's hard to say precisely, but it's likely that Ukraine is the most contaminated country in the world. So estimates for how long it will take to demine Ukraine range from 10 years to more.
Ukraine's Environment Minister Ruslan Strelets explains the scale of the issue.
25% of the territory of our country is mined or potentially requires study and future demining.
Apart from the mortal danger for people, mines also cause significant damage to the environment, said the minister. Each uncontrolled explosion can cause a forest fire.
We had cases when foresters, receiving information about the start of a forest fire, tried to get to the place of this fire and were blown up by mines. So we cannot even get access to some territories due to the mining.
Explosives also kill animals who cannot be stopped by warning signs. Every explosion, even a controlled one during demining, means heavy metals seep into the soil.
It is important to record the levels of pollution after demining. This impact on the environment is currently not being tracked, so we encourage this to be changed so that the level of pollution is already taken into account when the land is returned for use.
That is a goal the Halo Trust is working towards with its agricultural team. Environment Minister Strelets says Ukraine's ecosystems represent 30% of the entire biodiversity of Europe. He says demining is the first step in healing the damage. Lesia Bakalets, VOA News, Kyiv.
Elsewhere, a group of activists in Turkey is planning to challenge Israel's naval blockade of Gaza. Several vessels are expected to leave Istanbul carrying aid to the Palestinian territory. A previous mission in 2010 ended in a deadly confrontation. Then Israeli forces intercepted a Turkish group, leading to 10 people killed. From Istanbul, our correspondent Dorian Jones reports there are warnings this attempt may trigger a new crisis.
The Akdeniz will lead the flotilla of 3 ships from Istanbul, carrying more than 5,000 metric tons of aid to Gaza, including medical supplies and food. The flotilla is organized by a coalition of international and Turkish humanitarian groups. They say it's not just about delivering aid, but challenging what they describe as Israel's blockade on Gaza. They want Israel to allow aid to enter from Egypt.
We hope to break the illegal naval blockade of Gaza that Israel has had on it for decades. We hope to certainly bring food, medicines that are needed by the people of Gaza. It's a small drop in the bucket. We're calling for the border of Rafah to be open, where there's tons of food that's waiting.
It's been 14 years since flotilla organizers last tried to break the blockade. The last time, Israeli commandos intercepted the Mavi Marmara, the vessel leading the flotilla. The raid led to the deaths of 10 people. Activists say they are aware of the dangers they face, but say the risk is worth taking, considering the scale of the humanitarian crisis.
We are conscious that it's not a mission without any danger, but the danger and the horror is part of exactly the horror that we want to denounce.
Everyone taking part is having lessons on how to de-escalate a possible confrontation with Israeli forces. There's been no comment from Israeli officials, but analysts warn the risks are real given the tensions in the region.
But obviously, this is a very, very intense time now in Israel. And also, I would be very careful and hope that the authorities are, in both sides, are aware of what they need to do to make sure that this will not escalate into violence.
The flotilla is awaiting permission from Turkish authorities to set sail. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has not mentioned the flotilla publicly, but officials say he discussed humanitarian aid when he met with the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh on Saturday. Israel condemned that meeting. The flotilla organisers say they are looking for international protection. Dorian Jones, VOA News, Istanbul.
In the southern African nation of Eswatini, less than half of the girls there complete secondary education. That's according to UNICEF, with pregnancy and poverty being the major contributing factors. Now, a new mentorship program aims to buck those trends by educating girls in the fields of science and technology. From Enzini, Eswatini, Noko Kayamuzi reports.
I've always wanted to be a cardiologist since I was in grade 6. I like that because it saves lives and it's a risky job, and I like taking risks because being a girl these days is just very hard thing to do because people limit you and tell you can't be this, you can't be that, and I want to prove that wrong.
While some young women have the passion and drive to excel in science, technology, engineering, and math, societal barriers have kept them from reaching their full potential. But through the STEM Sisters Mentorship Program, sponsored by Eswatini's Queen Nozizwe, aspiring civil engineers like Sianda Dlamini can learn, grow, and even dream bigger.
I entered my first science competition where I actually competed, and I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed the fact that I was given a problem and was able to solve it. That's what I enjoy the most. And then after that, we had career expos where people who have pursued careers in the science department came and told us more about their careers. And that's when I realized that I want to do anything under engineering.
As the first female managing director of Eswatini Bank, Queen Nozizwe Gamulela Zulu has worn many hats throughout her career, but her latest role as a driving force behind STEM Sisters could turn out to be the most impactful.
What is important is that we as young professionals, as women that participate in STEM courses or STEM jobs and careers, it is important that we also take time to visit them, to guide them, so that they can see that it is actually doable.
Eswatini girls often miss out on potential careers in engineering, computer science, and medicine. In order to break limiting stereotypes, Mulela Zulu has partnered with WomEng Eswatini, which promotes women in STEM fields. Nogukanya Musi, VOA Central Asia Division, Menzini, Eswatini.
Before we leave you, an update on USA Votes 2024, where we look at the run-up to this year's presidential election. This time, the role of artificial intelligence in the campaigns. VOA correspondent Scott Stearns has our story.
So far, artificial intelligence in this presidential campaign has been most pronounced in the New Hampshire primary, where thousands of voters received a call from a voice sounding like Joe Biden, telling them not to vote.
Voting this Tuesday only enables the Republicans in their quest to elect Donald Trump again.
The fake voice was made by Louisiana magician Paul Carpenter for $150.
If anybody's looking for some kind of flag, not a false flag, but like a flag, a gameplay flag where something bad happened, and I'm the flag.
U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal says there's no time to wait for another flag.
Disinformation and deepfakes are about to descend on the American public. The form of their arrival will be political ads and other forms of disinformation that are made possible by artificial intelligence. There is a clear and present danger to our democracy.
At a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on AI in this election last week, Senator Josh Hawley said it's time to act.
The dangers of this technology without guardrails and without safety features are becoming painfully apparent. And I think the question now is that are we going to have to watch some catastrophe unfold?
It's already possible to detect calls like the one in New Hampshire, says artificial voice generation developer Zohaib Ahmed.
We believe that AI watermarking technology is a readily available solution
that can already check the integrity of audio content.
With that technology in place, what's lacking is regulation, says deepfake detection entrepreneur Ben Coleman.
There's a really nice framework in both national and also state level regulations in the space. When you upload something on, for example, YouTube, it's checking for a few things. It's checking for violence, it's checking for underage imagery, it's checking for, are you uploading the latest Drake song? That's because of regulations. So to scan for generative media would just be another check within that same flow.
The U.S. Federal Election Commission is considering rules that would prohibit using AI in ads to deliberately deceive voters. New Hampshire Secretary of State David Scanlon told the Senate committee that unchecked generative AI, like the fake Biden call, threatens voter confidence.
The most fundamental, important thing that I perceive in my role as Secretary of State is to make sure that an election is not messed up, that the voters believe and know that it was run fairly and accurately to the highest standards possible. And if we lose that, it will be very, very hard to get it back.
In New Hampshire, lawmakers are working to require that political advertising within 90 days of an election disclose if audio, still images, or video have, quote, been manipulated or generated by artificial intelligence technology and depicts speech or conduct that did not occur. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
I'm Elizabeth Lee. We'll see you next time for The Inside Story.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Coastal Highway Project probe. Reps to summon Edun Umahi, Attorney General of the Federation. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The House of Representatives on Thursday resolved to probe the ongoing 15 trillion naira Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project. As such, the House said it would set up an ad hoc committee which would investigate the project and submit a report within 4 weeks. The resolution of the House followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved during plenary by the member representing Gwa East, Gwa West Federal Constituency, Benue State, Mr. Austin Achado. The House also resolved to summon the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi SAN, the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and his works counterpart, Dr. David Umahi, to shed more light on the project. But the Ministry of Works defended the project, saying it followed due process. It also said the House of Representatives members that pledged support for the project. A 700-kilometer turnpike infrastructure, the Coastal Highway project has attracted commendation and condemnation since the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration approved it in February. The 10-lane coastal road was designed to connect Lagos to Cross River, passing through Ogun, Ondo, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers, and Akwa Ibom states before culminating in Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Under Goodluck Jonathan, the highway was to cost $12 billion and 11.1 billion under Muhammadu Buhari. It was subsequently expanded from a 4-lane dual carriageway to a 10-lane highway. Minister of Works Dave Umahi disclosed that the construction of the coastal road was expected to span 8 years and cost 4 billion naira per kilometer. So far, the minister disclosed that the Federal Executive Council had approved the release and released 1.06 trillion for the contractor for the pilot phase of the construction, which started at the Eko Atlantic City and will terminate at Lekki Deep Sea Port. Although many have lauded the ambitious project, others faulted the process of the award of the contract that led to the emergence of Hi-Tech Construction Company Nigeria Limited as the preferred contractor. Umahi had explained that the reason for awarding the contract to Hi-Tech without competitive bidding, as laid down by the laws, was because of the company's quote-unquote track record. Umahi said the approval process went through the Bureau of Public Procurement after consideration by the Federal Executive Council as prescribed by law. Aside from the cost, the demolition of structures along the right of way of the project, particularly the hospitality outlets around the Lagos beaches, has sparked public discourse on the project. We are now being joined by an economist, Mukhtar Muhammad. We also have a public affairs analyst, Biodun Showumi. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics. Mukhtar, let's start with you. What is your initial take on the Lagos-Calabar project?
Well, for me, it's a good project, but again, we must look at other things before we make decisions. What we see in Nigeria, once it's done, once it's a good project, we don't think to take stakeholders along so that we can have smooth implementation of the project. When it comes to the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, there's a lot of controversies, whether it was not open publicly for bidding, one company got it, and again, there's the place of integrity, where there seems to be news that the son of the president is a member of the board of that company that was given the contract. And so all these are things that makes a very good project begin to show with a lot of controversy.
Mukhtar, the son of the president is allegedly a member of a sister company owned by the same family, Shaguri, but not the construction company itself.
Yes, sorry, that was so. But again, that is conflict of interest, whether sister company, whether the company. But for me, I think economically, you are seeing a project that's going to link about 12 states. That will beef up economic activities along that exit. You are seeing a project that is going to maybe provide a lot of jobs. I mean, if that project starts now, the on-skills will get jobs. But then you need to look at the monumental losses in terms of businesses and in terms of people that will lose their home to this project also. But again, it's boiled down to government being able to settle some of these people that have these issues. But I think economically, it's a viable project, but socially, it's a different ball game, because you have people that will have to lose their jobs. We're not talking about the issue of landmark for now, because if you look at it, the government owns the waterway. Now we need to ask a lot of questions whether landmark actually purchase the seashore, because what the minister have told us is all the shanties along the seashores where they want destroyed. No structure of landmark was touched. So we need to ask questions whether they actually paid for that also, or do they have a right of way to that also. Those are questions that we will need to ask. But economically, looking at it from an economic perspective, I think it's a very, very laudable project. But I have my challenge. It's going to be a project that's going to take 8 years to implement. And already we're already having challenges. Remember, this project has been there, President, like your report have said it, but none of them have had the even started it. So I think the Minister of Works should be commended. But people are just saying with the rush in which they are trying to do the Lagos Calabar road, coastal road, make people become so suspicious because they feel that there are other roads that need urgent attention that are not being given the attention. But again, like I said, economically, it looks very, very good project.
Okay,
but socially, in terms of how we have come
I'll come back to you.
There's still a lot to desire.
Let's bring in Biodun Showunmi now. Biodun, you have one or two things to say as your prologue.
Yes. In the first instance, the issue of this coastal highway did not just start today. It predates, even predated our independence. The coastal highway, Lagos to Calabar coastal highway, had been envisaged long ago, before independence. And clearly it was conceived by Okoti Ebo, who later became the finance commissioner, and he wanted to execute the project.
Federal Finance Minister.
Commissioner for Finance.
Federal Finance Minister. It was First Republic, so it was a ministerial, it was the soldiers, the army who introduced federal commissioners. So Kotiebo was the Federal Finance Minister. Under...
Can I continue with my prologue?
Please go.
And this went on and on, each government differing on implementing it until when the Tinubu's administration decided to take it head on. Now, after taking the project head on, then there were also criticisms around whether the federal government, has a right to encroach or to clear some properties on the shoreline. Of course, the federal government came out with the superior argument, which had been affirmed by the Supreme Court, that 240 meters from the shoreline belongs to the federal government. That's a recent Supreme Court ruling. So therefore, that argument fell by the wayside. Then we now have the issues around the cost of implementing the project. But when it became clear that it would include the standard gauge line, straight down to Calabar, again, that fizzled away. Then we now have another issue being brought up, which is about Seyi Tinubu being on the board of CDK, which is based in Shagamu, a company in which the Shagori brothers hold minority shares, not majority shares, even in CDK. Seyi sits on that board, correct? It's not majority shares. And meanwhile, it's ITEC that got the contract. Seyi does not sit on the board of ITEC. There is no law in Nigeria. And meanwhile, Seyi has been on the board since 2018. There is no requirement under our constitution or any act of parliament that stipulates that on the president, so on somebody is elected as the president, all the siblings must abandon their job. The requirement is only in relation to the president when it comes to conflict of interest. Where does the conflict of interest arise? When Seyi was on the board since 2018, it was not CDK that got the contract, it was ITEC, and the Shagori brothers only had minority shares in CDK. They had only minority shares.
I want to believe...
I cannot see where that is coming from.
I want to believe you had a slip of tongue when you referred to Seyi as sibling. You probably meant son.
Oh, sorry. Seyi Tinubu as his son. Yes.
But having said that, Seyi is a grown individual, a bona fide citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, whose rights are quite independent of his parents. And I want to believe one of the points you have subtly made too is the fact that there is no law that restrains him or constrains him from being a shareholder in a company of his choice. I want to believe that is the point you're making.
Absolutely, but he's not a shareholder in INEC. Yes.
In ITEC.
In ITEC, yeah.
Okay, Mukhtar, I guess you will agree with me that a number of misinformation or deliberate disinformation were given some degree of traction relating to this Lagos-Calabar highway issue. There was a time when it was blown all over the internet that the real estate assets of Landmark were going to be demolished. The minister came into the picture, met the gentleman, and ultimately it became obvious that the props with which they do beachfront trades that were literally located on the well-defined coastal area belonging to the federal government, as stipulated by international law. That law is not peculiar to Nigeria, that it was only those shanties or those props. In his own case, we couldn't call it shanties. The props that he was using for some of the beachfront commercial activities that he was doing that were going to be knocked down. Now, I'm sitting there thinking, is it proper that in the bid to do a project that will inevitably galvanize economic activities for millions and millions of Nigerians, is it proper that we engage in such misinformation and with a view to stopping the government from doing what will positively impact many millions of Nigerians at the expense of one or two people who indeed were ultimately found to have misrepresented the facts regarding what was to be demolished and what ultimately was demolished. Mukhtar, your response, please.
I think, like we said, in terms of the federal, the dissemination of information, misinformation, like I said, is because of the way that the federal government tend to implement projects. Some of these projects that are well thought after, or the information we normally get from most of these projects are really not, in terms of dissemination of information, are really not top-notch. So I think they should work on that. When you want to get a problem, your project, you have to do the public enlightenment, especially the point of the landmark that you brought up today. It was all awash in the social media space, and a lot of people were saying a lot of things that were not right. But again, like you rightly pointed out, I think it has to do from the side of the government. When you want to do a project, you need to make sure that you have dot the line, dot the teeth, and know that you are doing all you have to do to make sure that the project is a success. So I totally agree with you that most of what was being cried all over social media is not supposed to be so. But again, it is what it is when it comes to Nigeria. We tend to go faster than getting the people across. But I totally agree that the federal government did not do so much when it comes with information dissemination to a lot of Nigerians.
Mukhtar, I'll come back to you with the peculiar, the seemingly innovative methodology through which the project is to be financed. Let me go first to Showumi and Biodun. Yes. Do you have a word or two to say on how initially it was I don't want to use some words coming on my tongue, but the internet was inundated with information and representations that ultimately were not quite consistent with what was ultimately done regarding the things that were demolished, the so-called envisaged demolishment of landmarks, real estate assets. What do you want to say? Mukhtar believes that default could also be ping-ponged back to the federal government, because if they had done their PR and public enlightenment and public this thing well, they probably wouldn't have been caught on the hind limbs. What's the take?
Yeah, Mukhtar could be right on the fact that they could have done more in terms of sensitization. But we should not forget one thing, that the issue of Lagos to Calabar Coastal Highway is not a recent project. As far back as under the Jonathan's regime, they actually did acquisition, of land, all through towards Epe on the route that will be taken. So those who went to buy land in those areas which had already been acquired probably did not do a proper check with the Lands Bureau in Lagos. That is possible. And some of them may be ignorant of the fact that they bought lands from land speculators and land, what do they call it, landowners who had previously collected some money. So they may not be aware. So if government had done more enlightenment, probably they would not have been caught up in that. But there are also other people who build shanties along the routes which had been cleared, by federal government. Those who have genuine papers, for instance, CFO or building permit approval from Lagos State government, would certainly be compensated. And many of them have already started receiving compensation. So yes, we could do better in terms of public enlightenment than what the federal government did. They seems to be in a hurry to execute the project.
In a hurry to execute the project is the phraseology that also speaks to the fact that, and I really want Biodun Sowunmi to attend to this, the phraseology that came out from your last statement speaks to the fact that some processes were not quite adhered to in terms of advertising a bid of that magnitude and letting companies who believe they are up to par submit their bids. So the phraseology that you used may be something that may ultimately, and in the backdrop of that, we having the House of Representatives now setting up another committee with a view also to interviewing some federal executive members, prominent federal executive members, the Attorney General, the Minister of Finance, and indeed David Umahi, the Federal Minister for Works. What would be your response to that?
Yes, no doubt. The Tinubu's administration knows that they have 8 years to execute that project, and they are already in the first 1 year. It's a project which is the biggest project, currently coastal project in Africa, and they are in a hurry to ensure that they could do as much as possible before leaving office if he wins the second term. And again, we should not forget how this project was originally conceived. It was meant to be a private sector finance initiative, which was approved. But later, it became obvious that a certain government has to contribute about 30% of the construction cost. When that became obvious, they went back to the Federal Executive Council. It went through the due process, and it was subsequently, approved by the FEC after the due process issued their own certificate. Now, the issue is whether coastal project is not only in the growth of GDP. You only need to look at Lekki when Jakonde did the Lekki Road. How Lekki opened up and became something else. It became money spinner. So you can imagine what would happen once that road is constructed, how many new industries that will spring up, the value that will be added to the GDP. That's one thing. Secondly, the project is conceived throughout the lifespan to employ 500,000 people. So how many people will lose their jobs to start with? Very infinitesimal. We are not talking about 5,000 people. That's not what we're talking about, on that road. then with creation of 500,000 jobs, that for me is fantastic. And if you go to anywhere in the whole world where you have coastal highway, that coastal highway has been a money spinner, through tourism. And for me, it's a win-win situation, irrespective of the pains that will be experienced by a few number of people. We should not forget that there is no gain without pain. And that's quite very important. And I applaud the government for taking this bold initiative to start this project. In the same way, I would expect the government again to commence the Badagry, or whether you call it Agbara to Sokoto Road, because it's a road. They're trying to construct a road around the whole country and open up new areas, for new investments,
I'm not.
It's brilliant.
I'm not particularly surprised that you are calling from the the spur from Badagry, the spur to the Lagos Calabar Road from Badagry to Sokoto. I'm not particularly surprised because if my memory serves me right, somebody has a royal linkage with one of the lightly kingdoms.
Absolutely, in Atonta, yes. The road went through Aton.
Okay, you said it yourself. I didn't spill it on you. Anyway, let me go to Mukhtar now and let's speak to some of the peculiar financial contrivance of the project. Mukhtar, we've heard of the conventional PPP before. We've heard of the private sector sometimes practically being given the concession to do a project like this. But we have a peculiar nomenclature for this. You are an economics person. You want to help us, and the very unique financing architecture that is built into it. You want to help us with that?
Well, you see, when we talk about things like this, we normally talk about the PPP. But this seems to be very different, and sometimes in Nigeria tend to come up with their own homegrown ways, or maybe it's our own homegrown ways of trying to finance this project as it stands now.
Which I want to believe is good. I may be wrong.
It is good. But again, it's good, but implementation has always been a problem when it comes to this project, and especially now it looks like due process were not followed through. And so when you begin to get the National Assembly get themselves involved in, that means they were not involved in the appropriation, they were not carried along. And so when it gets there now, it becomes a little bit shady, because a lot of things begin to come out. Sometimes these things are not true, but again, by the time you get to public views, they are viewing it like they are doing it for themselves, they are not doing it for us. So I think, by and large, sometimes when we start asking questions, that they begin to tell us about, oh, this is how the finances is going to happen, this is how it's going to happen, this is how it's going to happen. They are not always coming clear, at the beginning to say, you know what, this is what should be done, this is how it should be done. I think for me, that was the problem. We mustn't be asking questions because a lot of people were asking questions, is that the right project at this time? And the federal government started explaining. I think all these things should have been kept, and then due process followed. Get the National Assembly involved. The situation by the National Assembly is coming for a proof, because that's foreign investors that want to invest in your country. When they begin to see lack of judicial process, especially when there is no rule of law, and I keep saying it, protection of intellectual properties, they tend to look at that before they want to invest in your country. So when you are doing a very good,
if you may help me, Mukhtar. How is intellectual property rights violated in a project, in this project specifically?
No.
Are you speaking to what is generally opined to be lack of transparency or accountability?
I'm saying that when foreign investors want to come to your country, they look at these two rules. They look at the rule of law and intellectual properties. I'm not talking as intellectual property as regards this current project. In this project, I'm looking at the rule of law, due process. Due process, I'm saying that they tend to look at, was due process followed? It could be a foreign investor that wants to invest in this project. Will he be confident enough to want to invest when he realized that due process were not followed? So that's what I'm trying to say about it. But I'm not saying due, because the minister kept saying that due process was followed. But again, if you watch his interview with a lot of, with some journalists, it became more or less like a comedy. He was not able to almost clear and answers a lot of questions. So I think when you get, I keep saying, when you use a word like probe, it tends to bring negativity to the forefront. Ordinarily, it should be. It should not. But when you say you are probing a project, you are calling for probe. It's that word echo a lot of negativity.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Mukhtar just made a point on the peculiar financing portfolio of the project, but not so much about that, but for him, which is right about the standard that is seemingly below what could be said to be consistent with the rule of law. When processes are not properly followed, when procedures are jumped, and when it's gotten to a point where even members of the House of Representatives are so alarmed that they formed an ad hoc committee to look into the project, and ministers have been summoned to face the House. You have one or two things to say to that, Biodun regarding the managers of the project practically getting themselves into a cul-de-sac of a sort, a PR cul-de-sac of a sort. Is Mukhtar there? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to believe that, like Biodun gave the example when Alhaji Lateef Jakonde, then as governor of Lagos State, instead of the route we used to take to Ekpe in those days, we would go through Ikorodu Road to Ikorodu. From Ikorodu, we will go in the direction of Imota to this thing, and then turn to Ekpe. It was a very circuitous, very draining journey in those days. But when Alhaji Lateef Jakonde opened up the Victoria Island, the Morocco to Ekpe, arterial road, before ITEC eventually under Fashola expanded it. But when Alhaji Jakonde opened that arterial road, it turned from Victoria Island to Lekki, became a very valuable real estate asset. And look at ultimately the magnitude of the investment, real estate investments that have populated that axis. So that may just be a kind of simple this of what may likely emerge if the Victoria Island to Calabar Road were to come to life. How would you want to respond to that?
Exactly. Like I said, economically, the project makes a lot of sense. When you look like what you've said, real estate, we look at tourism. And again, you look at, it's not just Lagos, it's going to pass through about 13 states. And that also is an added advantage to every of those states that this road is going to pass through. You just need to, and when you're saying pass through, that means sometimes we might begin to see less activities in the Benin Shagamu axis of the road, because there could be a link route through that coastal road whereby you will now have to just cut it up and get to Benin, rather than going through Benin Shagamu, since the roads are practically not very good at the moment. So it creates other link route, like what you have just said, the opening up of the Victoria Island axis, Morocco down to Ekpe, what that has done to that area. Same thing will happen here, and it's a coastal road. And again, what one area that a lot of people are not looking at is that it's going to come with a link that will link for railway, the Calabar, Lagos to Calabar railway is going to be also on that same route. So it's first of its kind in Nigeria, and so it's going to be a huge thing for tourists to want to come and see, one, and again to enhance business activities. Look at what is happening these days in Eco Atlantic. A lot of tourists are coming to see what's happening here in Eco Atlantic. Even the almighty American embassy is now will be located in Eco Atlantic very soon. So that tells you what
very soon. I guess I read somewhere that they've started building the biggest American diplomatic mission outside of United States in Eco Atlantic.
Yeah, in Eco Atlantic. Yes, exactly. And so you can see what projects like that could do. So I feel the business climate will be fine to receive that project, but the challenge has always been, this is a project that has been there for years, and it's going to take 8 years to be completed. Even if we are so excited about the mode of funding, not all government, but again, there are still details that need to come up, because that means it's a private sector moved road. They will have to be towing, there will have to be toll gates along those roads, because private sector will not just take their money there for people to just come and go. They want to recoup their money back. So those are part of the costs that we will be paying in the long term. But like I said, economically, that is going to be a game changer. And it could also lead to other major infrastructural projects that might come from other states to link up even with the coastal road. So economically, it makes a lot of sense. But like we always say, sometimes in the economic side of it, you have to look at the human angle of it. People will be displaced, no matter how small, it will be up to 500,000.
I was going to ask Biodun Showunmi, I wouldn't know if he's back now. I was going to ask him to juxtapose, you see, as seemingly inconsistent with best practices that the approval of the project seem to be painted in or painted with. One is also very concerned that we don't get into the kind of cul-de-sac that the English civil engineering industry has gotten itself into relative to say a country like France. The French, if they want to do a project, they do it. You know, they don't faff around, they don't over debate, they don't over litigate. Look, I know projects in England that's been going almost 30 years now. And one was, in fact, expansion of Heathrow Airport had to be ultimately be suspended. Apart from that, the H2 project, almost 20-something years, debate, processes, litigation, and yet, as we speak, because of the Olympic, the French are expanding seriously their light rail and their underground system. They are rebuilding Paris in a magnificent way. And I was reading somewhere that, you know what, they were even speaking condescendingly about English-speaking countries, that we seem to have perfected the art of letting processes choke the need for development. I wonder if they do the kind of litigious and contentious the processes that we do in this part of the world. I wonder if China would have developed as far as China is now with all. Just what would be your response to that?
You hit the nail on the head. That's my fear about this project. A lot of people have said that they are more interested in the Lagos exit of the project. By the time it gets out of Lagos, it will not see the light of day because they feel that will only bring development to Lagos. But we hope it will not be like that. Hopefully the government will get their act together because funding is not going to be a problem unless those means of funding now begin to get issues like you have said in issues of liquidation and others. And I'm more concerned about what the probe of the National Assembly might have on this project going forward, because we know what probes are in this country. Even if at the end of the day, some of these probes have not seen the light of day, but they have ended up sometime in destroying these projects because a lot of people become more suspicious about them because the members sometimes get so emotional. They don't look at the economic viability of this project. They begin to look at the sentimental part of it, that my people are affected, this is going to happen. So that's my fear. Hopefully, President Tinubu will have the political will to do the right thing to make sure that this project see the light of day. To its ultimate conclusion. Since an 8 years project, hopefully he will be able to do much if he has a second term to finish it.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar, for guesting on the show this evening. We want to appreciate your consistency. Thanking you for adding value always. This is where we wrap it up for today. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
This is how these two on-air personalities resume their dream career jobs together every day. Collins and Andrea Teke were renowned individual broadcasters before they fell in love and got married. Not a few people think that relationships are hard enough to deal with on their own, and when you throw working together into the mix, it can get even trickier. One interesting thing about the Tekes is how seamless the couple anchors the same show together, a first of its kind in Nigerian radio.
Lagos, Nigeria, we want to know how you're doing this morning. What is going on around your area? We want you to tell us and also scream, "What's up, Lagos?" Yes! Yes! Chest alive!
They didn't always work together. Collins used to run a production studio, and it was at work that he met Andrea.
I needed a female voice. The client demanded for a specific female voice that sounded a certain way. And explained it to one of my, staff or team members at the time. And he said, "No, I know this lady. This lady is, she has a great voice. She's fantastic. She's beautiful." So, boss, you even like the babe self, that kind of thing. And I said, "Okay, let's hear." Before you know it, there was a phone call. Before you know it, and then bam, it was timely. She came into the studio working, she just stole the presence of the room like, And I couldn't do anything. I didn't have anything in mind because at the time I was in another relationship.
What happens at home? Does Andrea take up the role of a traditional African wife and mom?
I'm blessed to have him. I'm not sure that I'll be able to meet up. I'm not sure that I would be able to meet up if he has not been the way he has been, that is being super supportive. I wake up in the morning and the first thing is to take care of my baby because we have a son together. The first thing is to take care of him, have his bath, prepare his meal, cook and, clean, have my own bath prepared, and then we come to work. But the good thing is he takes up the responsibility of bathing this boy in the morning. So he takes that off my duty, so to speak. Sometimes I do it while he cleans or dresses him up, and then I face the kitchen. So we share that responsibility. It's more like sharing the responsibility at home and also sharing the responsibility at work. So it makes it easy for me.
It's a situation of we are going to work together. We have to leave at the same time. We meet at the same time. Get on time. And then do our show. We have to prep afterwards, do everything together. So I can't go back home and start saying, where's my food? Where's my food from where? You understand? So we plan it together. And I think that pushed me to also, rise to the occasion, which is something I would encourage, especially couples, whether or not you're working together, to rise to the occasion when your woman needs it the most.
Thank you.
Spend.
They call and they greet him first before they greet me. Some don't even greet me. Some don't even regard that I am on the show with him. So it dealt with me when we started initially, dealt with me mentally, dealt with me emotionally, because it felt like I am there, but still not there. Because, it took a while for people to recognize my presence, because at the end of the day, you are his wife. You are supposed to calm down when he's talking. You're supposed to be quiet when he's talking. And, this is my job. I was a broadcaster before I got married to him. And so it is my job first. And that's what people took a while to embrace. It's still something I'm dealing with, and I think that people would gradually get used to it. There are no days that we don't have times where we quarrel, times where he's on a different cloud, I'm on a different cloud, and we have to come on the radio and talk and make Lagos happy.
And do it. Kick a show.
And make Lagos happy. So it's actually challenging where you have to not let the world know that you're dealing with something and come on the air and be beautiful and be excited. We sometimes forget that we're having any issue or there's a quarrel or there's a misunderstanding or there's one problem to deal with right on the show. And after the show, we're out, we're giving ourselves, that was a great show.
I don't know, right? But we're fighting. People tend to just make what they make out of the situation. So whatever you present is what you get. So before you know it, your individual brand starts sinking in the joint brand.
Sharing an office space requires this couple having as little time away from each other as possible, as nerves may become frayed.
We have to create the fun.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And make it a fun-filled. That's what we do.
That's what we create our fun. When we're tensed, right, with everything happening, we call it decluttering. We probably go to the beach side, nobody with us, just the both of us, no phones, nothing. And we are sitting, discussing what is going on in our lives as individuals and also as a couple. We just declutter. What I have been having in my mind that is building up to a resentment, I tell it to him. He also tells me we find a way to trash it out.
And it's a no judgment zone.
Yeah, we try not to judge each other. We just say the way it is.
A number of private organizations don't allow their staff get romantically linked. Collins shares his view about this.
It's a world that is changing from what it used to be, making laws just because you want to make laws, but doing it for the best interest, in the best interest of those involved. So it's a question of, the interest of those involved. I don't think it changes anything. If anything, couples working together has proven, at least in our own case, that it promotes bonding. It also promotes, in fact, I've been a better broadcaster, from the moment she joined me on radio, and even the listener could notice that. I've been a better person, individual, even at work, you know, behaving myself, not doing anything. Because I mean, my family is here. I can't go around messing around. You know, even if I'm that crazy guy, I have to. You know, so the benefits are countless. So if I don't know what the fears are, but I think I want to talk to organizations who have such policies. I think they should review it and you know, give people the chance. I mean, there's nothing wrong for people to be in love and work together.
That's right. I agree with him.
The couple have advice for couples willing to work and build business together.
Once you can create a great atmosphere when you're together, when no one is looking at you, when there's no camera like this one, I'm sure you can replicate that easily when there's a camera. So, but if you do not have that great life and then you want to fake it in front of people and come in and say, oh, everything is fine, hey, you know, it's a matter of time. The toxicity that's involved in it would show, and then it would affect the work. So it all depends on the couple.
There would be challenges. There are things that you would experience that will make you feel like, no, I can't go on anymore. That's just the way marriage is. There are tough times that will make you feel like, yo, I cannot continue this. It's going to happen even with the business. But if you take it the way you take your marriage and say, regardless of this turbulence, regardless of the challenges, it has to work. We have to get it done. When you have that mentality, trust me, it might just come out beautiful.
From the office of the Techers, we head to the home of another interesting couple that has been into automobile mechanics for many years. Wale and Taya Oshikoya have been married for 10 years and working together in repairing vehicles. This home doubles as one of their workshops in Lagos. Marrying Wale was a dream come true for Tayo.
This work started through my husband. Even when we were during courtship, he has been on the field. I was not on the field, but I love the job. So after we get married, I have to join him so that we can work in together, because it's what I've been willing to do for long. And I just love that job. I just love it because when I was small, it's my dad's field. So I used to assist my dad when I was in primary, secondary school. So to God be the glory, after my school and everything, getting married, God now gave me someone that I love and the field I love most.
Meet my wife, we married together, and I have to tell my wife that this is the kind of work that I'm doing. And I somebody that I love so much, and she loved the work. So I say, well, I have to tell him to go and quit where he's working before. There's one company that she's working and is managing the company, and she agreed with me. She surrendered. She said, okay, she quit from there, and we join the work together, and thank God for now.
The home of Oshikoyas is well managed, according to a lady mechanic, as Tayo is called.
My work did not disturb my home at all. Even we stay behind, maybe we close very late. My husband will tell me very early that you go home, children are home, they are off from school, go home. Then I'll come home, my husband will be doing the job. By the second day, early in the morning, we will go to balance up the job.
You say, Wale, I say, ma, I say, this business, you have to go more forward now. I said, like how? Now you introduced me to one fashola school in Ikorodu, automobile school, technology. You know, we went together. Take me to the school. I said, oh boy, okay. So I see my junior brother that's even my age, my children age mates. I say, you see those ones that will sit down together in the class. I say, okay, no problem now. And I encourage myself because I know what I'm looking for. I know what I'm going. I know where I'm coming from. I know where I'm going. So God give me I'll give God the glory. We'll sit down together, we'll write the exam, and then take me. So and I'll go there. He give me back school. He give me my shoe, give me my everything, uniform. I take it. I go to the school. I saw some of my age mates, of my class, of my children mates. We sit down together and say, Papa, I say, how are you? I'm your Papa, yes.
Personal and marital issues are not allowed to link into the workspace.
We both have our ups and downs, but it doesn't affect our business.
Exactly.
Our ups and downs is inside our room. once we are in the same bed together, our ups and downs is off. It did not affect our work. Customer cannot even see it in my face, rather than for me to now say that, no, it's someone I love. Why will I disturb his business, or why will I disturb my business? If that thing shows in my work, that means our career is nothing.
Normally, as a woman being, as a flesh, we are flesh. Sometimes we fight, we quarrel each other. I told you that, go and do this work. We say, well, I'm tired. Which kind tired? My friend, you have to do it too. You also, I'm your boss. Say, okay. You don't know that I'm tired. I'm a woman now. I say, you have to do it because you love the job. We say, okay. And you do it. Sometimes, like last week now, I said him to go and do work in Ibadan. He say, only me. I say, yes, now. You go and face the work and you defend the work. And you go. Sometimes we'll quarrel, you fight, but you will say, I will hug him back because I know that he's woman. Says some things that I'll say, okay, come outside, leave, let me come and lose it for you. So we have to settle it back.
Wale and Tayo have had to endure side talks from people who think their line of profession is strange.
There's one man I used to work with him. He just called me, say, Wale. I said, sir. He said, why your wife used to follow you up and down? I said, sir, my wife is my colleagues. My wife is my partner for this business. If I want to take a boat now, or I want to do something, I want to buy this, I want to lose this, I will tell him, yeah, go and do this, go and do this. So I've faced so many challenges on this work with my wife. But so far, my wife, somebody like he make courage on the work, and she determined on him. There's no how people can discourage him. Even you face so many challenges on mommy's side, on family side issue. They say, why you follow your husband? Why do you tell your husband to open a supermarket for you and do business and selling and do this? You say, Mom, that's your own time. This is my own time. This person, I love it, and I love the job. So all the worry people saying is raw. Sometimes they call me and say, Wale, why you don't get money to give your wife? I say, Mommy, it's not that I don't have money to give my wife, but my wife loves this job. So what? Say, okay, after some things, or after so many years, they leave us.
If you are a dirty person from your home, you will surely be a dirty person. But if I'm going out now, wash my body, clean my hands, you won't believe that this person is a mechanic. I fix fingers as well. I do makeup if I'm going out. You won't even believe that I am a mechanic. That is why at times if we go to customers' house, before putting on my overall, they will say, you come with your wife. If they not say that, no, she's a mechanic, they will say, the women, they love to see me doing the job. They will say, Oga, go and sit down first. Let me see her, the way she's performing the whole things. Even if after everything, if the woman will not say, wow, woman does this one. If my workmanship is 2,000 naira, we say, oh, my dear, let me give her 5,000 naira because she encouraged me.
Sometimes I will tell them that, okay, today we want to go out, we don't do any work, we don't have any customers place today. We are going to dress, wear your dress, do your nails, do everything. I will take him out to go and enjoy ourselves.
As a woman, there is nothing hard. If you have the determination, this thing, I want to lose it. It's almost the same thing, the way we handle our husband and children at home. Any children that's very difficult, you know how to handle those children. That's why the work is.
See people that start before us, that is doing this business, that there is no more again. But we just give the God the glory because we achieved so many things on this work. And we thank God the kind of wife that is given to me. So we achieved so many things.
A work that you are doing, you can be able to train your children's school, and you can be able to cater for your home. And you can even have a shelter on your head, having your own car. What else someone needs on this earth? Nothing more.
They have also faced challenges working together as a mechanic couple.
If you have a space outside there, people see couples working together, we have more customers. But immediately you go outside there to make your own workshop, government will come and demolish it. It's a big challenge on us, even all mechanics. They see the work as a dirty work and they are going out on their daily basis with their cars And of which, if the car eventually stopped on the road, they're still going to call we mechanics.
Wale Antayo believe mono-career couples can emerge strong and fulfilled as long as their values align.
I encourage the people that want to do the business, want to do the work. They should focus on the thing that they want to do. Don't look down on yourself. Maybe you are too big, you are too do this. Just focus on it. And the couples that want to do the business, they have to have trust. Trust your wife. Let wife trust your husband. If you make money today, it's not that the money that you make today, you make sure that you finish all the money. You have to put half for savings or anything. Because like this job that we're doing now, we use our money to run the business.
If you have passion, you have zeal for your husband's work, and you doesn't have anything doing, it's very advisable to join your husband once you don't have any skeleton, in quotes, in your cupboard. So you have every right to join your husband just to make the business grow.
Our findings point that some couple craft a way to thrive in love and work by understanding each transition and knowing what questions to ask and what traps to avoid.
Yes! Cheers to life!
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
Welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayo Mesali and happy to be back. Hello, ladies.
Welcome back.
Hello. I have missed you, ladies. So
Same here.
did I miss you? I'm not sure.
You are lounging in the country of United States.
My darling.
Without us. It's okay. We forgive you because we love you. It's okay. And you allowed us to go through all the
I mean, the heat.
You know, the heat.
In fact, there were so many things that happened that I kept on. Nobody will be itching. That I'm supposed to be talking about this. I said, you know what? You guys
So
will be
tell us
alright.
about airport transition when you got down from the plane and the
talk about
heat
the
wave.
No, funny enough, you must give it to, because I landed at the new international airport.
Oh, okay.
A lot has changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot has changed.
wow.
Because it's not as the former heat wave that just slaps you immediately.
And the
Yeah.
odor.
So you ease into it.
The new international airport at,
It's actually good.
the Lagos International Airport, the new one is amazing. And I think, again, the process is a lot more seamless, it's a lot more seamless. It's just the immigration and custom people. Bring your bag here,
Nobody
bring
shall
your
ask
bag.
you for money.
In fact, the day I was
Will that
traveling,
one ever change?
my dear, the day I was traveling, they actually had maybe like agents, like international observers at the airport, all around the airport that day. So they were observing their processes and all of that. That's the day they're not supposed to collect money. The lady was still using corner eye. But anything from me, I said, Auntie, are you not hearing? Because literally they were actually monitoring them, CCTV and all of that. Are you not afraid for your job?
We checked out. We had to pay, like, you know that kind of stuff when you get in and you need a trolley. And
you pay.
We didn't have any money. Like, someone actually had to pay with cookies, like snacks. Like,
oh
money no day. I'm telling you, life at Eric, like, I mean, if you help us, he said it's a bring her. We gave biscuits, you know, so we can pass. It's our badge. What is it?
I think as bread is to butter, that's our bribe. It's some of these airports.
It's really sad.
I'm not
though,
joking.
but anyway.
No way.
Yeah, but ladies, how have you been? Sanzi, how are you?
I
How's
am
your day?
very well. Happy to be on the same set with you in months. But yeah, I had a pretty good day. A few changes here and there, but I think ultimately I'm good.
How about you, Messi? I've been watching you, by the way. Amazing job.
Thank you.
We are loving what we are seeing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think that today
has
has been very restful. You know, pretty restful, and just a little bit of work here and there. But you know, it's good to be here.
D has a lot of things she's owing me. Let's not wash our dirty linen in public. How are you? How is your day?
I'm tired.
I know. I can imagine. I mean, today is an interesting day because there's a video that's been going viral of that woman. It paid me, Sha. Because I mean, if you have invested in properties in Nigeria, especially Lagos, Nigeria, you would know, and Abuja. I mean, I hear that those are the most expensive places to buy properties in. You will know that it's not an easy feat for you to buy a property, right? And so when you now buy a property, only 2 months down the line to hear that that property is being demolished, like. I don't even know how I'm going to sleep.
Painful.
Don't even think about that.
For people who are not so strong, that could be a reason to go suicidal.
I'm telling you. So that's a conversation we want to have, and we're going to weave it around the topic. But first of all, here's what we found as today's quote. Injustice anywhere, right? Or injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This was a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. All right, so the fallout of the government-led demolitions on private residences in Nigeria is a pressing issue that warrants careful examination, and these demolitions often carried out under the guise of urban renewal or infrastructure development have far-reaching consequences for affected individuals and communities, from the loss of homes and livelihood to violations of property rights and displacements. Now, the impact is so profound and multifaceted. As you already know, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we are discussing the topic impact of government-led demolitions on Lagos residents. I mean, since this is where the heat of the demolition is happening. So let's focus on Lagos. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear your thoughts on this topic. But first, let's quickly run off on a break. When we come back from that break, we'll see what we found in today's news. Thanks for staying with us. Now, today's International Dylan Thomas Day is observed on May 14th every year to commemorate the life and the works of the renowned Welsh poet and writer Dylan Thomas. Now, it's a day to celebrate his literacy, legacy, and the profound impact his poetry and prose have had on literature and culture worldwide. Now, various events such as reading, performances, and exhibitions may take place to honor Thomas's contribution to inspire appreciation for his artistry among new generations. Now, hey, who knows this guy? Who is a literature fan here? Auntie, you studied English. Let me not just call you out on national television.
I know William Shakespeare. I don't know all his
I knew you were going to say William Shakespeare.
I read Hamlet. I did not read Othello. I read Merchant of Venice. I did not read. I read Romeo and Juliet. I did not read The Tempest.
We hear you.
How about you?
Oh, I'm
How much do
interested
you know about him?
Interestingly, I really don't, or maybe it just doesn't readily come to mind, but that's very strange because I do love poems. I write, I read voraciously. So, but I don't know.
Yeah, so you
I'm
forgive us,
actually
so
more-
Dillion Thomas.
Yeah,
Please forgive us, because I did literature, but I'm more of a fiction, prose, biography, drama kind of person than I don't
Than
understand
poetry.
poem. I think it's just it tasks my mind a lot, and I would rather be thinking of something else.
I can imagine. All right, so thinking about something else, Sanzi, what did you find for us in today's news?
Right. So, former PDP presidential candidate and and Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, they are in closed-door meetings, according to the story from Punch paper, and they were in a closed-door meeting for about 20 minutes. And it wasn't just Atiku Abubakar; he also had a meeting with former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido and former Senate President Saraki. And we don't know the outcome of that, but there are high speculations that it is possible that they are maybe having talks of repeating history, which was 2019 when they teamed together in the PDP party with Abubakar as Atiku as president and Peter Obi being the vice president, his running mate. And so people are just wondering that maybe this is a coalition that they're working towards 2027.
Mercy's
We
smiling.
don't know.
Yeah, like she's got a whole lot she wants to say.
Yeah.
Mercy, what's your thoughts on
we
this?
don't know.
So interestingly, all right, on my drive to work this morning,
Yeah.
I was listening to Kofi
Patel.
Yes, on Nigerian Info, and a lot of people were calling in that what's the point of this? First of all, would Atiku be willing to be vice presidential candidate, because they are not going to vote. We cannot allow Peter Obi be a vice presidential candidate.
And Punch ran a poll on their page on Instagram, and a lot of people were saying the same thing on that Punch platform.
So so what's the point of this? And is this no medicine after death? Like literally, right? Atiku had like the golden opportunity, right, when he was going to select, but he was the one that actually pushed Peter Obi into being, the star that he is politically.
What sort of politics are we talking about? You see, I really don't understand the dynamics. We're supposed to have, opposition is supposed to be here every other time, and PDP had a chance of being an opposition, prior to 2023 elections. They had the chance to be an opposition. But, was PDP really an opposition? They had the opportunity. You remember, I'm looking for that word that was very common in our lexicon during the 2023 election. No, it's not. It's, it's about the third force. Oh, no, we talked about the third force. The third force.
Oh, yeah.
Where is the third force? All of the third force. And we were thinking that there was going to be a third force. Where's the third force, really? So you understand the dynamics that they had the opportunity. 4 years is not beans now. You know what it means to have a 4-year-old child. You had the opportunity in 2023 to make a statement. Peter Obi that we're talking about, was he not part of the PDP? Was he not there? So what happened? Why did
He was
not cause
kicked out now. That was why he went
so,
to get
I'm just saying, but let's see how all of
That's
this
why I
pans
say
out.
that for me, I think it's medicine after death, right? Politics in Nigeria, I've come to realize that you take it with a pinch of salt before you go and give yourself hypertension. But Sanzi, you're going to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say that I believe that Atiku and President Tinubu are guilty of the same thing, which is Emilokon. It is my turn. The only difference is that President Tinubu came out to say his own, it is my turn. But Abubakar, why do I keep calling him Abubakar? Atiku Abubakar. I think he's nursing his own, but like everything around what he's doing says, even 2023 when he wouldn't give Peter Obi the chance to run, it was sort of saying, it is my turn, Emilokon, just that he wasn't verbalizing it. So I think they're both guilty of the same thing.
And one would rather think that, the enemy of your enemy, how do they say that stuff, is actually your friend. So we probably...
So right now they have identified a common enemy.
Exactly.
Well, they say
pundits.
in politics, right? You don't have permanent friends. You only have permanent interests.
Exactly.
No, but we wanted a lot of Nigerians. I'm sure that's what a lot of people were looking forward to when we're talking about the third force, because the whole third force movement was really great, and we wanted to see a collaboration of political parties. Don't forget that, you know, the APC is what it is today because it is not just the APC. It's, you know, coming together of different political
CPC
parties
and
what
AD,
have you.
yeah.
So we were hoping to see a manifestation of the third force, and PDP should have known better, honestly.
No, but you know
I'm not
why
actually
that
giving you guys...
work. It won't work because in
It
Nigeria...
would have worked.
No. In Nigeria, politics is not about ideology. It's about interest.
Absolutely.
I want... Anyways, I think
Okay,
it will be a
we
conversation
should
for another day.
We should have made this a hot topic. Well, let me hear your thoughts quickly, Mercy.
On...
Your what's in the news?
Well, so it's a viral video that was posted on X. You know, X is very hot these days, and it's not for the weak. You have to be very strong to be on X. If not, so you will lose yourself entirely. But this one actually broke my heart because it's, like I said again, it's a viral video that made the rounds, and it showed men of the Nigerian army. If we can actually run that, if you have the video, we can just run that. Seeing they were crying seamlessly after losing one of their colleagues to a terrorist attack, you know, a terrorist attack. And that actually broke my heart. For once, I felt like, you know, these guys are doing so much. I mean, they're putting their lives out there. The living condition is not even favorable. As much as every other time we keep, you know, criticizing and all of that. But it really almost brought me to tears, and I feel like I'm going to tear right now, so, but I'm not going to tear. I wish we could get the audio of all of that. But then again, I think that, you know, these men are really doing a lot, and I think that it's important that the government pays attention, you know, to the welfare. You have to take care of the egg that lays the golden hen, and that's not the case for us. These guys are putting their lives, you know, risking it, you know, everything. And what is the welfare for them? How are they faring? How much are they earning? We have seen several videos and complaints of, you know, men of the Nigerian army. So, hey, this one is not to say, it's not to criticize, but this one is to say, hey, men of the Nigerian army, we see what you're doing, and we applaud you. We are only here saying we hope that the government can do better to support you.
Wow. Well said. Right, so let me come to you, Dee.
Okay, so this is EFCC indicts
Siriaka
you know, Siriaka, I mean, and a new 19 billion fraud, you know, and this was considering the fact that he was the former aviation minister, you know, and there's been an alleged, you know, allegation that when he was minister, you know, between himself and his brother and his daughter, you know, I mean, about 19.4 billion is missing, you know, or, I mean, there's a fraud in that amount. And the reason why I took this story is because, I mean, we keep seeing all these arrests, all these investigations and all. And the interesting, or the rather sad thing is we just don't know how it pans out, you know. So I think that going forward, it would just be nice to know that, okay, I mean, EFCC, I mean, it's good, exactly, it's good work, letting us know that, okay, you know, probably there's no day of peace for the wicked, if I may say that, you know, but, I mean, it can't just stop at just investigation. You can't just be calling this kind of figures, and then we don't even know how, you know, it ends.
The conclusion of
the conclusion of it. So,
makes sense.
But you know what baffles me? Every day, and it's not like, I mean, we know Nigeria's economy is not in the best state right now, but this year is not the first time I'm hearing we don't have money in Nigeria, we are borrowing, we're this, and every single day I'm hearing 700 and something billion, 19 billion, 7.8 billion. Where is the money coming from?
Can I add something to what you just said? You know, how did we move from looting millions?
Millions.
No, like the loot is in trillions.
Yeah, it's in trillions.
Like, and this is the same country that you say that you don't. There's no money.
Yeah.
So where's the money coming
how are
from?
they? Where? Thank you. Where are they seeing this money to steal?
You see that Nigerian air? I want to hear the real.
I like how you said it.
I want to hear the kind of ojoro that happened with Nigeria Air.
Honestly.
Like it's
from the design of the
incredibly
logo.
embarrassing.
The design of the logo.
I don't know.
So-
I don't know.
I want
Well,
to hear
let
the
me
real
give
story.
you a brighter story. Because
Okay.
I chose a brighter story.
Okay.
Even though I have issues around A Tribe Called Judah, and all those movies on Prime. See, Nigeria, they're not ready for my review. They will drag me like Tiger Generator. I'm telling you. Literally, my sister calls me up and says, "Oh, they put A Tribe Called Judah." Oh, yeah, finally. Because I told myself, never am I going to go to cinema to watch any Nigerian movie anymore. After I
But
got
you're not
burned.
patriotic now.
No, this is not patriotism. I just want to save my mental
This
sanity.
is feeding mediocrity.
So, but I think that honestly speaking, when I let me leave that matter. So, correctional center, I saw those pictures and I said, "Wow, that's very thoughtful." So, that's very thoughtful. So, the Nigerian correctional centers, they release new pictures of what the infrastructure is like. I say, hey, Father Lord, if let's say I want to go jail right now, because you know this is far from what we already like, far from what we know when it comes
is that
to
swimming pool?
Yes, so I'm telling you, it's like a hotel now.
Are you sure? No, wait. Is this for house arrest people?
No.
Where is this?
A prison.
Like a
Yes.
Where's the address?
Wait, may I check for the address?
Is the prison, but is it like for Bobrisky?
No. This is for people on house. And
This is not prison.
No, this is not
It's not a hotel.
Did you fact check this story?
Auntie, it's
You mean this is a prison house?
No. Are you sure we're not going to go to prison?
Wait, so
Please,
sorry.
the
This,
walls, how
so this
solid
is in
are the walls?
Abuja, right? Hold on.
Okay.
So according to the Nigerian the service, the
It's a
Nigerian
restaurant.
Correctional Service Staff Cooperative Society acquired a 160-unit property and a hotel located around I think their mate city behind Akko in what's it called, Abuja. The hotel was was officially unveiled March 1st, 2020 by the former minister. It has 2 rooms and it began its test operation in August. So it is apparently not a new story, but it's been there. And I was wondering that prison girl hotel.
No.
So
Okay,
in case I
hotel
want to
as in, if you get out of the prison, you
Yes.
will check
like
in
that
there.
vibe.
if I want to go and visit my
Okay, that's why you will lodge.
yes. No, but I just thought it was nice for us to see a government, but it's not a prison. It's actually the correctional facility hotel.
Because the amount of like
Because I was about to go to jail.
because given the living condition in Nigeria,
We will all go to
everybody will
prison.
go to
What is
prison.
that?
Because as it is, if I can't live under the bridge.
And there's
Like, I
lights
go
there.
to prison.
And food?
You give me
Yeah,
What
so-
are they correcting people for again? I need to think about it.
On that note, let's take a break. When we come back from that break, let's discuss demolitions in Lagos. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us now. As the Nigerian government continues its efforts towards urban renewal and infrastructure development, a dark shadow looms over countless individuals and families who find themselves at the mercy of government-led demolitions. Tonight, we want to delve into the fallout of these actions, exploring the human stories, legal complexities, and broader implications for society. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp 08180384663. We'll open our phone lines shortly, so in case you want to kind of like put your 2 cents into the conversation, we are happy to hear what you would have to say. Now, before we go into this conversation, right, I don't know if everyone has seen, but that video has gone really viral of the lady that was crying. You know, it was such a painful thing to watch, you know, but if you've not seen the video, here it is.
We bought that property in February. In February. And we've only been here for 2 months. For 2 months. For 2 months. All the hard work, all the sleepless nights, everything. If you're in Lagos, you know how much properties in Etios are cost. You know how much properties in Etios are cost. Each time my son see me crying. She will always ask me why I'm crying. Mommy, you've been crying.
Okay, so what do you think?
I mean, for me, it's I want to explore the mental health part of this, you know, considering the fact that it's also even Mental Health Month. It's impossible to even, I mean, there are different sides to this, but again, there is so much. One of the first things, one of the most financially consuming expense you can take on is a property, right? Where you live and all that. It's a need. It's not. It's not a want. It's a need.
It's a necessity.
Exactly, it's a necessity.
Shelter.
So for you to, you know, put together money, take your time, invest, you know, and think, okay, you know what? I have sorted this part of my expense, you know, this recurring charge. I have taken the time to delay gratification, you know, and whatnot, you know, to ensure that I have this taken care of. And then you wake up and, you know, it's just gone. This is so traumatic because, I mean, where do you want to start from? You probably, everything you have, and that's what happens to most people who literally save up to buy a home in Nigeria. You realize that some of them would have probably even taken a loan, or, you know, they would say, okay, you know, well, let's forgo this so that we can get this and all that. So I'm looking at her and she's talking about having kids and, you know, and I'm just imagining, okay, so where do they even want to go from there? How do you sleep? How do you, some people can just from just thinking about this develop stroke, develop anything, you know, slump. And that's how you hear some people just slept and they just
didn't
wake up, you know.
Okay, let me come to you, Mercy. Quickly, your thoughts on this, your initial thoughts on this, then I'll come to you, Sanzi.
Well, so I think that, you know, there are property rights, there are laws that actually protect, you know, citizens and individuals from seizure of properties and all of that. But of recent times, we've seen that, you know, even government demolitions have led to infringement upon the rights of the people, especially when it does not follow
Do you
due process.
believe that what is currently going on with the demolitions in Lagos State, do you believe that these are infringement of their rights for the people?
You know, so it's a two-way thing. It's very dicey. First of all, I mean, we've had this conversation prior to this time, and we said that if government's business is the issue of governance, therefore it means that government is here to provide, you know, ease, peace. We don't want chaos. Now, it looks like it's chaotic because how do people wake up and start erecting property? Where was government? The essence of government is to provide law and order. And that's what we're saying. So if you now wake up and you say that, you know, there are a lot of illegal structures everywhere, people are just building. After someone bought a property, they're built and all of that, you're asking yourself, where's government? To regulate, because that's the reason why government exists. Please, we need to get back to the basis. And I don't even know even those who occupy government offices, whether they are governors, the House of Assembly members, those who are running for president, if they understand the real reason why, you know, citizens come together. The history started from the fact that, you know, there's a law of contract. You come together, the essence is to ensure that you make life easy for the people. Because if you allow human beings to be the way without law, there's going to be chaos. And that's why government is there, to regulate behavior, regulate action, to say, no, you can't buy a property here, you can't erect here, you can't do this. So when people begin to act contrary to the law, then what's going on?
So let me come to you, Sanzi. Do you believe that this is government infringing on the rights of the people? Do you think that and how do you assess the situation? Do you think it's the government's right to do what it is that they're doing, especially Lagos State government, currently demolishing some of these houses?
Well, government, truth be told, government has a certain right to lands. I think you have a right to it for 90 days or thereabouts.
90 years.
99
years, rather.
99 years, thank you. But this one is not because they want to, let's say the coastal road, most people or most officials would say, oh, government has need for it and so they can take it back. But in this particular case, like Mercy raised the question, where were you when all these houses and apartments were being constructed? It's not like they were imported and so it wasn't here before and then tomorrow, voila, it's there. You watched these houses, these apartments from foundation to the first few blocks, to lintel, to the decking, to the whole building process. You didn't say anything. So your Minister of Land and whatnot, what were they doing? It is their job to go around and survey these places. So I don't exactly trust Nigerian judicial system to carry out justice. But in this case, I do believe that they have certain rights to sue the government, because it is as though, okay, you need this land and whatnot. The way you, like, I was reading a story on somebody's testimony on, I think it was Humango or something, and they were saying that some of them, they had to disperse them with tear gas so that the tractor can go on and have their way. I'm sorry, it's bad enough you're breaking down my property and you have to add violence on top of it, use tear gas. Did I come at you with a gun? You get, so there are some things that it looks almost inhuman to me, given also the fact that most of them got as short as 1 week notice. How do you put your life together in one? Some say they got as much as 90 days. Others, like the lady said, in what, 7 days or what was it? The house, the whole apartment is gone. How do you even, when someone gives you a news like that, you need at least weeks to even settle down. Like, what am I going to do with my life? Before even thinking of where to move your properties to.
So let's juxtapose what is going on here in Nigeria with other parts of the world. Because I remember I saw one video. When this story came, I said, you know what, let me try to pull out that video. Or the picture of a Chinese farmer. He was a duck farmer, right, in China. And they were going to, of course, urbanization, they were going to expand the roads, and they decided that they wanted to kind of like compensate people and then build those roads. Now, that's the guy, that's the house in the middle of the highway. And he said to them that the compensation you're offering, right, you're not giving me enough compensation for my property. So if every other person has accepted to relocate based on your terms, I am not going to relocate based on your terms. So I will remain where I am. So the government was forced to build the highway around his property. I hear that recently, though, they finally come to an agreement where he then accepted certain kinds of money. But you see, this clearly shows for me that it is always possible for a government to kind of like reach an agreement with some of these people. I remember sitting back when I was away and just watching some of the live videos that Landmark did. So for me, it's a lot of mixed feelings, right? I'm a business owner. I'm a small business owner. I'm a growing business. And I understand, first of all, that the business terrain in Nigeria for small businesses is not particularly a friendly one. I mean, Uti always says that it's like doing extreme sports when it comes to running a small business. I mean, Diola and I were trying to put together some documents, and we understand that, I mean, if we truly want to grow this economy, you're not going to grow the economy with all your big companies, your you know, all those big. No, the drivers of any economy are the small businesses.
That is true.
It is your SMEs that will drive the economy. So if you start to, I mean, there is absolutely nothing that cannot be dialogued, right? So no matter what the situation is, I feel, right, there can be a sit down with the government to say, you know what, this has happened. This is because you too, as a government, like Mercy rightly said, you turned a blind eye. When I was building it, you turned a blind eye, right? So now that you have turned a blind eye and this is where we are, what is the way forward that will end up being a win-win situation? Absolutely. Do you understand? Because I always feel like there's a win-win situation. Now, this guy in China, he has lived in the highway for a very long time. Don't they hear noise of car horn? The guy don't tell us, oh, yeah, I'm gonna come. Let us make. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know what? You must get to that point where you don't feel like you can just come and say you put a big hammer and say, this is what I'm doing. So because that's where a lot of people are having a struggle to not, so they are having a struggle to say, you know what, are you sure this is actually an urbanization plan, or you're just trying to witch hunt people based off of the back of the events of the 2023 general election? Because people have brought up all sorts of conspiracy theory around some of these demolitions. I mean, again, with the demography of the people that their houses have been demolished and all, they brought up all sorts of things. But you know what? Let's quickly run off on a break. But when we come back on a break, I think I saw a tweet that JRV had tweeted. I would read them out, and I think, Mercy, you have something to say. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. If you just tuned in, we're having the conversation around the impact of the government-led demolitions, on Lagos residents. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also call our phone line. Our line is now open. The number to call is 07025-00774. And I would love to really hear your thoughts on this. So, I was saying that I saw a tweet that JRV had tweeted, because I think he was on a TV show with the Commissioner Wahab on, they were talking about this thing, so they were going back and forth. I think it was after that TV show, he then tweeted. He said, below is a list of all documents and processes required by a government to construct a building in Lagos. Now, the government must acknowledge that approvals were either given in error or fraudulently, and buildings were not monitored or monitored fraudulently, in which case the government must recognize that they are complicit in criminal activities and are liable for all the floods caused by the illegal approvals. Now, it says the steps. It says prepare all documents, that survey plan, title document, architectural structure, mechanical and electrical soil investigation and report. 2, submission and review by LASPA. Then approval and permit issuance. Then number 4 would be construction would start, and final inspection and compliance by LASBSCA. I don't know what that, So now it says the documents and reports required. Survey plan, architectural drawings, sealed, signed and stamped by Akron, registered architect, right? Number 3, tax clearance certificate. Number 4, land use charge receipt. Number 5, proof of ownership. Number 6, structural drawings. 7, structural stability letter. 8, structural engineering supervision letter. Then current calculation sheets, subsoil investigation reports, electrical drawings and mechanical drawings. And I can tell you for a fact that every single building that has happened in Lagos, right? Every building has had a Lagos state government official kind of like visit those places. Cases around approvals and all of those things, most times because it takes time, people just say, go and continue building. With time, your approval will come out. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we've had cases of, since they've already filed, you can go ahead and continue with your building, then with time, your approval will come out. So we've had all of those cases. Like Lagos state government cannot tell me that they were unaware that these buildings were being built on canals, were being built on waterways and all those drainage. It is impossible.
And it doesn't
for
take
you
a day to construct.
Listen, even if you are building inside hole in Lagos, you will see Lagos. You will see that big X. So why are we getting to this point where we're not able to just, it's actually very disheartening. And this is a big blow on the economic attraction of Lagos, because a lot of people look at what's happening in Landmark. If I had money and I'm going to bring like foreign direct investment, I will run.
Do you even know? Let me even tell you, because as part of side gigs and hustle, I sell properties and all of that. I can literally tell you the conversations that I have with potential investors, especially those who are in diaspora. You think that because it's easy, the resources actually come, they don't owe salaries, so people can actually save for a particular purpose. And a couple of times I've spoken to a couple of these potential investors or prospects, and hear what they tell you. I say, no way, I can't invest in Nigeria. There are several reasons why they would not invest, especially you telling them to buy a property in Lagos. They say, no, before you know, the Lagos government will wake up one day and take over the property or demolish it. These are the kind of conversations that are going on, you know, in the diaspora. And some other persons will say, you know, the return on investment is nothing to write home
God will
about.
bless
Why
you,
do I
Mercy.
even waste my time?
Let me even add to what your diasporan think. Who are the biggest buyers of properties right now in Lagos? Is the diasporan market.
Of course.
So a lot of these real estate people, because of the dwindling naira, you know, that today you are not sure where the naira stands. The people that have economic muscle to be able to buy properties in Lagos are people that live abroad.
That is true.
Do you understand? So if there's no certainty, you as a government, my friend lives in Indonesia. She has naturalized into becoming an Indonesian right now. And she was telling me that, Uwa, in Indonesia, all I need to do is put the land where you say you want to sell to me. I'll put it on Google, right? The government will show you the entire mapping, like it is digitized.
See if you're in
There is
alignment.
yes, it's a structure. So you will know whether it's a commercial land, you will know that it is approved, you will know every single thing. You are the same government that have refused to digitize things. Because again, it is in the lack of digitizing of those things that you are able to do these fraudulent things, right? You have refused to allow technology help you with some of these processes. Now people are doing it on layman style, and see where we are. It is so, I mean, like, literally, I look at it every day and I say, no, you guys are really, really testing the patience of a lot of people, right?
Because this is why I raised that conversation, or I said it in passing about suing the government. But then the major challenge is, do we trust the transparency of the legal system in Nigeria?
Even,
because sincerely, if Nigeria, from the list that GRV gave, the Lagos government is already guilty.
No, so the thing is, we're just even saying, why do we even have to jump? Okay, first we jump from the fact that you have failed at your responsibility. Because if you actually
Regulated.
lead up to, you know, to your responsibility as government, we will not be talking about illegal
Structures in the first
across
place.
the
You
nip
in the
it
first
in
place.
the
So that's
bud.
number one. Now, we're saying, okay, if there are illegal structures, there are procedures, there are ways to go through it or do it, right? We expect that as a government, you should be empathic. There should be a process. You can't just wake up and demolish a structure. You can't just wake up and say, oh, what about, like you raised some points rightly, what happens to dialogue and having conversations? Why do you have not to wear a human face? Because this government is anti-people, very unfriendly with her policies, you know, internally and externally. You just don't care. Do you want to kill the people? What exactly is the plan? Is this because it begins to make a lot of conspiracy theory, you know?
So I'll come to you, Diola. Let me break this down for you. So somebody reached out to me and said, oh, that he has a friend that wants to sell a property. Guess how much? The friend converted, this was 10 years ago, converted $1 million to buy that property in a highbrow area. He converted $1 million. Outside of that, guess what he did? He had built he has I think 8 carcasses or something on that building. So it means that there was blocks that were bought, rods and everything. So there's investment. He done the foundation and built it all the way to the lintel level. It's a double floor. So there's a decking and there's also the lintel level for roofing. The guy says, oh no, I don't want to continue with this project anymore. I just want to sell the property and get back my money. He's not even asking for too much. Guess what he has said? I don't want to even think of how much I spent buying all those blocks and building all those things. Just give me back my $1 million. First of all, he can never get that kind of money. Who will have that money to give him? Because first of all, so the money when he converted $1 million, $1 million was 125 naira per dollar. Now, guess how much dollar is? Dollar is 1,500. Do you understand what I'm saying? So already the value of that. So when you speak about value of properties, I tell people, if you look at it right now, critically, buying a property in Nigeria, you are buying a property, you've not even started using that property, you're already buying at a loss.
It's a liability.
It's the same thing. I have someone that bought a property at Chevron. She converted, by the time she converted the dollar price, now she's even trying to sell just to even get something. She can't sell because if she converts the dollar price that she actually used in purchasing that property, it's a big loss. So just imagine, people are already grappling with that economic harsh reality, right? And you are now saying, because what you're doing is you're demarketing your state. You're demarketing your state.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please.
Would have been a better approach.
Like I think I've been saying it over time. It's just simple. Follow the rules. Understand the reason why you are government in the first place. Understand the reason why the people elected you. You were there to make their life easy. It's not rocket science. You can get into... I don't think the government just woke up and started demolishing structures. Before all of that now happens, there should be a plan, right? You probably would have actually got into some kind of negotiation.
Oh, you are the one in the real estate space. Is it easy for us to be able to get the grand master plan of Lagos? Like if we said we wanted to check the document, because again, Very Dark Man came out.
Nothing is impossible.
Wait now, because that Very Dark Man said before you go and buy land, check. see, the amount of fraud that happens with properties you don't want to know. Even when you have done your due diligence to go and investigate, you then find out that there are some connivance between the people that are supposed to tell you that this property is okay, they okay to buy. They have connived with the people that are selling so that they can, and by the time you have paid, your money is gone. Like, we've heard all kinds of story when it comes to land, you know, so I don't know, because it is tough.
I would say that one thing that we surely need to see from governments, from Lagos State government particularly, about this situation is empathy. People need to understand that it doesn't matter whether you're the governor or if you've never made contact with the Earth planet in 70 years. People need to know that at least there is something in you that empathizes with the fact that these are people losing their investments. And also there is that other conversation about insurance. I think this would definitely open our eyes to the fact that we need insurance.
No, but insurance is tricky. They won't pay for this.
So what's not the relevance of insurance?
No, it's not everything.
It's like you live in a cuckoo world. You have to come back. No, you live in a cuckoo world. Are you seriously talking about this? No, we're not having this conversation.
Insurance is not reliable or what? I don't understand.
Did you just arrive here? What are we saying?
It's a function.
Please educate
I'm surprised. That's what.
Well, I really don't know all the details about that, but it's more like.
Was it fire that damaged your house?
You have to have. Okay, so when you take on insurance,
that's what indemnity
exactly that you cover. You have to. Your insurance has to cover particular things. So
no way around.
You can't say that in case of demolition. How do you account for it?
Why would you even put a structure where you know will be demolished?
So first of all, insurance people also will take that into consideration, that you are not in a spot where you are liable to the government. That's one of the things. That's why when you want to do life insurance, one of the key things they ask you is your medical
health
history.
status.
Yes, they look at your age as well, because the older you are, the more you are prone to anything that happens.
So you just say anyway.
It's only very few insurance companies that have the intention to do those payments. So first of all, they will check that you tick all the boxes.
So even if you've been paying for insurance religiously every year, it doesn't cover this, that's even more sad.
No, it's a sad thing.
It's just simple. We're saying that all of this, Lagos is happening right now. The last time we had this conversation, we talked about the issue of urbanization, the fact that there's population explosion, and that this government, we don't know data, in terms of data. Do we know how many people are born every day? Do we know how people are moving in and all of that? Do we have all of this information? Because if you have all of this information as a government, you're planning. That's why you have this data, so you can plan for people. There's housing provision. How many of this do we have? It's only during the election period we hear all of those stories. Unfortunately, Nigerians don't ask questions, so we just say, oh, we will be 100. Yes.
El-Rufai did the similar thing in Abuja when he was cleaning up and, tidying up Abuja. How were they able to do it? Even at some point, Governor Fashola also did some demolitions, and they were able to then compensate, right?
That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
No. Fashola did highways. He did highways. Yes, on the highways, because when he was expanding the Festac, yes,
a lot of places
they did it. So, the question I'm asking is, how convenient is it for the government to think it is okay to do what it is? Because right now, government has not come out to say we're in the wrong. Whilst I commend what the commissioner is trying to do, cleaning up Lagos, like all those shanties, all those, guys under the bridge, all those uncompleted, because I've always said that those are security risks.
Those ones are something, those are different conversation entirely.
These properties that, you clearly turned the blind eyes.
Completed properties.
You understand? You allowed people to complete it. Some people have even moved into those properties for years. Yeah. All of a sudden, you just wake up and you think it is okay? I don't know. I don't, it doesn't sit right with me.
Except, well, that's on the off chance that, people are not really, which would be crazy. People are not really saying the truth. So this lady who came out that her video has gone viral, I was trying to read a lot of comments, and I saw quite a number of comments that did say that it's very possible that the owners of that building, maybe it's not a new building, maybe they had prior knowledge. Maybe they had been told that, you know, they were going to demolish that building, and they quickly put up that building for sale. And unfortunately, they didn't give...
Like distress sale.
Exactly. They didn't give the new owners that information. It's very possible. Again, we're talking about Nigerians. Nigerians are a funny people. That's
Shady.
true.
Do we
Can be
know
shady
hold
sometimes. That's the thing. That's no. It's like a free for all. It's a market for all. Honestly, this one is because I find it hard to believe that the government, like Messi keeps saying, the government will just wake up and start demolition again because there are legal consequences to that.
There's even one area right now in Lagos somewhere, okay, right? That's what they call it. If you go to one of those estates, Royal Pine, I kid you not, just take a drive. For your own sake, I'm going to say what I'm telling you. They have, the street has been tumbled because I heard that place was already marked for demolition, and somehow it's like they've gotten to it around some sort of agreement, and that's why they are taking the interlockings. You need to see people's cars are parked on the road. The road is stressful. You can't drive in. Everywhere is just confusion. The water pipes have been busted. People are stressed. What is it? No, it doesn't. I'm not joking. Really just here, just take a drive. You go and see the drama that's
at this rate, when would you begin the park our load?
That day I was just coming out from the street. That lady was asking me, see the way cars were queuing. I said I want to buy petrol. The lady was like, "Are you the one that parked that car?" I said, "Madam, I don't know. Just find your way. What's my own cost?" People, this is too much. We're saying there's a way to do stuff.
Yeah, there has
now
to
it's
be
okay
a
that you have
dialogue.
failed, but you cannot just wake up and act irrational.
there are
We're not
traditional
crazy
rulers,
people.
there are-
You know,
I mean,
there's a way. Let's find a way before we demolish. Before we get to the point of saying we want to destroy.
That should be
the
last
last conversation. What can we do?
Well, have you noticed that there's a character of our government officials? They are very quick. Quick, them bulldozer don't reach there.
Because everybody.
Remember there was one famous governor.
Everybody has an agenda.
No, because do you know how painful it is for me when I see those demolitions happening? I mean, there was one governor now that was demolishing government-built establishment just because he no want. I mean, I've seen governor that remove roof of State House of
Let's
Assembly.
go in the rivers.
Because I keep on wondering that, wait, do you realize that it is taxpayers' money? Do you calculate some of these things? You think it is just okay for you to just carry bulldozer? Like, bulldozer should be your least resort.
Yeah.
You understand? But I don't know.
It's inhuman. Let's call it the way it is.
My own is that if you will do anything for me, I have passports. No, because I think we have gotten to that place in Nigeria where everybody is just tired. So if push comes to shove, what you would just do is people will say, you know what, I have had it.
I give up.
Right? I mean, people have cleaned up certain kinds of areas just to make the place a bit nice and all of that. And in fact, someone was saying that some of these properties that were demolished, they had just sent them land use charge that they had just paid.
And you're supposed to renew it every 5 years, right?
No, every year.
Every year. You pay
every
land
year.
use every year.
You pay land use charge every year.
So what's the one you pay every 5 years? I don't own the property, so.
Oh, so I'm not aware of the one you pay every year, but
every
land
year,
use charge
land
is you must pay your land use charge every year.
year.
That some of these properties, they had just renewed their land use charge.
So that's basis for.
So does that not tell you that? So you are aware that this property exists. You've been collecting. So that's why I'm saying that if we had a good, what's it called, justice system, and that's why I actually love the quote by Martin Luther King, the one we had today, that injustice anywhere, right, is a threat to justice everywhere. And that's the truth, right? Because you see, what we do all the time in Nigeria is that as long as it is not in my doorstep, I'm all right. That is our approach to how we elect our leaders. That is our approach to how we address certain situations that our leaders do. As long as it didn't come in my doorstep, well, I'm fine. That's what we do. So it is not affecting me, I'm good. But until it comes to your doorstep, that's when you not be going like that. Meanwhile, you would have just been, what's it called, empathetic enough to understand that if this can happen to this person, it can also happen to me.
And to lend your voice.
Do you understand?
You know, because I also think there's a communication gap between the government and
there
the
is
people.
always a communication gap.
I mean,
that one is a given.
So no, we always speculate, because nobody from the government is actually speaking. Because maybe if they were speaking and people would truly understand and say, oh, okay, would be able to say, okay, you know what, let's come to the table, have a conversation. But nobody's talking, you're just saying reaction.
And you know that if you say that you can't compensate everybody, right? If you say you can't compensate anybody, then rise up and do your work. Don't wait, because it is not. I'm not the one that will come and tell people where to build. That's why you have ministry. You have different ministries, environment, land. You have various ministries that are working and agencies. You understand? You have bodies that have been created. We ought not to be in all of this chaos.
No,
it's too
chaotic.
Even LASRA. What is LASRA doing? Yes, now LASRA is the residents. So they have addresses. They can't.
If they have ghost workers, let us know.
It is, and you just put yourself, because when we say be empathic, it's not like it's
just
we're
very
not. It's not difficult. We're
Go.
saying you put yourself in the shoes of
You
these
need to
people.
go. We just plead with the government, right? It's so sad that, you know, these demolitions have already started taking place in full force, but please, let's do better. I mean, we have humanity in us, right? And let's always approach things from the human angle. All right, so before we go, thank you so much, ladies. Ensure you follow us across all our social media handles as displayed on the screen. Now, you can like, share, invite your families and friends to continue to watch and follow our conversations. Now, if you missed our call today, I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This was from Martin Luther King Jr. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. live as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Ciao.
Fearlessness. It is a powerful state of mind free from the weight of limitations and challenges. Challenges that become thrilling adventures, propelling you forward. In the face of adversity, a focus that remains unwavering, fixed firmly on the exhilaration of victory rather than the fear of defeat. It can be built from that education that cultivates a bold and fearless generation of leaders, innovative thinkers, and entrepreneurial sons and daughters of Africa. This is the purpose behind Wigwe University, a beacon of knowledge that will guide the African youth through the realms of academia and the profound lessons of existence. With mentorship and guidance, shaping them into embodiments of fearlessness so that one day they shall proudly declare, "We, the fearless." Welcome to the fearless generation.
Starting this show can be such a pain. Everybody has to dance because we're happy in the conversation room. Today's women, happy, talking. Last week, we ended the conversation hanging on Body Beautiful. And you know, everybody wasn't in set. So I made these two girls dance for their dinner today as I welcome you to the show. But beyond that, they are going to work out because I have a fitness expert that knows it all, right? In-house. And that fitness expert is going to take you through some motions before we welcome you back to the final part of our conversations on TW.
All right, hi, welcome back. So, we're here for the workout segment, my favorite part. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show them how to do some very simple body weight exercises that you can do at home. The whole idea is that you wake up in the mornings and before you even think about doing anything in your day, get down on the floor and do like 5-10 minutes of exercise. So we'll show you something really simple here. How you guys doing? All right, while we're getting ready, I need you guys to warm up, okay? To get your heart rate up. So we're just gonna start with something really simple. That's just swinging your arms. A circle motion, just like this. Just like this. Look at what I'm doing. Look at what I'm doing, small circles. Good, just make a space for yourself, it doesn't matter where you are. Small circles, good. Excellent, change directions. Excellent. Now, while stepping side to side, we're gonna start swinging our arms up and down. Nice. Keep at it. In about a few seconds, you're gonna start feeling it in your shoulders. You can feel it already. But can you see how simple movements can already have an impact on you? Exactly. All right. Back and out. Just like that. Good. Nice, nice, nice. Now, switch a little jog on the spot. Just like that. Real simple. We're just getting your heart rate up, okay? What you don't want to do is you don't want to stretch before your workouts. This is one of my favorite full body workouts. It's called the mountain climber. You're gonna get down on the ground into a push-up position, okay? Just like this. Real simple. Your hands, yes you can, your hands directly below your shoulders. Make sure your hands, okay, so you don't go forward, you don't arch your butt up in the air, you keep straight as you can and stay strong. All right, and all you're doing for a mountain climber is basically moving one leg at a time. That's it. And as you get more intense and as you get stronger, as you get better, you take up the pace. Okay, are you ready? Yep. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Good, nice and controlled, keep controlled. Keep that core tight. Nice, nice. Keep those elbows locked. Yes, better. Keep your hands directly below your shoulders. Can you feel the struggle already? Yes, you're feeling the struggle. The struggle is real. We're almost there. Come on, don't quit. Just a few more seconds. Nobody quits. Stay in a plank position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Beautiful. You can get up now. 2 moves, that was it. Look at me. I was just talking and I'm sweaty. Okay, so that's how challenging it is. That's how beautiful it is. This is what we do.
Welcome back to our lounge. Hey, ladies. Okay, so after that workout, that was a lot. Maje, what's going on?
Are you sure it was a lot? Bring Maje on, please.
Maje, please come and explain yourself.
After that?
That's our signature in this lounge.
After that?
Yes. Go, Maje. Go, Maje. Welcome to our lounge.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, what was that about?
Who's going to fire the first salvo?
I hate exercise, by the way.
No, but those things that he did,
well, you're in the wrong
I
place.
suppose, no, those things that you did are supposed to help us. You know how we have these tummy things? She told us last week that, look how skinny she is. She's worried about her tummy.
Oh.
You know, but I want to tell me about your business and why you decided to start doing lifestyle, and if women are the ones that bother you most.
Well, to be fair, 80% of my clients are women.
Is that fair? You are just castigating us.
I don't know. I
to
think
be
our men
beautiful.
are a little bit lazy, to be honest. We're trying to motivate men
I like to hear
in
that. I'm not a man
Nigeria.
basher.
They're getting too comfortable in their own skin, in the way they are. They just don't want to try so hard.
Body confident.
Nobody's
I don't think. No, you see what happens.
Okay, hold.
We can get the ladies anyway.
It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle thing. You know, for men, I think it's about work. Work is what defines us.
Too busy.
You know, so being busy is I don't have time for that. I don't have that. That's fine. But you know what? Your doctor's going to tell you anyway.
Exactly.
As you get older, you have to exercise.
Yeah.
So
everyone has to do it.
So ultimately, we get there.
Yeah, you
No,
will
but
get
I-
there. But you don't want your doctor to tell you that. You want to be ahead of the game, because then it's just going to cost you more. You've already gone too far.
It's a problem already.
Yeah.
So, but how do you draw the line between when it's an image issue and a health issue? I'm going to ask Chisom to address that, because Chisom, could you just do a little spin?
Sure.
Chisom is in her 20s. She's so stacked. And she talked about, once on the show, she talked about having some body issues, you know. And I mean, I just wonder if exercise would have been one option that you took.
Yes, I always didn't feel comfortable being a plus-size person. I've always been this way since I was younger. So, you know how you just go out and people call you Orobo?
Yes.
Fatty, and all those things, you know. So it was, I literally had to take a step to exercise, start swimming classes, which is a very good exercise, yeah?
Swimming's amazing.
Yeah, so I had to do swimming lessons. I had to take swimming lessons, and I also had to do aerobics, which I absolutely hate.
No, why I asked her to share the experiences? Because sometimes being big is not being fat. You know, what's the difference?
You know,
and I kept Dr. Vivian in the house just in case we want to go the medical
it's really just down to how you feel.
Feel?
How do you feel when you wake up in the morning?
Oh.
Or how are you made to feel?
Forget about how other people make you feel. This is between you and yourself, you and the mirror.
Physically or your
Okay?
mind?
How do, in your mind, in your body, how do you feel energy-wise when you wake up?
Yeah, energy.
How do you feel emotionally when you wake up? You see, exercise for me solves everything.
It does.
Literally everything.
What's
Stress,
the medical explanation for that?
medical
I've heard
explanation.
something about oxytocin or endorphins.
Your endorphins, it's a natural.
In a good mood.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, the oxygenation. When you exercise, your circulation improves, so oxygen is delivered to all your cells.
Your skin improves.
Yes,
The way you think
exactly.
improves. You see, I do a lot of mental health applications in my workouts. Yes, because it affects the way you think. The process in life is everything. The process. And when I say the process, I mean, imagine you're going on a workout program. The work that you're doing, which everyone hates, you hate the cardio, you know, the people don't like the cardio, but that is the process. And what we try to teach is how to fall in love with the process.
Yes.
So like with life, life is, you know, stressful, it's hard work, you're gonna bleed, you're gonna cry, but that is part of the process. That's what makes you, it's not about the destination. It's not about what you want to achieve, not about where you want to get to physically. It's about the journey while you're on it and falling in love with that because the process is the lifestyle.
Some of us don't like the journey, but you know, you've been gymming. In fact, you know, some of your gym buddies are shocked when they I keep bringing up this age issue. Sorry.
I've been gymming for about 20 years, and I couldn't do without
Please, let's
eating
clap for
out.
that. How many days a week do you do?
I gym, and I have gym buddies at Proflex who can attest to it. I attend the gym 4 times a week for 90 minutes each. I do 1.5 classes.
Amazing.
That's great. And then I walk 10 kilometers on Sunday.
Could you come and talk to my clients, please?
You pay us, you pay us.
If
Before any girl is here.
If I didn't exercise for 2 weeks, I'd be bad mood,
Yes,
waking
of
up,
course.
Absolutely.
unhappy. This is my...
Did you start off at the one?
As
That's
exciting.
a lot for me.
Sorry?
Did you start off doing the 1.5 hours that you're doing now?
Oh,
how
well,
did you start?
I like what Margie said. You have to fall in love with the process.
Yes.
You have to find what you do that you're happy
So you have to make
with.
it interesting.
I joined the
And
gym and I left.
interesting.
And the reason why I left was because I felt the guy was pushing me too hard. He pushed me to the point I felt like if I did anymore, I was going to die. Because he told me, I started off like on the treadmill, he was like, that will warm you up. And then the next thing he was like, let's go downstairs and do all the things.
No, was this after the first baby or the second baby?
First baby.
Okay, so what are you
And
doing
then I
now?
wasn't-
You are not going to the gym.
I've not started yet. And because it's a lot, to be honest. Like, he made me push those very big tires, and I was pushing it. After I finished, he was like, start with the ropes. At some point, I felt like my heart was caving in. I was like, stop. He's like, that's when you should do more, do more. And I'm
Is
like,
that
when do you
true?
know when to
How
stop?
do you know when? Yeah.
Yeah, let me point something out. I mean, I think exhausting yourself is not always the best thing, even though I do also teach people to push yourself. Because again, it's an
Because I'm
application
not gonna say if
that
Maja
works
says otherwise.
in the rest of your life as well. Pushing yourself. The people that excel, the people that succeed are people that take themselves beyond
if you
the
don't
norm.
do health checks first.
That's true.
Absolutely. First things first. The first thing you do is you get clearance from your doctor. You go see your doctor and you get the go-ahead
How
to
many
start
people do that?
exercising. Well,
Well, you
it's
have to just create
advisable
the
because,
awareness.
you know, for me, anyone signing up to one of my programs, I insist that you have been to your doctor already. You've gotten your clearance because I can't afford any injuries.
Do
No
you
lawsuits,
necessarily have to go to the gym if you eat healthy and properly?
This is where I was
What
going
he
to get
showed
to.
us today, do we have to do
Yeah,
that?
this is what I was going to get to. You know, what you've seen today.
Did you hear the end of that story?
Sorry, say that again.
Because I have a child who says that all the time.
That says
she
what?
said, do you necessarily have to go to the gym? What she meant is, do you necessarily have to exercise? Because she finished it with, if you eat healthy.
If you eat healthy.
Yes.
Okay, well, I understood that as you're going to the actual gym, the physical physical process of going to the gym. And that is a barrier that people create for themselves. You know, the gym is something that requires membership, it requires a journey. You have to get up, get in your car, sit in traffic. This is Lagos. It's not a joke. Going to the gym can be an all-day affair if you know, go at the wrong time. So what I've taught you today, which is body weight exercises, things you do in your bedroom, in your home, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, things that you can incorporate into your busy lifestyle if you are a busy person.
Your office. That's me, because I don't go to the gym. I work at home.
Absolutely.
One of the reasons,
I tell you, so anyone tells me that they want to start working out and I'll start on Monday, I'm like, why can't you start right now?
But people are
why
going
can't you
this
start tonight?
personal trainer line.
I
have a personal trainer.
I have a trainer.
Oh.
I work with a trainer. I have to push myself.
What are you training?
I like training my mind and training my body and also understanding what my clients are going through as well. There's no point in me shouting at you saying, come on, give me 2 more, if I'm not willing to do that. I have to be willing to do the work myself. So
That's interesting.
I train myself.
I prefer going to the gym and classes.
I like the
Why?
company.
Because it's accountability.
It motivates
They call
you.
me up when I don't show up.
Yes.
And I love the interpersonal
Carry
relationship.
people with you on the journey.
And I just
Yeah?
love that.
If you're starting, you talked about starting next week.
I
yeah?
just love that.
Who's
Tell
starting?
people.
I live in Aja. And the gym is in Lekki.
Excuse
so
me, you
it's
started.
in my mind.
Okay.
Excuse
That's
me.
why we like to start.
It's already started. In your mind, you start.
It's in my
But
mind.
tell people, all right? Make people,
Accountable
make
to
people,
people.
watch you.
Yes.
Your progress. You can
And have
monitor. You say, did you go
expectations.
today? I didn't
Yes.
see any of your posts today. You didn't post any gym pictures today.
It's
There's all
a
that-
competitive streak,
Yeah.
so I have to work with people.
Mhm.
Whatever exercise I'm doing, if I'm doing it at home, I feel stupid. Like, what are you doing? Like I'm doing squats, and I'm looking at myself in the mirror. Oh, it's working. And I'm like, okay, let's move on.
This is about beauty, right?
It's about
So,
beauty.
how does exercise connect
to beauty?
Tell me.
Okay, I'm asking you
I'm
guys.
doing sorry.
I'm asking. I can tell you, but I want to know your opinion.
Okay, the thing is body beautiful.
Yes.
Now we've thought about the things that we're insecure about. And for most women, I don't know, for me, it's my stomach.
It's my tummy.
It's
Okay,
they're
let's
problem areas.
It's her tummy, it's her tummy,
Yes.
it's her
Yeah.
tummy.
My cheeks.
Your cheeks. No, I can't talk to
Anything
doctor.
Some of my older
Sissy?
clients, it's their arms.
Yes.
Oh,
The
flabs that you can't clap with.
Yeah.
The flabs.
The Catholic mother arms.
Have you worked with women that have had kids and
Yes.
then their tummy went back to before?
Absolutely.
Please, what's the
Absolutely.
magic? Because this belly, I've been struggling. This
The
this
magic
is
is
real.
in what you eat. The magic is in the
You,
kitchen.
no matter what you say, what you put inside this body.
You cannot out-exercise a bad diet.
You can't. That's what I wanted you to say to her.
You
when
cannot
she said
out-exercise a bad diet.
You cannot out-exercise food.
No, you were saying.
Yeah.
I said I've had 2 children and my stomach is flat.
Did you go for surgery?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Exercise.
Lifestyle.
I had a C-section,
Exercise.
so they say that.
No,
when
they
you
always
have-
give that
That's an
excuse.
excuse.
Okay. But she won't believe me. It's an
excuse.
excuse. But how do C-section people manage the process?
It's
Well, you
different.
have to get clearance from your doctor
Let
as
the
well.
doctor.
Yeah.
Let the doctor
Because there's a
decide when
time
you're
frame. They
fine.
say when you've healed
It's a different time
completely,
frame. Yes.
then you can start the abdominal exercises.
Oh, but then there's this thing, there's this band when you have a child, there's this band, it's not supposed to hold your tummy, but I think it's supposed to support the stitch. But I noticed that when you use it, yes, once you use it, the minute you come out from a surgery and you're giving
It's a
giving it,
compression band.
yes, it helps you. So I used to push myself with that. I would try, I'm 3 months post, so I'm trying, I know. But then again, I used to.
You're
Thank
doing
you.
well.
You look good, you look good.
I push myself by, sometimes I start off and then it's painful and I keep going. And I noticed that when I'm like 6 weeks, people are like, you look good. I'm like, is that band? Because God knows I'm not doing
The
any
band
exercise.
works.
So that
You know what?
band
I
works.
use them personally because it's promoted in America. It's called the Belly Bandit. The day after you have your baby.
in America. We should
I
find
didn't say
you.
that, so...
Because I didn't use band. I had my baby in Nigeria, CS, 7 years ago.
Use wrapper. It's the same principle.
Yes. Oh, okay.
You know, because I used it from the day after I had my babies. I would use it for 8 weeks, non-stop. You only take it off to have your bath. And it trains you. It does. It
Okay,
really
yeah,
works.
we'll take a break here because I just want to understand why we are so focused on what we look like. Why?
Competition is a competitive spirit,
Let me take a
I
break.
think.
I'll take a break. I'll be right back. I feel a lot more beautiful and sexy since I became bigger. So, because when I was skinny, I didn't feel that. I was a 32A when I got married. Now I'm a 40E. And I love it. I don't want to lose the breast line. So, the bust line. But you see, a lot more women are challenged with that whole, I'm not beautiful unless I'm slim or skinny. And like you said, more of your clients are female. Why is that? Why do women feel that they're not body beautiful if they're not slim?
Society has created that. What is the standard of beauty in magazines, in movies, in everywhere you look, everything around you, the models, you know, it's in your face from the moment you become a teenager, maybe even earlier.
Models as well.
No, they are, but again, that's as a result of body shaming.
Okay.
Do you understand? They've had to come out and take a stand and say, no, this is also beauty as well. You know, this should be the norm of beauty. But the reality is, it isn't.
I think the fact that they qualify it as plus size shows
it tells you everything.
Yes.
Exactly.
Do you feel like a plus? I'm going to put Maji a bit on the spot here because I know in the past couple of years there's been a lot of talk about your recent divorce and the fact that your wife says she changed color because of you. So body image is not something you made her. You know, can people make people do stuff?
Sorry. No, it's fine. I don't think anyone can make anyone do anything. You know, I think it's on you, and I think that as a grown-up, you should be responsible for your own actions, and take responsibility for your actions and your choices. We are all here as a result of our choices in life. I think that if you take care of yourself, take care of what you eat, look at what you eat, be mindful about what you eat, and exercise, not because your doctor told you, but because it feels good. There's a reason why we progress when we exercise, why we get stronger, why we get better when we work. Yeah, it's this whole thing in Genesis. Go and work the land, and you'll get reward. You work your body, you will see something. You will because it makes you stronger. You're less likely to get sick, things like that. Yeah? Your immune system drops when you don't exercise. You don't feel as good. How do you feel? I understand it when people say, "Oh, you know what? I'm comfortable where I am." But how do you feel? When you climb a flight of steps, how do you feel?
It's not that I don't exercise at all. I have a tape at home that I do about 30 minutes a day for 3 days a week. But I need to do more.
You need to do more.
Yes,
Absolutely.
especially the weight around my stomach is the one that's dangerous.
What Maji says
yes, so I need to
true.
do more.
Because, you know, I mean, I've always, been health conscious. But in recent times, again, apart from these frown lines, and by the way, some of them are muscles, which is muscles. I find that I wake up in the morning, some joints will ache.
Oh, yes, it's squeaky.
That is a sign for me. Go and start working out again. When you wake up in the morning, you don't want to get up, and one part is aching, and nobody will have to tell you.
I can hear my knee.
Yeah, when you climb, it creak.
But 2 weeks of exercise, that same waking up in the morning is a different thing. You jump out of bed like somebody's pushing you somewhere.
Okay, you see, Chisom, you're so quiet. I was just wondering. Chisom is so quiet.
So yes, I wanted to ask, what do you do when you get bored with the present workouts that you're doing?
Mix it up.
Because no, like absolutely. So sometimes I go to the gym for like a month or probably 2 months, and I don't want to be here at all. I just want to do something different. Probably play basketball. Probably do.
Look, the gym is a very intimidating environment, especially for beginners. You know, people actually don't want to go to the gym because they're just too nervous. They're like in a bunch of fit people in there doing their fit things. So it puts you off. You don't want to go. Especially, exactly.
No, me, I started to go to an all-women's gym.
And you're like, what are you still doing on the treadmill?
There's an all-women's gym.
Yeah, so I go to an all-women's gym, so I don't care whether the boys.
But even then, it's intimidating.
I was almost going to say I would go there, but no, I'm still single, and you know, you just never can tell. All the birds can come from there.
Let me just finish answering her question.
Sorry.
Mixing it up is probably the best thing you can do. Number one, because your body adjusts to workouts very quickly anyway, so you can plateau really easily. So if you're just doing the same move, every morning you wake up, you're doing the same crunches, the same thing, your body will get used to that and you will not see the same progress. So I think it's important to do things that not only that you enjoy, but challenge you in different ways. Swimming, one day. Go play squash. You know, pick up tennis, run, cycling.
The whole week he's taking up. When is Owambe? I will say, find an Owambe and dance.
Dance. Go to a dance class. Dance in your room.
I'll give you a liberating thought.
Yes.
10 years ago, I went to my first boot camp. And this is what liberated me forever. And I have not stopped exercising. The guy at Champneys, at the boot camp, came into class. And, you know, it was a class of like 30 of us. I was the only non-Caucasian. And he came into the class and he said, anyone, when you woke up this morning, did you ask yourself, are we going to eat today? And we thought, trick question. We all went quiet. What is he saying? He says, no, this is not a trick question. Tell me, did you just wake up and think, is today an eating day or not? Or did you just wake up and you knew there would be food? He says, so that body was created to exercise so that that food is fuel. So you guys take fuel every day.
But you don't burn it.
And you start asking yourself every day whether you should exercise.
Yes.
So you're loading up on fuel and you're not using up your fuel.
Yeah.
So how does that work? I mean, that liberated me forever. And so usually I'm just going, you know what, I eat every day. So if I go to the gym or exercise 4 or 5 days a week, I'm, you know.
Is there surgery that can help to remove all those, you know?
Maybe excess fat.
Yeah, I mean, all over, not only here.
It will and
exercise
start
is not,
again.
I feel it goes beyond losing the fat. It's about fitness.
Yes.
So removing the fat and you're still creaking all over the place is of no use to
Cardio.
you. That's the truth.
Heart health.
It is so important.
It's so important to
And then another
just
thing-
your functionality as a human being.
But there's another
You know,
downside.
one thing is that when you exercise as well, oxygenation to the brain improves, so mental clarity improves, creative
better.
juices start to flow.
Yeah.
People are more productive when they exercise.
Okay, so it's not about being beautiful. Isn't it about being beautiful?
Not always. It's just general overall health.
There are people who are
But beauty,
big
but you've
and
talked
are
about
fit.
beauty
Yes.
being something that you can see from the inside, right?
Exactly.
So if somebody is confident and beautiful on the inside, it shows
And they're happy.
on the outside.
Let me ask you a question as a guy.
So it's connected. Go.
As a guy.
As a guy, you have to answer this. So a lot of men say this. My husband says this. Why do you do all this makeup? You don't need makeup. You're fine out without makeup. And I'm just like, you're fine out without makeup. I like makeup. I like the way it looks on me. I don't do it every day, obviously, but I'm just saying that. Why does everybody say that? But at the same time, people appreciate it when you do makeup. So there's something good about it. Is it that they just don't want you? You don't want me to do makeup. I beg, so other people will not be looking at me.
Okay,
You know,
in
what
the same
is
vein,
it?
why do men like yellow women?
Okay, but wait. What's
You guys,
your
you guys,
question?
black as well.
Why do you keep
What's
saying,
the
when you
fitness
look at the
question
face,
in
I
that?
want to know,
I mean,
what's
it's a
the
man
beauty
asking
question?
You can ask man questions. That's right.
to hide the flaws.
Yeah, so men like makeup, don't you?
And Brazilian hair.
We like makeup from a distance.
And
We're
the hair.
attracted to it, but I think that once we're up close and personal, we want to touch your
Okay,
face.
so when you're twisting the babe, you like the makeup. When she comes close to the
Well,
woman,
as we get to
she
know
stop.
you, we want to make contact.
And then what happens when you don't recognize her after she takes her
Okay,
makeup?
obviously. Okay, ladies. Obviously, time is never enough in this
Yeah.
Some
conversation.
women are so done.
Never
that you
enough.
don't
But
recognize
I think
them.
we've made the point. The point is beauty is from within.
Yes.
Whether it's physical, whether it's what you have here, and whatever it is from within. And we all at least agree on that point today. I'll give everybody 30 seconds. Should I start with Omoye? What have you taken away? You were in both editions, last week and this week.
I think for me, I know this. I just need to be consistent with this lifestyle choice to be fit. Exercising is about
Is that why
being
you
fit.
removed your shoes?
My feet have done their workout for the day. So that's it.
Sis, 10 years.
I've been exercising for years, and I know I couldn't do without it. And I would encourage everybody to take up exercise.
I need a
because
personal, I need something from you. Till tomorrow, tell me, maybe I'm crazy. Every day I get up to go to the gym, it's still a struggle. But every day I leave, I am happy.
Guess what? The first 10 minutes, Marjorie will tell you, even those of us who exercise all the time, the first 10 minutes, it's a struggle.
It's a struggle.
Even after 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then in the
Even for you
15th,
too?
in the 15th minute, the rush comes. The rush comes, and you can't start. Stop.
When I'm leaving, I am, in fact, the whole day I am flying.
The payoff is just too
Yes.
much.
It's amazing.
Yes.
But every time I want to go, it's terrible. So what's your own, what's...
Healthier. I'd like to have a healthier lifestyle.
Okay, can we
So I
lose those,
have to.
we're going to work together to lose those tires.
No, I'll work with Chisom. You just put me under too much pressure. Oh.
Both of you come and work with me.
Oh, you see?
Both of you.
No, he'll be kind to you, trust me, he'll be kind to you.
So do you get discounts for coming?
Absolutely.
Oh, great. You're on air now, so take that back now. We'll see you.
No, I said, live. I will give them discounts. All of you.
All of us. At least we can consult, even if we were...
No, come and inspire them. And Vivian?
Well, for me, if you love yourself, you do things to make sure you're healthy. So that would include exercise.
Because see as you be so, on point hair,
It's
on
not
point arm,
vanity.
on point belly,
I
on point
like-
face, on point belly, on point belly, everything.
I work out. I take care of myself because I love myself. All right? And it's like after each child, I decided, you know, I'm going to go back to what I was before. No, thank you. Two are enough. School fees.
I like that. What about you, Chisom?
I think I need.
Are you taking up his offer?
Yes, of course. So I'm going to take up his offer and I'm going to eat healthier because I've been really bad lately.
For me, I'm no longer going to deceive myself that being skinny is healthy. So I'm going to make an effort to do something about being healthy.
And for me, I'm going to keep trying, but I mean, Vivian has told me, just frown less, keep a nice, calm look, use sunscreen, take vitamin C.
Yes, and all the fish oil.
Please, fish oil, I've not done all those ones, but I started vitamin C.
And gallons of
can you see the difference?
Gallons of hydration.
No, I've always galloned water. Always. Maybe that's why I didn't notice early. But anyway, I must go. But the point is, if you love yourself, it doesn't matter how much others love you. Because then, doesn't nobody, it's because of this person I want to be fat or tall or skin.
Exactly.
Love yourself first. And everything else falls in place, right?
Yes. That's right.
Yep. Thank you, ladies. And thank you, my Jay.
That was awesome.
On Plus TV News Now, federal government suspends controversial 0.5% cybersecurity levy. Governor Fubara says Rivers State highly in debt. He inherited huge debt from Wike's projects. At least 4 persons rescued from collapsed building in Nairobi. And Blinken says Russia must pay for what Putin destroyed in Ukraine. Good evening, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Now. The federal government on Tuesday confirmed the suspension of the 0.5% cybersecurity levy imposed recently by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. The CBN had on May 6, 2024 issued a circular mandating all banks, mobile money operators and payment service providers to commence the implementation of the new cybersecurity levy. The levy was part of the Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention, etc. Amendment Act 2024, which approved that a levy amounting to 0.5% of the value of all electronic transactions will be collected and remitted to the National Cybersecurity Fund, overseen by the Office of the National Security Advisor, NSA. But Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Orientation, while briefing State House journalists after a marathon meeting of the Federal Executive Council, FEC, presided over by President Bola Tinubu, which lasted for 2 days, confirmed the suspension of the cybersecurity levy.
Is it the one for cybersecurity levy? The position of government is that that policy has been suspended. That policy has been put on hold. That is the position of government for now. It is undergoing some form of review. It was reiterated in council yesterday. You know that today's council is a continuation of the council meeting of yesterday. So I can tell you the cybersecurity levy has been put on hold. It is being reviewed by government. For now, it is on hold.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has threatened to embark on another nationwide strike to protest absence of governing councils in all federal universities across the country, among other issues the government is yet to address. The body, which recalled that the federal government dissolved governing councils of the universities in May last year, has asked Nigerians to hold the government responsible for any decision it takes to protest the action of government. President of ASU, Professor Emmanuel Sodeke, spoke at the press conference at ASU National Secretariat at Abuja. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy Ohaneye, has petitioned the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, and sought a court injunction to stop the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, from marrying off 100 orphaned girls. The Speaker recently announced plans to marry off the orphaned girls who lost their parents due to the banditry attacks in Mariga local government area as part of his constituency project on May 24. He announced that the gesture was aimed at alleviating the sufferings of the impoverished, pledging to pay the dowries for the bridegrooms and procuring materials for the mass marriage. The minister, while briefing newsmen in Abuja, described the plans as unacceptable, emphasizing that a full-scale investigation has commenced on the issue. The minister further emphasized within the Child Rights Act, every child belongs to the state, hence the rights of every child will be protected from harm, violence, or anything that will infringe on their rights. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the Niger State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik Sakindaji, has stopped the planned hosting of the wedding of 100 orphaned girls in his constituency, saying he would not grace the occasion. Sakindaji took the decision following the action of the Women Affairs Minister, Uju Ohaneye, who dragged the Speaker to the court to halt the wedding. The Speaker made this known on Tuesday during a media briefing in which he said the minister had overstepped her bounds.
I am not threatened by the minister's action. That I must be very, very clear. The minister didn't know how I won my election. She didn't know how I built my political career to this stage. The minister is not from the north. I will never need the minister probably except if one day I will contest for the president of the country. So as it is right now, I'm not threatened by the action of the minister. And whatever this press release would degenerate, that is for the minister to handle. I have told you, I'm a good Samaritan. I respect the federal government. I'm a product of this administration, and I'm APC for that matter. The minister didn't know what I've been doing for my constituent. I'm not going back. Already I have given out my support to those parents through those traditional and religious institutions. And I have told you that I'm not going to claim it back. I have wanted to grace the occasion, but now I will not. I will not reclaim whatever donations I have given. It is never from any constituency project. The minister should please find out who I am. Let her find out that first in the first place. And how I've been supportive to my people since the last 15 years.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has decried the substantial debt burden inherited from the previous administration of Nyesom Wike, saying most of the projects commissioned in the state were not fully funded. Governor Fubara stated this during the commissioning of the Aleto Ogale Ebubu Eteo Road, also known as Old Bori Road, in the Leme local government area of the state.
I also went further, because as we're going now, we'll be going with a white paper to show record and amount this project was awarded at the cost of 6.7 billion. And I can say boldly that no kobo is remaining. We've paid the contractor completely. The purpose of this is to let the world know that if there's one problem this administration has, is debt. Most of the projects that are being commissioned, they are coming for their balance payments, and it's running in millions and billions. I've said I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk because I am part of that system. But when you keep pushing me to talk, I will say it so that they will see the nyash of the fowl. But let us leave that one until when we are ready. We will also be ready. The small one we are doing now, they are not sleeping. I wonder what will happen when we do the big one.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP National Solidarity Vanguard, has blamed former Governor Nyesom Wike for the monumental loss of about 25 Rivers State Assembly seats. Speaking at a press conference on Tuesday in Abuja, the Executive Director of the PDP National Solidarity Vanguard, Honorable Usman Saidu Calculus, accused the Federal Capital Territory Minister of using Honorable Amawele Martins and other ex-PDP lawmakers as cannon fodder in his ill-advised fight with his successor, Governor Siminalayi Fubara. He described Wike as a saboteur working against the party. Calculus said the former governor is blinded by his financial muscle and doesn't understand the true essence of leadership. Usman therefore called on the party leadership to take decisive action and expel Wike from the party.
This loss of 25 seats in Rivers State House of Assembly is direct result of Wike using them as cannon fodders in his ill-advised fight with his successor, Siminalayi Fubara. The recent defection of this lawmaker was not mere political maneuver. It was a betrayal of the trust bestowed upon them by the people who elected them under the PDP banner. These lawmakers were not just representatives, they were the voice of the people, the custodian of the party legacy, and the guardian of our shared vision for a better Nigeria and keepers of the mandate the electorate gave to the PDP, which they have sadly thrown away. We call upon the PDP leadership to take decisive action.
The Nigerian military has confirmed the killing of 4 soldiers attached to Operation Hadarin Daji. This followed terrorist attack on a military camp in Faskari local government area of Katsina State on Sunday. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Edward Buba, who made this confirmation on Tuesday, said the military recorded 4 casualties, contrary to 5, which was earlier reported. He noted that there were 2 ambushes and that 5 soldiers, in the process of defending territorial integrity of Nigeria, sustained minor injuries in the second operation. The Kogi State government has announced the rescue of 6 more kidnapped students of the Confluence University of Science and Technology COSTECH, or SARE, Kogi. The State's Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fangwa, in a statement on Tuesday, said the fresh number of rescued students brought the number of freed students rescued to 20. He said some kidnappers escaped with severe injuries during a gun duel with security agents. Last Thursday, gunmen stormed the university at night and kidnapped some students studying for their upcoming exams. The state government subsequently said rescue operations by security agents commenced immediately. In the meantime, a suspect who tried to rob one of the banks in the Dadinkowa area of Jos South local government area of Plateau State has been apprehended. The suspect, currently in police custody, was apprehended by neighborhood vigilance when he bolted from the bank premises after the failed robbery attempt on Monday. The hooded suspect threatened to detonate a device strapped to his chest if the sum of 100 million naira was not provided to him through a written document. Bank officials were reported to have engaged the suspect in a discreet discussion without attracting customers' attention. An eyewitness said the suspect, having realized that his antics failed, ran out of the bank, crossed over the highway and was running away before he was stalked by vigilant youths in the neighborhood. The spokesperson for Plateau State Police Commander Alabo Alfred confirmed the incident as the police commissioner is set to address journalists on the matter. Ondo State Security Network Agency, codenamed Amotekun, has paraded 45 suspects arrested for various criminal offenses across the state. Parading the suspects at the command's headquarters in Akure, the commander of the corps, Adetunji Adeleye, said of particular note is suspected kidnapper who, within 48 hours of his release on bail, was arrested for another kidnapping. He explained that the corps arrested 44 suspected criminals that have been engaging in various criminal activities within the state. Adeleye added that men of the Amotekun are constantly patrolling the 18 local government areas of Ondo State to forestall any breakdown of law and order.
A total of 45 suspected criminals have been arrested in the last 2 weeks. Of particular note is a set of criminals that engages in vandalization of electricity transformers. Fate caught up with one of them who, unfortunately, while cutting the cables, the public supply came and burnt half of his body. He was able to tell us that was arrested a couple of weeks ago, but was released on bail. And within 48 hours of his being released, the traditional ruler and the residents of the village called us that 3 people were about to be kidnapped by the gang of this same man.
The Bauchi State Governor, Bala Mohammed, has signed the bill establishing the Farmer and Headsman Board into law. While signing the bill into law before the members of the Bauchi State House of Assembly on Monday, the governor said this move was aimed at preventing clashes and promoting security in the state. He said among the provisions of the law is to make it punishable for local authorities with some of the traditional rulers who are abusing the privilege of leading to bring arbitrariness and injustice to this category of people, both the farmers and herders. He said he believed that it will go a long way in enhancing security. Additionally, the governor signed the law to repeal the Saadu Zungur University Law 2022 and reenacted the Bauchi State Establishment Law 2010, as well as the law to repeal the Bauchi State Primary Healthcare Development Agency Law 2012. The House of Representatives has denied a $150 million bribery allegation against the House Committee on Financial Crimes chairman and members. Chairman of the committee, Honorable Jinja Obinna, who denied the allegation in a press conference at the National Assembly complex on Tuesday, says the allegation was false, stating that at no time did he or any member of the committee demand for money from the embattled company. Recall that the committee on the 4th of March 2024 had invited Binance and its chief executive to appear before it to answer questions on allegations that bordered on multiple financial and economic crimes and irregularities by some civil society organizations, which were perpetrated by Binance against the Nigerian economy and the state, but failed to appear. It says the committee wishes to emphasize that all interactions with Binance were formal, open and transparent, as the committee never met with Binance team outside the National Assembly, nor did the committee delegate any individual or entity to meet with the Binance team on its behalf for any purpose contrary to the news report by a media outfit. The committee, however, says it will seek redress from a competent court of jurisdiction to prove its innocence and to ensure justice is done on the matter.
Mr. Changpeng Ho was sentenced to 4 months in prison, down from 3 years demanded by prosecutors, for money laundering, unlicensed money transmitting, and violation of SCATL in the United States. Richard Jones, the presiding judge at the sentence hearing, said Zoe put Binance growth and profit over compliance with United States laws and regulations.
I wouldn't talk very much about that. They would have their day in court. But I'd like to encourage the media. It is not enough for anyone to come subsequently and apologize about misrepresenting facts or spreading disinformation. I think that you owe it a duty to Nigerians to accurately report on this matter. If somebody is before the courts and is clutching for straws because they know that they are drowning, and then they come out to accuse a whole institution of government because they want to distract from what it is that they've done.
The Nigerian Senate adjourned Tuesday's plenary session in honor of a member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Issa Dongoyaro, who died on Friday after a brief illness. This was just as the upper chamber held a minute silence in honor of the lawmaker, who is a member of the House of Representatives. Until his death, the lawmaker represented Babura Garki Federal Constituency in Jigawa State in the 10th Assembly of the House of Representatives. He was 46 years of age. The decision to suspend plenary was carried out in line with the tradition of the National Assembly, following a motion moved by the Deputy Senate Leader, Senator Lola Ashiru, and seconded by Minority Leader, Senator Abamoro. The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, while putting the motion to a voice vote, which was unanimously supported by senators, commiserated with the family of the deceased lawmaker and the government and people of Jigawa State.
Strong sadness. I wish to announce the death of Honorable Issa Dogoyaro. The Clark House of Representatives has communicated to the Senate the passing on to eternity of Honorable Issa Dogoyaro, which did occurred on Friday, the 10th day of May 2024, after a brief illness. He is survived by 2 wives and children. Until his death, Honorable Issa Dogoyaro represented Babura Garki Federal Constituency of Jigawa State and was the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on HIV and AIDS, and also tuberculosis and malaria. I request the Senate to observe a minute silence in his honor, and please accept, distinguished senators, my highest considerations.
The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has warned civil society organizations that henceforth Their continued participation in the electoral process will depend on their submission of the election monitoring report. Professor Mahmood said this on Tuesday during the quarterly consultative meeting between INEC and civil society organizations at the INEC headquarters in Abuja. He said CSOs that fail to submit reports from previous exercises may not be accredited to participate in future elections. He urged the CSOs to submit their applications for accreditation as election observers for the September 21 governorship elections in Edo State. In his response, the leader of the CSOs, Padi Njoku, assured of the continued partnership and cooperation with the electoral umpire.
The Commission therefore appeals to civil society organizations to join us in mobilizing prospective registrants for the exercise, particularly on the need to register early and not wait until the deadline approaches when the registration centers will be inundated by 11th hour registrants. In addition to the registration of voters, the Commission will also make available the uncollected permanent voters' cards for collection during the voter registration.
You have made of us. As I said, you are independent, but you are depending a bit on us. So we share in your independence.
Movie director, producer Bolanle Austin Peters has emphasized the importance of sharing Funmilayo Ransome Kuti's story during the movie premiere in Lagos. The film beautifully portrayed the remarkable journey of this Nigerian educator, political campaigner, and women's rights activist. Our correspondent Paul George was there.
The night was filled with shining stars from the Nigerian entertainment industry, bringing together a diverse crowd to witness the premiere of the movie Funmilayo Ransome Kuti. The film, directed and produced by the talented Bolanle Austin Peters, aims to inspire the youth by telling the story of this remarkable matter.
Funmilayo's story is an important story that the world must hear. You know, a lot of times we hear about Rosa Parks in America. We hear about all these heroes. And you ask yourself, where are the Nigerian heroes? There's so many of them, but we're not telling their stories. Our children must understand that we have great Nigerians, we have great Africans that have lived, and in knowing their heritage, they will become better for it.
The great-grandson of the heroine, Made Kuti, praised the producer, cast and crew for their excellent work, mentioning that the film exceeded expectations, while renowned actor Adebayo Salami, who played the role of the Alake of Egbaland, encouraged Nigerians to watch the movie for valuable life lessons and a memorable experience.
The entire family has seen it already, and when we saw it, it was such a precious moment that at the end of the film, every single one of us ended up crying, because it was such an emotional film with so much truth and so much power, delivered by just an absolutely fantastic set of cast members and, you know, an entire team behind it. So I know that everyone that goes inside today will have a fantastic time.
Oh, sure. I would advise them to watch. They should watch it when it comes. It teaches a lot of lessons and preaches sermon. So no doubt about it, you just pick your own there.
Kehinde Bankole and Ibrahim Suleiman, the main actors in the movie, were thrilled to make history. They believe that Nigerians will find inspiration and learn valuable lessons from the film.
These are people who lived amongst us, who will inspire us, to them on their own power.
A lot of us growing up, we thought that Funmilayo Ransome Kuti was basically Fela's mother and the first Nigerian woman to drive a car. And that's basically all we knew about her. And it is a very small fraction of who she is and what she stood for and what she was about. So this movie will educate people about that specifically. And then to also give insights into the fact that it will help us understand that our struggles today are not unique.
As the event wrapped up, Nigerians are hopeful that more heroes and heroines will be recognized and celebrated. Paul George, Plus TV News.
Barrister Sophia Amadu Boshi has been installed and presented staff of office as first-class chief of Takum by Governor Agbukefas of Taraba State. The presentation of staff of office took place on Monday at the Exco Chamber Government House, Jalingo, alongside two other third-class chiefs. Speaking at Exco Chamber Government House, Jalingo, where the event took place, Governor Kefas observed that for nearly 3 decades, the vacant throne of Takum has been a symbol of division and uncertainty, expressing hope that the new development will usher in the dawn of a new era in Takum. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale sends this report that is presented from our studio.
The 28 years kingship tussle of the stool of paramount ruler of Takum may be over following the presentation of staff of office to Barrister Sophia Amadu Bushi. Speaking at the event, Governor Kefas noted that in recognition of the need for inclusivity and fairness in providing good governance, made his administration to take a bold step in addressing the long-time issue of the throne. According to him, through wide consultation and careful deliberation, his administration has established 3 third-class thrones in Takum, each representing the ruling houses of the area, Banzo, Kuteb, and Chemba, as well as a rotational chief of Takum.
Recognizing the need for inclusivity and fairness in providing good governance, my administration has taken decisive steps to address this long-standing issue on the throne of Takum. Through careful deliberation and wide consultations, we have established 3 third-class chiefs in Takum, each representing the esteemed ruling houses of Takum Kwanzum, Takum Kuteb, and Takum Chamba. Additionally, a rotational first-class stool as chief of Takum has been enshrined into law by the Taraba State House of Assembly.
The governor urged the people to embrace the principles of reconciliation, forgiveness, and inclusivity. While he celebrated the positive response of 2 of the ruling houses in Takum, the governor in resolving disputes and ensuring a peaceful and sustainable transition of leadership. The governor then announced the launch of an endowment fund for the rebuilding of Takum and other areas affected by the crisis.
As we embark on this transformative journey, let us embrace the principles of reconciliation, forgiveness, and inclusivity. In tandem with our dedication to traditional leadership and rebuilding of Takum for posterity, I am delighted to announce the launch of an endowment fund for the development of Takum and other areas impacted by conflict in Taraba State.
The first-class chief of Takum, His Royal Highness Barrister Sophia Amadu Bushi, who responded on behalf of others, thanked the governor for the bold step in resolving the chieftaincy dispute of Takum and pledged to justify the confidence reposed in him.
You are all aware that it has taken almost 26 to 27 years now. There is no king in Takum, but he has done it this time. His Excellency, the effort you have taken to solve this chieftaincy issue in Takum, I will beg of you to take the same effort to resolve any other crisis in Taraba State as a whole. With this singular venture, I believe Taraba State is in for a progress.
The third-class chiefs, Sohon Takum, His Royal Highness Ephraim Bala, and the Ku Gababi Chiefdom, His Royal Highness Suleiman Umar Salihu, were also presented with the staff of the office. The State Chief Judge, Justice Philibus Joel Agia, administered the oath of office and that of allegiance to the royal fathers.
The ancient town of Ede in Osun State was agog today as the state governor Ademola Adeleke was officially installed as the Asiwaju of Ede land. It would be recalled that the title was held by Governor's elder brother, Isiaka Adeleke, until his death in 2017. While speaking at the event, the Timi of Ede said the contribution of Adeleke's family to the development of the town is immeasurable, hence the reason the title is conferred on the Governor Ademola Adeleke. In his remarks, the Governor Adeleke thanked the people of the state for keeping faith with him, saying he will not relent in contributing to the growth and development of Ede and Osun State. Governor Adeleke sought the support of all and sundry in taking the state to greater heights. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde and the Ooni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi, commended Governor Adeleke for transforming the state in short space, urging him to use his new title for the development of Yoruba race. The event was graced by Ooni of Ife, Governor of Oyo, Ogun, Lagos, and former President Olusegun Obasanjo, among others. Governor Abba month.
House in consideration of the foregoing, therefore decided to embark on a massive empowerment package for our women across the 44 local government areas of the state, distributed to each beneficiary from among the 100 women in the 36 local government areas, while the same amount will be extended to another batch of 200 women from each of the 8 metropolitan local governments. A total of 5,200 women will benefit from this empowerment every month. As part of our checks and balances, to ensure that the selected women from the 44 local government areas received their funds.
Still ahead, death toll from South African building collapse rises to 33. Details when we return.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Ovation Media Group cordially invites you to the inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Series. Our Red Daily Momodu is honored to present the Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture on his 64th birthday. The inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture, Intelligent Discourse. Topic, the politics of energy and the way forward. Speaker, Professor Bartholomew Nnaji, former Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Date, Thursday, May 16th, 2024. Time, 10 a.m. Venue, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, under the distinguished chairmanship of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. John Dramani Mahama. The Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture is a gathering of intellectuals for the discovery of innovative ideas and exchange of progressive knowledge under a non-partisan atmosphere. Chief host, Governor Ademola Adeleke, the Executive Governor of Osun State. The lecture will be live on GH1 TV Ghana, Arise News, Plus TV, News Central, and also on social media platforms, YouTube, OVTV Online, Facebook, Ovation TV Live, X, Ovation Media Group, and Zoom.
And girls are at an early disadvantage. The Sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Thanks for staying with us. We move now to other parts of Africa. At least 4 people were rescued from the rubble of the collapsed building in the Mathare neighborhood of Kenya's capital on Tuesday. 3 of them were critically injured, while 1 person sustained minor injuries. The Kenya Red Cross said more people were likely to be trapped in the rubble. The building was undergoing demolition when it collapsed, the Red Cross said. The building had been recently vacated and was ordered to be demolished as it was too close to a river, according to local authorities. This was one of the buildings ordered to be vacated. 1 person died in a similar incident on the 1st of May when a 4-story building under construction collapsed in the Karia area, Kirinyaga County. Meanwhile, the death toll from a building collapse in South African city of George last week edged up to 33 on Tuesday as rescuers continued to comb through the rubble, with 19 people still unaccounted for more than a week after the incident. Municipal officials said in a statement that only 6 of those who had been killed on the construction site had been identified so far, as authorities were struggling to get accurate names. The last person to be rescued was pulled from the wreckage at the weekend in what the Western Cape Province Premier described as nothing short of a miracle, coming 5 days after the disaster. The death toll stood at 32 on Monday. It has been steadily rising over the past week as more bodies have been retrieved. It is not clear why the 5-story building in the city east of Cape Town collapsed on May 6. Investigations are underway. Police in Tunisia's capital have raided the headquarters of the Bar Association and arrested a lawyer, according to a report citing witnesses, 2 days after the detention of another lawyer and 2 journalists that led to protests. A live broadcast on the Tone Media website late on Monday showed videos of broken glass doors and toppled chairs, while officers arrested lawyer Mahdi Zagroba, a prominent lawyer known for his opposition to President Kais Saied. The raid came after police on Saturday had again stormed the Tunis building of the Tunisian Order of Lawyers and detained Sonia Domani, a lawyer also known for her criticisms of Saied. Outside Africa, Israeli tanks pushed deeper into the eastern Rafah on Tuesday, reaching some residential districts of the southern border city, where more than 1 million people had been sheltering and stoking fears of further civilian casualties. Israel's international allies and aid groups have repeatedly warned against a ground incursion into refugee-packed Rafah, where Israel says 4 Hamas battalions are holed up. The World Court, also known as the International Court of Justice, ICJ, said it would hold hearings on Thursday and Friday to discuss a request by South Africa seeking new emergency measures over the Rafah incursion, which Qatar says has stalled efforts to reach a ceasefire. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that Russian President Vladimir Putin must pay to rebuild what he has destroyed in Ukraine. Speaking in Kyiv, Blinken said Washington has the power to seize Russian assets in the U.S. and will use them to help rebuild Ukraine. He also said that Ukraine is getting closer to NATO. Earlier, the top U.S. diplomat told Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky that military aid is now on its way. He added that the G7 group, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Canada and the US can unlock billions of dollars and send a powerful message to Putin that time is not on his side.
Making Russia pay for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. What Putin destroyed, Russia should and must pay to rebuild. It's what international law demands. It's what the Ukrainian people deserve. Our Congress has given us the power to seize Russian assets in the United States. We intend to use it. We're working with our G7 partners to see that Russia's immobilized sovereign assets are used to remedy the damage that Putin continues to cause. The G7 can unlock billions of dollars and send a powerful message to Putin that time is not on his side. Finally, we will help the Ukrainian people fully realize their democratic aspirations.
An inmate convicted of burglary escaped the van following the incident and is currently on the run, according to officials. At least 2 French prison officers were reported dead as 4 armed men ambushed their van on inmate transfer duty in the country's northwest on Tuesday. The incident occurred at the Incarville toll near Val-de-Reuil in Normandy. The 2 officers, including the driver, died in the shootout while 3 others were injured. The freed inmate was being transported from the town of Rouen to Évreux, and according to domestic press, the detainee is known as 30-year-old Mohamed Amra. He is said to be convicted of burglary and is known for cases linked to drug trafficking. Meanwhile, French President Emmanuel Macron and Minister of Justice Éric Dupond-Moretti both expressed their condolences to the families and colleagues of the slain officers. Up next, President Tinubu Shettima other VIPs to pay airport parking fees. And that's in business news after this short break.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste spin. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Ovation Media Group cordially invites you to the inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Series. Our Red Daily Momodu is honored to present the Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture on his 64th birthday. The inaugural Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture, Intelligent Discourse. Topic: The Politics of Energy and the Way Forward. Speaker: Professor Bartholomew Nnaji, former Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Date: Thursday, May 16th, 2024. Time: 10 a.m. Venue: Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, under the distinguished chairmanship of the former President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Dr. John Dramani Mahama. The Daily Momodu Leadership Lecture is a gathering of intellectuals for the discovery of innovative ideas and exchange of progressive knowledge under a non-partisan atmosphere. Chief
The federal government says payment for access into airports across the country is now compulsory for all. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, Festus Keyamo, stated this while briefing State House correspondents shortly after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Tuesday. The council meeting was adjourned on Monday, May 13, 2024 to Tuesday. According to the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, the council could not take all the memos that were to be presented by members. Keyamo said no one would be exempted paying for access into the airports, including foreign guests.
The VIPs who are supposed to have money don't pay for services, but they compel poor men to pay for services. And I said no. So I got my team together. I said, we need the backing of council to compel everybody. In fact, guess what? Our memo says, with the exception of the president and the vice president. The president overruled me. He said he and the vice president would pay. He said everybody. This has led in the past to loss of billions of naira, not millions, billions of naira annually because of this. And yet, our airport infrastructure, you know they are decaying. I am helpless. I'm looking for concessionaires. I'm looking for help for decaying infrastructure, and they will be the first to cry out. These same VIPs, why are your toilets like this? Why are your toilets smelling? Why can't you do this? Why? They are the same people, but they don't pay for the services. So if we want improved infrastructure at the airports, we must pay for services.
The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has appointed a total of 11 pre-shipment monitoring and evaluation agents for oil and gas exports in Nigeria. The appointment was contained in a circular dated May 13, 2024, and the Apex Bank's Director of the Trade and Exchange Department, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud, said this. According to the circular, the appointment takes effect immediately. The circular divided the appointments to include 9 pre-shipment inspection agents and 2 monitoring and evaluation agents. The CBN also said that a directive has been communicated to the authorized dealers listed as the Nigerian Customs Service, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, all terminal operators, and all oil and gas companies. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority on Tuesday met with key major oil marketers to address the issues of incessant scarcity of petroleum products in the country. The Chief Executive Officer, Farouk Ahmed, who briefed newsmen on the outcome of the meeting, assured Nigerians that depot owners and members of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, will not shut down supply as the NMDPRA has started the process of paying the debt owed the depot owners with verified documents. Last month, IPMAN had threatened to cripple the supply of petrol over non-payment of 200 billion naira bridging claims. Furthermore, the NMDPRA boss hinted that the major marketers lamented their inability to import petroleum products. He assured the oil marketers that the stopgaps like the Dangote refinery will bring succor, even though as a businessman they have the final say on where to source products. Next is entertainment news.
Music legend Stevie Wonder has officially become a Ghanaian citizen. In a ceremony at the Jubilee House, Wonder expressed his joy at receiving the honor. He said, "I felt my civilization was there," referencing his connection to Ghana's rich heritage. This move follows Wonder's 2021 decision to relocate to the West African nation. The ceremony marks the culmination of a long-held desire. Wonder, originally from Michigan, announced his intention to move to Ghana in 2021, citing political reasons in the U.S. And moving on, Nigerian chef Hilda Bassi is celebrating the first anniversary of her record-breaking cooking marathon. Bassi cooked for over 100 hours in May 2023, smashing the previous record by over 12 hours. She's dedicated a 5-day celebration to the 100-person team who helped make her dream a reality. While Bassi's record was later surpassed in November 2023, her achievement remains a historic moment for Nigeria's culinary scene.
Coming up next is sports news.
The Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Dallas Mavericks 100-96 to level their Western Conference semi-final series at 2-2. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 22 of his game-high 34 points in the second half, while Thunder teammate Chet Holmgren registered 18 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Dallas led 54-43 at halftime, but OKC closed the game with a 20-10 run to take the win. PJ Washington top scored for Dallas with 21 points, while Luka Doncic had 18 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists for a triple-double. However, the Mavs only made 12 of their 23 free throws, while the Thunder made 23 from 24. Game 5 in their best-of-7 NBA playoff series will take place in Oklahoma on Wednesday. Manchester United defender Rafael Varane will leave the club when his contract runs out at the end of the season. The 31-year-old joined from Real Madrid in July 2021 for an initial fee of about £34 million and has made 93 appearances. The former France international helped United win the Carabao Cup in 2023 when manager Erik ten Hag's side beat Newcastle United in the final. Varane won 3 La Liga titles and 4 Champions League trophies in his time at Real Madrid before joining United under then-manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. He won the World Cup with France in 2018 before retiring from international football in February 2023. The centre-back has been out injured since a 4-3 defeat by Chelsea on 4th of April, and it remains to be seen if he will be fit for United's final 3 games of the season. They play Newcastle United at home on Wednesday before their final league game of the campaign away at Brighton on Sunday, and then face Manchester City in the FA Cup final at Wembley on Saturday, 25th of May.
And now the main news again. Federal government has suspended controversial 0.5% cybersecurity levy. Governor Fubara says Rivers State highly in debt as he inherited huge debt from weakest projects. At least 4 persons have been rescued from collapsed building in Nairobi. Blinken has said Russia must pay for what Putin destroyed in Ukraine. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a brother, a friend, and a mentor. Mentor not because of any other thing, but the fact that he does whatever he does well. And I like to learn from people who do stuff well. He's none other than Richard Mofe Damijo, RMD for short. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes,
Thanks.
welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I believe that you know, but I think you will tell me what you do know truly. That if we were to write the story of contemporary theater, contemporary production, contemporary film in Nigeria today, you will have to feature prominently. You know.
Well, you know, they say for us, we just do the work, and the historians like you, the gatekeepers like you, will be the ones that will etch it.
You're also a journalist. In that profession, you never retire.
You never retire, right.
So, but truly, what was the foundation? What was the fascination that got you into it?
I'm a child of television. I am a complete child of television, a child of films and everything. I mean, I was one of those who will run after mobile cinemas.
In those days?
In those days, to find out where they are setting up. So we can get the front seats. They will sit on the ground and wait for the commentator. You know, it was silent.
Yes, it was silent, yes.
But they will run the commentaries.
Run the commentaries, yes.
And when television, when you discover that there is a man who owns a television set maybe like a few miles away.
Yes.
They start at, the man opens his window probably at 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
We start the trek from around 6 p.m. To get to the good spot on the window.
Yes.
Before my father bought his own television. So I knew from an early stage that I would love to be one of those people inside the box. Talking, you know, so that people can also watch.
Yeah.
You know. And when it was time for university, theater was the obvious choice.
Yes.
My illiterate mother, who didn't know what theater was, had to discern from her cousin, who we call Uncle London, who was supposed to be dropping me in the university the next day, who was very upset with me that I was going to school to play.
That's your uncle?
My uncle. He was like, this boy is just going to play. You know, I don't know why you let him go to university to go and play.
Yeah.
You know. My mom started crying, and as an only child, her tears usually will break me.
Yes.
And I cried, and I said, look, it's okay. I'm not going to play. It's serious. But you will see me on television. That's the only thing I can let you understand. And she was like, she looked at my uncle and said, is it true? Is he going to be on television? Well, yeah, if he does well. And as God will have it, in my second year in the university,
yes,
I think it was Ifeanyi Ayafulu or something like that, somebody that came to watch a stage play in Uniben, saw me on stage and asked my lecturer to let me come for an audition at NTA Benin. I went for the audition, I got the part. It was a lead role, it was a character called Emeka, and it was about the Osuke system. Yes. TV script was written by Bob Ejike.
Bob Ejike, yes. I know him.
Echoes of Wrath.
Yes.
Yes. The
Wrath of the Gods.
Yeah, the Wrath of the Gods. And that was my claim to fame. So we did the TV play. It was the entry for Bendel,
the Bendel
television service, and we won the national competition. I didn't know what that had done for my image, but I can tell you that when I went home after that semester, after the play had been
Yes,
shown,
it had been shown.
apparently it had been repeated a few times.
Yes.
So people had known that it was me
Yes.
that was in that thing. And they had, my mother, of course, had already become popular. So when I got to the market and they cited me, it was mayhem because I didn't know what had happened. But they started shouting, Emeka, Emeka, and they carried me, they danced.
Around the market.
Danced around the market and dropped me in my mother's shop, by which time all her friends had taken, choice positions, to welcome me back home. And it was at that moment that, I knew that I had made the right choice, because that feeling, it stays with you.
Yes, it does.
It stays with you. And this was just me in school. I mean, imagine if I now went on to become something else nationally. Again, when I came to Lagos after youth service, again, it was stage play. I was, because that's my forte, I was on stage. Danladi Bako had come to the theater and saw me, and he had invited me to come to NTA for an audition.
Yes.
Then it was Sparks.
Oh, yes, Sparks.
Special Protection Anti-Crime Squad.
Yes.
But we had a little thing. I'm very prompt. If I'm going to be late, I will call and I say, I'm going to be late. In fact, sometimes people say, I get ridiculous because I can call and say I'll be 5 minutes late. So our path kept crisscrossing. When he says be there at 2, I will be there before 2, but he might not be there. Anyway, long story short, the first day that he was supposed to audition me, he didn't see me because I had gone. By the time he came, I had gotten angry and gone.
Yes.
And the next time he saw me, he's like, you didn't show up. I told you to come and do audition. I said, I showed up, you didn't show up.
Yeah.
So we talked about it and he laughed and he sort of liked me and said, you know what? I was going to give you a bit pass before, just 1 or 2 episodes, but I'm going to make you one of the detectives. And that was how I became a major cast in that series.
That's like how they started calling your mom Mama Emeka.
Mama, yes. I became nationally recognized, and of course, I became friends with Tade Ogidon. Ogidon went on to do Hostages.
Yeah, Hostages.
Yes, Hostages, and of course, some of my most important works were done with him. I did Diamond Ring.
Yeah, Diamond Ring.
Diamond Ring was something else.
Yes,
I mean, and then a certain young lady came into the scene. Her name was Amaka Igwe. God bless her soul.
Bless her soul, yes.
And Amaka, cast me in Checkmate.
Checkmate, yes.
Checkmate was already in episode 10 when I joined. And so I needed to make an impression. I needed to join quickly and make an impression. And I remember when I was building my character, I started doing this as Sheku Kadiri. And then I dropped my voice to an octave, like a lower. And so when I appeared on the set the first day, I didn't spare anybody. I was ready.
Yes.
Again, I haven't seen. I think I heard we lost him. Bolaji Daudu.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so. I think we lost him as well. So Amaka is gone down. Bolaji. I remember a scene that made me an instant hero on the set. I remember that I was with Ego Boyo, who was Anne Hathorpe.
Yes.
And I remember, I went to her office, and as I was talking to her, I did like this. I tapped my leg and I put my legs on her table.
Yes.
And I could see the shock in her face. And then the director was like, so it became a thing for me. When I get to office, I tap my leg and I put it on the table. Just show disregard or something. So from early on, I came in and enjoyed myself. I enjoy everything I do, everything that has to do with this business, you know, or anything that is given to me as an assignment. I will do it to the best of my ability as if my entire life depends on it. And that has been my motivation for everything that I do. Little did I know that 62 years later, it will become like the hallmark of, you know, my success.
It's actually the hallmark of your definition.
You know, so I look back now and I'm saying, thank God for loving my work and not minding what anybody else will say around me.
Yes.
You know, because you are given a name if you work too hard.
If you work too hard. I used to be the
and all of that.
I used to be the world gecko of the studio.
Who does he think he is?
Yeah.
Why does he have to? Why do you have to always overdo it? You can just manage. They will manage it. Like no.
But then, you know, it's strange. It's funny. It's against the drift for someone like you who, as an only child, one would expect to have been spoiled silly by your
Oh,
mom.
my mother, God bless her soul. She will wait for somebody like you to come visit me. When all my friends come, then she will start shouting. She will start screaming and crying. And I will be begging, like, calm down now, my friends. I said, no, let them know how you treat me. Her common phrase is, when I say it in pidgin, it's sweeter.
Yes.
I say, if person born one pikin, then they die put. I'm supposed to talk to you with my eyes.
Yeah.
If I look at you, you're supposed to know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, nonsense. I will start begging her to calm down. My mom will raise me, will lift me over my ear.
Yes.
You know, so she said to me, this one child that I have, you will be like 20.
Yeah.
You will cook, you will clean, you will be a girl, you will be a boy. You will do everything that a child is supposed to do, yes. So from age 10, in fact, from age 8, I was cooking. You know, till date, it's one of my superpowers.
Yes.
You know. So when I was dating your sister, she couldn't cope. She had to run to her auntie to learn. She said, "I this man." She would eat in my house and I'm like, which of your girlfriends did this one? I said, it's not my girlfriend.
I did.
I'm
my mother's child.
You know?
So really, you know, for me, I think that background fired you up too.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Just to pursue excellence.
Oh yes. I don't know how anybody that doesn't have strong parental guidance can cope. You know, I mean, because there's so much distraction out there.
Yeah.
For us, it's not even as bad. You know, growing up, but today,
it's terrible.
From games, the phone alone, the distraction of the phone alone.
It's too strong.
I don't know about you, but I mean, when we were young, in my teens, what we did was to look for those people who sell books.
Yes, now to buy.
You will buy Hadley Chase and you stack it.
And then you start to read.
Yes.
There was usually a competition.
Of course.
To outread.
So outread. When it was now the time of Leon Uris.
Yes.
You know, the Born Identity, all those things. You will start to read. And, you know, the bigger the novels, the better.
The better. And then if it was comics, you read so much.
I mean, we will fight about books.
Yes.
We will, you know, you say, oh, how many have you read? You will stack it. So now, all of that is gone.
It's gone.
All of that is gone. I don't know. They are not even reading books on Amazon or e-books. No. You know, I remember earlier when I started, when we got married, my wife would say, why do you just load your suitcases with books? I have a thing for hardcovers. I just buy hardcovers. I love hardcovers. I love to turn the pages.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, all of that gives you the discipline to be able to. So today, one of the biggest things that people our age deal with is to be able to adapt and switch.
And switch, yes.
Yes, to this digital age, to be able to match the energy of these young people. Unfortunately, some of us didn't, we were not able to make that switch.
That's what I wanted to ask you next,
Yes.
actually, that
Yes.
how were you able to make the switch? And don't throw the question back at me,
Okay.
right? How were you able to make that switch? Because there you were very strong on theater, the stage, right, television, and then movies came in, then technology
came in.
in.
I had children early, and so I had also the good fortune of being a Sunday school teacher. I was teaching teens,
Yes.
and when I was handling these teenagers, I could see the rate at which things were changing. I use an illustration of my children to sort of gauge how technology was switching, and those things were the signposts for me to start to change with them.
Yeah.
When they just first went abroad, when I go to stay to America, they come stay with me in my hotel room, and they will fight. The two of them, Tega and Mena, will fight over remote control. Daddy, he doesn't want me to watch this. You know, after a while, I discovered that when they come to my room, they just want to jump in the bed and pull the duvet and hold their phones underneath the duvet, and my television is there, they don't touch it.
You had your piece,
I had
and they
my
were in
piece,
their own world.
and I was looking at this kid, I would say, time to go to bed, turn off your phones, but they will turn off the phone. The minute I go to my own room, they are back on.
Yeah.
I saw that switch, and I knew that one had to keep up. And keeping up meant understanding what was going on.
Yes.
Understanding that television was gradually migrating from the wall
To the
to the palm.
Yeah.
And it also meant that we needed to work smartly, you know. And that is what you find today, even amongst the young people.
Yes.
Why do we have YouTube millionaires today, and people are still saying they are looking for who to help them?
Yes. Yes.
There are boys who started streaming from their phones.
Yes.
There's a guy called Itom who does all these things with his phone. I did one of my birthday things with him, you know. He records with his phone.
Yes.
He edits everything
On
with
that
his phone.
Yes.
And today he's a brand influencer, all kinds of things. And so when young people come to me, sometimes I say to them that if you are not lazy, you will understand that you do not really need anything anymore than everything is here now.
Yes.
You need to make the switch. Find out what other young people are doing to ensure that they can beat the odds. You know, because now to be an entrepreneur means owning your own thing.
Yeah.
Being able to do it yourself.
Yes.
That's what being an entrepreneur is.
Yes.
So this is the age of entrepreneurs. We have seen the .com billionaires and all of that. Now you can sit in your room and use the tools that are available and go viral in 1 second.
1 second. And once
Look
you're
at what
viral-
happened to us when we were under lockdown.
Yes.
The Nigerian economic space was transformed by these young people who were solution-based providers. They were looking for solution. If you needed to move money, they were looking for solution. And what was the biggest thing we had? PayPal.
Yeah.
These boys made billions.
Yes.
You know? And today, look, there's Flutterwave, there's Piggyverse, there are all kinds of things that these kids are redefining, you know, the entire space, economically, socially, and everything. Even to how they organize governmental resistance or leadership resistance and everything.
Yes.
Twitter is a tool.
Yeah.
We saw the Arab Spring and everything, and today in Nigeria we have our own kind of spring.
yeah.
You know, we saw all that play out during the elections, you know.
Yes.
So we for me, I'm a trend watcher, and I like to be able to at least navigate it. You know, I might not be an expert in it. It is the age of AI now.
Yeah.
How can you sit back and not be able to deploy AI to help yourself?
Yeah.
You know, so we all need to keep, you know, watching these trends and see how we can switch and not become dinosaurs overnight.
In fact, it's that dinosaur effect that I actually wanted to leap onto.
Yes.
That, you know, that switch that you made, something must have informed it beyond technology in your career.
Yes, it's the zeal to survive.
Yeah.
It's the zeal to survive and be in the very top of the being at the very top of the food chain. Because the minute you drop off, to climb back up there is very difficult.
If possible.
You know, it is so important that you must keep up. And keeping up means, you know, researching, reading, you know, asking questions, and being able to unlearn, you know, because you can't sit in one place and say, oh, I've done this for 40 years.
The truth is that you, for instance, you read theater and then you went to read law.
Yeah. It was his pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is never wasted. And for me, in fact, people look at me and say, oh, you knew you were going to go into government. I said, no. But it made me ready.
Yes.
It made me, so today, my credentials are good enough to hold any kind of public office.
Yes.
Apart from having put in time into work, because post-graduation, this is 40 years. So I can hold any public position today because I qualify for it, both experientially and, of course, academically. You know.
Right. And then having read law, you found it easier to navigate the law aspect of your job.
Of my today, I can't mention names, but there are people that are being exploited on a daily basis. There are corporations who will just grab your stuff and use it and hope that they can just stampede you. And they did it to me, Lekon. Yes, a corporation actually did it to me, took my program that I created myself and slammed it on their channel. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this can't be happening. They know me. They see my name. And nobody comes to me to say, we are running this thing on our channel. Or we want to run this on our channel. Instead, I'm getting reports. So we just did video recording. And I told my lawyers, like, go make the approach. And at first, they were trying to be like, oh, no. But when they saw the facts on the table, I said, if this will be the last thing, if this is the last thing with my last breath, I will teach you not to do it to another person when I'm done with you guys. Also, they had the good sense to quickly start appealing to my human side. And of course, we settled out of court, but you know, not without them paying something. So that enablement comes from having gone to school, studied law, and also being able to still stay within that aspect of the law. Teach younger lawyers about it, because there is just so much. In today's world, you cannot be talking about content without seeking to look at the people who are producing the content and protecting them, because content goes across boundaries. It is without borders. And there is so much in there legally. The legal regimen for that whole, you know, body of work, it's amazing. And there are lawyers who are still saying, oh, I want to enter into the entertainment space, but I don't know what to do.
When the entertainment space is already surrounding you.
The entertainment space is begging you to come in, because what happens in Nigeria is that people look at practitioners and expect practitioners to be the ones to be the change in whatever they're doing. I want to come in and clock in as an actor on a daily basis. So I would rather that a banker is watching the figures and watching what the data is saying about my work, instead of you waiting for me to come to your bank to tell you, oh, there's so much money in this work that I do, come and give me the money for it. As opposed to them coming into the space and looking at it and seeing how they can.
Okay. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about something that I know is very dear to RMD, which is mentorship, mentoring the younger generation. A few big names lay claim to him being their mentor. Stay tuned. You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations, RMD. Let's talk about you. You have given a lot of your network, your space to younger people. Every time Ali Baba speaks of his sojourn in Lagos, your name is within the first 2 or 3 sentences. I just go meet them, show me the way. Why do you do stuff like that?
Because I have had the opportunity of also being embraced and mentored by some of the biggest names in the industry. I met Uncle Olu Jacobs, I met Uncle Peter Doche, I met Professor Wole Soyinka, and so on and so forth. Now, somebody doesn't have to, you don't have to be with somebody in close proximity to be, for the person to be your mentor.
No.
You know, so you see them, you love their work, and so you aspire to want to, you know, be like them or be even bigger than what they have done. And so for me, every time that younger people come to me, it's a teaching moment. I was born to teach. I teach, and so I've had the privilege of, you know, encountering people like Ali Baba, you know, when he first came into Lagos, you know, and what I liked about him was the hunger. You know, not very many people will come to you and say, "Oh, I'm a comedian," and I funny die, and I say, "Well, make me laugh now." And there he went at it. Yeah. For the next 20 minutes, I'm the one begging, "Okay, you funny, it's okay." You know, so it was a joy for me to be able to work with him and take him around and show him the ropes. Yes. You know, I had similar encounter with Moody.
Yeah.
I remember I was mourning when Moody would come to me and say to me, "Bros, Asabi, so I just need help." You know, I was in mourning, my late wife, when I got tired of listening to this young man. I just called my younger brother one day and I said, you know, I think it was at that time in '96. It was about $18,000 naira or so that he needed, or 27,000 naira that he needed for his shop. Sure. And I give it to my brother. And I said, "Go and pay this money to the landlord." And I turned to him and I said, "Don't make me regret this, this investment in your life, you know." And today, the man owns an entire street with his fashion brand. Yes. I'm very proud of him. Right. In fact, after that first rent that I paid, he came to me again and said, "Bros, I need more money." So this time, you know, I want you to be, you have shares in my thing, you'll be my partner. And I said to him, "What would you think if tomorrow you now make money I will now come and say, hey, how far today? How much you don't make? You not give me small thing. And if you have gotten married, gotten married, and our wives should now be looking at each other like, this one just comes here to take money. I said, don't worry. So I gave him money again. I said, I don't want any part of it. Just do well. That's all I want, you know. And I'm happy to report that he's done well, and he pays it forward, you know, as well. Of course, Bobby, it was me that gave him his first job. He was my PA. Teju Babyface, I took him under my wing.
Yes, you were even in Diamond Ring.
Together. You know, I had forgotten about him, but when I was in Unilag, he found his way to me, and till today, he's still under my wings, and I'm happy to help. And AY, you know, so I'm happy that you know, I'm in a position to inspire younger people. There are younger actors today that not very many people know that I ran a workshop, an acting workshop where Desmond Elliott was one of my students.
He was?
Yes, yes, he was one of my students. And you know, you can tell because good work is light, knowledge is light. I remember at the end of our course, of my workshop with them, I said, this one, you will go far. You know, I remember Zemeji saying to me one day that, I know that you train this boy, but you have to tell him to stop trying to act like you. You know, that he has to find his own. I said, don't worry, leave him, he's young. He will define himself. You know, for now, this is, you know, I'm happy today. He's killing it as a legislator and also as a film producer and all that. So, I'm happy to be of help. There are so many more that there are people who see me and say to me that, oh, because of you, I read theater. Yeah, because of you, my child is reading theater. One of the biggest things that happened to me that day, I just broke down and cried.
Oh, wow.
When I was building Namole, there was a day that I had run out of money. You know how that day I was like, you know what, 12 o'clock, I didn't have money to even pay workers for the full day. I said, 12 o'clock, shut the place down and let everybody go. When I have money, I will continue. So I usually would drive to my site around 5 p.m. So that day at 12 o'clock, I said, let me go and shut down the place. So I didn't get there till about 1. And I saw them working and all that. So I called the foreman, like, what's going on? He said, that the owner of a school near my place there just came and was asking that, she always liked this land. She wanted to buy this land. That who's the owner of this place? Said, it's RMD's place. Oh, that's the young actor. So she left and sent, I think, 50 bags of cement to my site. And he gave instruction that just don't tell him not to come to me. I just tell him, I said, welcome to the neighborhood, you know. So that day, I mean, I'm like, I never look for, I don't think I deserve anything. So when people show me kindness, you know, so I'm like, no, I'm going to go meet this woman. I mean, why would she just give me 50 bags of cement and say, I should come and say hello? So I went to her school and, you know, I finally saw her and she said, it's for nothing, you know. I said, but since you came, let me show you something. So she went to her filing cabinet and drew it out and brought out a paper plate and showed me the paper plate. And I saw my autograph on it. You know, that time there was no phone. No phone to do autograph and all that. So I saw my signature on the plate. And I said, do you remember this plate? I said, I think I remember that it must have been in London. He says, yes. He said, my daughter saw you in London at a party in London and came to you and said she loves acting, and you signed this plate. You signed her party plate that she was supposed to use to eat. You signed it and she kept it. Wow. He said, today, my daughter is studying theater because of you. She's specializing on radio and everything. I just started crying. Wow. You know? So, I mean, that for me, a few years later, the data will come back to Nigeria. And the woman calls me and says, your daughter is around though. She wants to do radio internship. I said, leave it to me. Yeah. I got a repower. I called Raymond Dopesi at the time, and they were happy to put her on radio. And then, of course, the mother could hear her voice on radio.
Of course.
So when things like this happen, you are thankful for the kind of life you've led. Yeah. That you can be. It's not easy to be a role model. It's very tasking. Yeah. Because then you can't have a break.
Yeah, that's the truth.
You cannot take a break and do rubbish.
No.
It is very tasking.
Talking about it being tasking brings to mind the thought of you, say like since 1985 or 84, you've been in Lagos, fully resident, a citizen of the city or state, right? And you have been playing lead roles since the early 2000s.
No, since 84.
I'm winding you.
Since 84, because for stage,
yeah.
I transited into television.
TV and the movies. Yeah. What have you brought to your craft that sustained you as the go-to lead person, lead man in your career?
It's dedication. Dedication, because when you are dedicated to your craft, you will hone it. Because it's there. We are all gifted in some way with something or the other. It is identifying that thing earlier on.
Yes.
So I have never, even though I've served in government for 8 years and I'm a lawyer, I always will start by saying my name is Richard Mofedamijo and I'm an actor.
Yes. That's it.
Full stop. You will discover in the course of our interaction that I'm a leader, I'm a life coach, I'm a speaker, I'm a Sunday school teacher. I can moonlight as a pastor sometimes. I'm a lawyer and I can be a politician. So it is that. So I imbue whatever it is that I'm doing with everything that is inside me. I pour into everything that is inside that I'm asked to do. There is something that I say, and I'll say this in closing. Maybe that will help somebody out there. When they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, it is very true of actors and the camera. When the camera looks at the actor or films the actor on TV or on film, it can see to the soul of the actor. And if the camera sees, that means the audience POV is seeing. Now, if you're faking it, it will catch you.
It will.
You can only fake it for this long. Now, but if you are not faking it, if you truly love the job and respect the job and respect the people for whom you do it for, the people will find it. That is the convergence of God blessing the work of your hand. So it is when that's dedication and respect for the audience converges with God's blessing that you blow. Because the people can see you.
Talking about Black Book.
Yes.
How well has it done? I've watched it twice.
Oh, Black Book is probably, people say, some of my colleagues say to me, Bros, you can now retire. It's being called the biggest, no other production, even from South Africa.
Out
of Africa, none has hit number 3. Yes, none whatsoever. We were number 1 in South Korea, in Hong Kong, we were 3 in the US at some point, 3 in UK, 3 in Canada. We took the whole world, by storm.
The figure I heard the last time was like 17 million.
We've done over 17 million views.
See, you know how people always calculate stuff for you.
Yes.
Yeah. So if they are returning, what's it called to you, per stream, per
Oh, you mean
for money.
Unfortunately, the negotiations are already done.
Yeah.
Before the.
Usually.
Yes, because you never know the one that will blow. But the beautiful thing is that you are up there now. You are a global.
Yes.
You know, you're a global brand now.
Yeah.
People are seeing you globally.
Yeah.
It means that you only need to cap this.
Yeah.
To stay there.
Yes.
And then every good thing will come. Yes.
Seek ye first the kingdom of
God. Yeah, every good thing
will be
every good thing will come, because we do everything to the excellency of His name. Yes. I'm not afraid to say I'm a man of faith.
Oh, I know that.
Yes.
If
yes.
not faith,
yes. Yes. Grace is the icing on the cake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I recall that people thought, oh, you're studying theater, so he's just going to be dancing. He's going to be playing. Out of nowhere, he went to read law.
Yes.
Right. So out of nowhere, what are you reading next?
Well, I am going to do the Harvard course.
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to do something on leadership. Yes, just to fulfill a yearning in my heart.
Oh,
it's a yearning. It will be useful as always, because every knowledge is never lost.
Yes.
You know, I believe that the way leadership is taught now is very different from how it was taught maybe 20 years ago when I was going to go for that course. So I still think that it is something that never goes out of fashion.
Do you have a political ambition?
Absolutely no.
I'm not surprised.
But you know, like every one of us cannot make change from only the political side.
No, certainly not.
Yeah, I'm not averse to working, to contributing my quota. I've done so at the state level. If nature happens to conspire to put me at the national level to contribute my quota, of course, I will proudly.
Actually, saw something that you did recently, something about mortality.
Oh yes,
maternal
yes.
mortality.
I lend my voice and my name and my image to different kinds of campaign. I'm a he for she. Again, I'm my mother's child, and so anything that has to do with women's rights, I'm a champion for that. I will stand up for women any day, anytime. I bring up my kids, to my sons, to defend women, their sisters, every time.
Yes.
You know, there's no excuse, you know, for that. Not that they are weaker, but that's how we are wired.
Yes.
We are wired to protect and to serve. And so every time that I'm called upon, or I see an opportunity to lend my voice to any kind of campaign that will make humanity better, I will. I think that our problem is that we did a wrong turn, and we have all lost our humanity.
Yeah, that's,
you know,
that's quite sad.
As simple as the injunction of loving your neighbor as yourself. It is that simple.
Yeah.
You know, but then again, man loves to complicate things.
And find a solution to the complication.
To the complication
that he created.
Oh my goodness. Sad.
But on a regular day,
yes,
one would expect that you will be on set. So when you are not on set, what do you do? What are the other things you are involved in?
Oh, I teach a lot, and I speak a lot. Like I said, I'm a life coach, so I find myself in different. In fact, nowadays I find that when I travel, if I travel 10 times abroad every year, 8 times I'm on invitation to teach or to speak at different conferences. I speak at tech conferences. You know, people will be like, what is he coming to say? You know, I speak at leadership and entrepreneurial conferences. I've spoken it's a thing that I just do. GB has invited me twice to Flutterwave.
Okay.
I've spoken twice in Flutterwave. Okay. So the last time I spoke there, I have this pet theory that the liberation of Nigeria is going to be by a small tribe of these young people. And when I say that, I mean that because they are constantly providing solutions for economics, for social things. These same people, this same small tribe, are the ones that will perfect biometric system and all of that. And at some point in Nigeria, NIN, BVN, voters card, and all of that will be linked.
Yes.
If you are not in the database, you cannot vote. So every voter can be accounted for. The fraud or the discrepancies in our election in the next 2-3 election cycle will be reduced to less than 10%. And that is from where the liberation will come. And when people think that the progress right now is in fintech and in technology, it is just an adumbration of what is to come within the election, within our political life. Because when you fix that, everything else will be fixed. Look at what happens when you in a hospital in Lagos State, and you say that time when it started, it's like, oh, you know those small cubicles, you go out, they say go and pay them. They say no, don't pay them anymore. Go to UBA or go to that bank and go and pay in that bank, and immediately everything begins to change. That is what the application of technology does. When you start to apply technology to every phase of governance and gather the data, that change that you thought was impossible will begin to change. We can begin to hold all our leaders responsible for whatever thing that they are not doing, because we can fall back and say, you are not going next year. All the voters, we have all of them, we reach them and say, this one. Say, non-entity is not going next year, and you will not go.
That's true.
And you cannot rig the process anymore. And so that's from where. So when I go to these places, I speak to them and I let them know that, look, you people are the change. You are the ones that will change this country. And it's not tomorrow. You are changing it now, but you think that you are doing it for money. But it is not for money. It's not the economics of it. It is going to affect, it is from the economics that it goes to the political. And then leadership will have no choice but all to bring everything under one, umbrella.
We're going to stop now. Let me thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I want you to make a public commitment that very soon you'll be back.
Oh, that's easy.
That's the camera.
I'll be back when Lekon says to come back.
No, when you come back from your migration. That's our little joke. Everyone, it's been nice having our brother, our friend, RMD with us on Timeless Conversations. We had timeless conversations, really. And I'm sure anytime we play this back, we'll say, okay, when are we doing it again? As soon as you're around again, we're going to do it. Thank you so much, Richard.
Thank you for having me.
Till next time, Lekon Gumba over here. Bye.
How are you? I'm fine. Chief, fine. Your office has taken a new look. Well, we're trying to just grow up like you people, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome to my office. And how are you? And how are the women? They are a national disaster. Please sit down, Chief. I don't believe you, Chief. Eh? You have quite a handful yourself, and they are causing me nothing but civil war and disorder. Come on, Chief. It can't be that bad. Eh? It is. Oh, it is. When they are not fighting, they are asking for money or vice versa. What time do they have to do anything else? They do, Chief. They find time to do. At least the women that I know do. You know what I mean? I sold it. What? It's okay, it's okay. Okay, so what is the name of the construction company? I don't.
Now, what next? God's avenging angels.
My mother prefers to call me the god of Oloibiri.
Yes, God. Twisted all over.
Oh, it's still better than a wannabe activist who never made it. It's okay.
Now back it off. Back it off my house. talks with you.
What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve?
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name remains Bayo Ali, aka Ali Bey. Join me in this time-traveling voyage and let's relive those good old memories together. Welcome to my world of a glorious past. When I tell you life was good while growing up, believe me, it was really fun and exciting. Though of Ijebu origin, I was born at the popular Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos. My elementary years were spent in Surulere Axis, surrounded by lots of recreational facilities, peer groups, and schoolmates who not only made growing up fun, but also very memorable. I own up to coming from an upper middle class family. We were comfortable, but constantly reminded that the greatest legacy anyone can bequeath his offspring is quality education and good character. So my father, that was his greatest inheritance for us. So imagine us being one of the few families in Surulere who owned a television. Big deal? I still recall our Grandic brand and some of the children in our neighborhood curried our favor just to be able to peep through the window and catch a glimpse of their favorite programs like Wrestling from Great Britain, The Combats, Dan Blocker, Penny Roberts, Michael London, and Long Green. You remember those characters, Village Headmaster, and another one, a Y50, the good old days. In our own little corner and space, we were privileged but not spoilt. Yes, we used to have occasional weekend treats at the Apapa Amusement Park, swimming at Roe Park, and the greatest fun at Shell Club, now Eagle Club. But our parents, amidst fun, will continually drum it into our ears that success in life is more paramount than all the temporary fun. Departmental stores rivaled what was available in England. It was the glorious era of Kingsway, Leventis, and UTC stores. Even back then, Kingsway was fitted with an escalator. The malls were better stocked than what we celebrate today when we enter ShopRite stores. How about the fact that the postman delivered letters twice a day, 6 days a week, and even up to the early 80s, a letter posted from London to Lagos will be delivered within a week. Sounds incredible, but also true. It wasn't uncommon to be informed several days about routine maintenance activities that would disrupt water or power supply for a few hours on a particular day. Even Lagos taxis were metered back then. You simply hail a taxi and fix your gaze on the meter. Great were those moments when we had less to bother about. Security was the least of our challenges because most houses in Surulere then had no fences
or Bulgar bars. In the area of transportation, the LMTS, Lagos Municipal Transport Service, was so effective as what operates today in some Western countries. Bus 88 covered Surulere to Yaba and operated clockwork. The timing was predictable. Days when newspapers were laid out by vendors on our streets at Adinogusu and in Surulere with no vendor on stand, and passerby would just pick their preferred copies and drop the coin by the stand. You want to try that today? I recall with nostalgia those golden era when a brand new Volkswagen Beetle was sold for 3,500 and my monthly take home at the Nigerian Ports Authority was 145 naira. We had savings and were also able to fund our social activities from that so-called mega salary. Those were the days of luncheon voucher when organizations subsidized lunch break expenses. Wow, can we have those days back again? At what point did we miss it? I keep wondering, how can so much change happen or damage be done in a lifetime? Like every young child, my ambition was to be a medical doctor. I had always liked caring for people, looking out for people, and taking steps to ensure all around me were okay. However, what I couldn't achieve through medicine because of my poor science background, I tried as an adult to achieve through humanity and hospitality. My vocation as a mass communication specialist helped a lot in this regards. How I have fared in this regards is left to the assessment of friends and associates. Oh, how can I miss talking about nightlife in Lagos? So wonderful and exciting. There were no fears of robbery or harassment from any quarters. Growing up and doing what boys do, we had mad fun. In the late 70s, we had joined the Soul Train group that saw the emergence of nightclubs like Lords, Paradiso, Phase 2, and many others. Imagine about 8 passengers in my Volkswagen Beetle, moving from one disco party to another. I guess the manufacturers of Volkswagen at that time must have seen us in action before coming up with a beautiful slogan, "You can't kill the Beetle." We had our fair share of fun when life was good. How I dream in wishes that few of these moments be brought back and a slice of it granted to the current generation to taste. How can we change the narrative? By working towards providing a greater future for the upcoming generations instead of reliving on the glorious past. I look back and think of today and the future. Can we ever have it so good like before? Yes, we can. Life is ever good, only if we are determined to get it right. It is equally still possible to reenact those age-long admonitions that good name is more precious than gold. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days, which now remains only in our imagination. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. If you believe all hope is not lost, like I do, please join me as I join Sashomori Badijo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
A mother is a son's first true love. A son, especially that first son, is a mother's last true love.
That was actor Denzel Washington shedding tears on the Stephen Colbert's Late Show, a perfect example of the unbreakable and so emotional bond between a mother and her son, no matter his status. It all starts with us. Hello and welcome to Our Voices. I am Anastasie Tudièche, and joining me are my colleagues Simine Shiekoye, and back to the table is Ginny Niwa. Oriani Tangishaka is out today. So this week, we will explore the bond between a mother and her son, because in that dynamic lies the building up or the breaking down of a man, thus half of the society. We will also discuss how mothers can help their sons become accomplished individuals and what negative attributes we need to be more aware of. This topic, ladies, as you know, is close to my heart. Proud mother of two amazing sons here, as it is to my co-hosts who happen to be mothers of boys too. Hi.
Hello,
Hi.
hello.
So we all are mothers of boys, but the ages and the contexts vary. So my two babies are adults now, and I raised them as a single mom, workaholic in France. And Oriane and her spouse are enjoying three amazing future young men.
Yes.
You, Seminish, and your husband are raising the sweetest 5 years old.
Yes.
And Miss
Future
Jeannie,
man.
future man, and Miss Jeannie here is a single mom too, happy too, because I was very happy as a single mom as well. And out of the three teenagers that you are raising, two are boys. So very different experiences of motherhood, and there are so many out there. I still want to know, ladies, what is it to you to raise someone of the opposite genre, of the opposite sex? What did it bring you? What did it teach you?
For me, you know, first of all, being a mother by itself is discovering a whole new version of yourself that you never knew existed in you, right? The wisdom,
Indeed.
the care, the amount of love we give, it's like it's coming from another planet. Now, being a mother of a boy, multiply that by 10. I mean, growing up, you know, I only had a sister. I went to all-girls school. I don't have a brother. The only man I know close to me was my father. Of course, except when I see my uncles.
You're exploring a new continent.
Yes, so when I had my son, every milestone was a new learning opportunity for me. With my sister, we can sit in a corner, we can play with our stuffies or toys, you know, not running around for hours. But with my son, I'm telling you, he doesn't care about stuffies. He wants to run, he wants to explore, he wants to climb, he wants to break stuff, and I'm on constantly making rules. So, you know, my son, as you saw him, he's still young, he's 5, as you said, and, you know, I don't know what kind of teenager or adult he will become. Hopefully, I'll raise him to be the best version of himself. But right now, he's helping me being this strong, more confident mom who's constantly setting boundaries, of course, for his safety, because I love him so much.
Yes. What about you, Judy?
So I totally agree with, you know, we are raising future men, right? And, you know, just to touch on that, when I came in this country, I wish there was a saying that I knew sooner, which is, if you want to know, you know, how a man would treat you, look at the relationship they have with their mother. So yes, let's, you know, let's.
But without even knowing that proverb, that's how we try to be.
Yeah. So yeah, let's look at the importance of being a mother.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
So like you say, I have one girl, 2 boys, so I can see the difference. The girl is very, you know, it's easier to connect. We share the same thing. Oh, my hair, oh, this or that. Very easy. I feel like the boys, they're very into themselves. And I'm sure, you know, with our guests, we'll explore how to break that shell. And you mentioned earlier the rules, you know, and I feel like I'm the ruler. You know, I'm mommy, but I want to know how to connect, break the shell, you know. Boys,
you make an effort to connect with the boys than you make
I feel like it's not very natural. I feel like they don't connect, you know, it's the opposite genre. So yeah, I can't wait to take notes today.
Me
I
either.
think we all will. Well, for me, I have a feeling that it's a little too late because they are adults, but I can always reflect on what I've done and share it
Being a
with other
mother,
people.
that's a job that never
It never
ends.
stops,
So
right?
even though there are
That is true.
yes.
So as for me, there would be so much to say, but I will stick to 3 things. So the first one would be I was really surprised at how sensitive, fragile, and sweet boys can be. It was a total surprise to me. What also struck me is how different one boy can be from another. You have 2 boys, so you know that. And so along with the urban legend that men are all the same, boys are not the same. So men are not. Number 3 is how different they are from us women. They really think differently. They have a different approach of life. And watching my sons grow, turn into men, has completely shifted my perception of men, and has helped me understand how society shape boys into men, to the point where I really, no, I'm really serious. I really think that women should have boys first, then get married.
Well,
it would be a game changer in the relationship, if you ask me. Really.
Well,
I really believe that. So this is us. What about you? What are your thoughts about that unique relationship between a mother and her son? Let us hear from some mothers. Reporter Kwame Ajaho has asked that very same question to women in the streets of beautiful Accra, Ghana. Jocelyn Banini Pomeroy, a nurse, Cynthia Osei Asante, a healthcare worker, and Kate Ofusuhema, a seamstress, have answered. Take a listen.
I think it's a blessing to me, because being with 4 boys, who are you to come to my house and fight with me? No, you don't have that size. No, there is no way you can come to my house. If you come to my house and you misbehave with my boys, you won't go scot-free. Trust me. So I really love them. I enjoy being with them. It's a good blessing. Let me do this advice. Please, if God bless you with boys or girls, don't regret saying that, why do God give me boys? It's a blessing. Also, it's the way you are going to train them. Because Bible says you train up the child the way he should go. And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Very, very difficult and terrible being with boys. And at times, you feel happy. They are jovial, and then at times, the way they even start, they are fighting and everything. Separating them is not easy. I've never given birth to boys at all, because they really, besides they're troublesome, they make me enjoy. They really make, at times, my day happy. When I'm sad, they'll come to, oh, mommy, what's wrong with you? Mommy, then one will start saying that, mommy, in the future, I'll buy you this and the other, I'll buy you this. And so with that, it just calms my nerves, and then at times I'm happy. So compare the negative to the positive side, I would say that the positive side is perfect than the negative side, giving birth to boys. If I would have chance, I would have even given another birth to boys again.
Me being a mother of 4 boys, in addition of my husband being 5, is not easy. Well, you know how boys are. The way they are, no, it's not easy. How they play, how they eat. At times they don't help me in making things at home, well, but it's all by the grace of God. I've been managing. They've been helping me small. So, well, I don't even know how to say, but well, it's all by the grace of God.
Thank you so much, Kwame Ajayo, for strolling the streets of Accra, Ghana for us. And of course, having children is a blessing, and being a mother of boys, it may not be easy, but you can never be bored. Back to Washington, D.C. Our first guest, Osato Ogmowan, a licensed independent clinical social worker based in Richmond, Virginia. A trained therapist, Osato uses trauma work, counseling techniques, taking sessions, among other tools, to help young working people and adults from immigrant backgrounds. Thank you so much for being with us, Osado.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to have you. And let's start with our first question. So from clinical point of view, do mothers of sons bond differently from mothers of daughters?
Yeah, so on a clinical level, there's not much difference. It's really based on the individual experience. It's based on culture. It's based on religion and socioeconomic status. But what we do know is there are different stages in which boys go through. They're really, really important, right? There is trust, there's autonomy, there is, identity versus role confusion, in which if boys are not going through each stage and completing them in a way where they're gaining mastery, then it's going to impact them in adulthood. It's going to impact their romantic partnerships. It's going to impact them at work and so forth.
Yeah. I have a very simple question. Like she said, it no easy. So how can a woman be a good mother?
It honestly starts with self-awareness and reflection, right? So reflecting on your life experiences, on your history, trauma, generational trauma, right? And how that impacts your role as their mother, right? It includes being open and accepting, listening to understand versus listening to respond, because there is a difference there, right? You should be bonding with your son through interest, right? Because the research says boys bond through physical activity, through movement. Right? That's the way they will get to know you. That's the way they'll feel comfortable enough talking to you about certain things, right? Try to support them in their goals. If your son wants to be a soccer player, you really want to make sure that, it's something that they're interested in, that they have a goal, right? And they can commit to it, right? Help them build their strengths and help them build their skills and so forth.
So I have two little questions, but I would like to start with, could you break down for us the three main developmental stages of a boy, and how mothers can better support them at each stage?
Yes, of course.
Three mains.
Three mains. So the first one I already started mentioning, which is trust versus mistrust. This starts at a very, very early age. So from birth up to 6 years of age. And in this stage, sons are trying to figure out, can I trust you as a mom? Can I trust you to meet my needs? Are you someone I should be suspicious of? Right? So when we see babies cry, and I see this a lot in African cultures, I hear parents say, leave him alone. I don't want him to become needy, so let him cry and cry. That is not something you should be doing. You need to have a balance, right? Of where you're able to say, I'm gonna let him cry for a little bit, but not every day, right? Because he's gonna start thinking, I can't trust you. And then when he grows up, he's gonna be mistrustful of other people, and he's not gonna feel comfortable asking for what he needs, because as a baby, as a child, mother was not there. Right? Okay. Yes, so a lot of balancing for parents, especially mothers. The second stage is called autonomy versus guilt versus shame. In this particular stage, boys are learning how to make decisions for themselves, right? But they're also gaining confidence in doing so, right? This is a time to reassure your child that they're doing well, right? This is a time to provide them with opportunities to, pick their favorite toys, pick what they want to eat for dinner, let them dress themselves. Even if it's not the best, still let them dress themselves, right? And just reassure them. I do want to make a point that there's a difference between feedback versus excessive criticism, right? As parents, yes, feedback is very adaptive, right? Basically, you're saying, how can we do this better? Versus excessive criticism, you're saying there's personal failure, characteristic failure, and that's something that should never be the intention, right? And the last one is identity versus role confusion. With identity, this is mainly the teenage years, right? Young boys are trying to figure out who they are. They're asking the questions, who am I, right? What are my belief systems, right? What do I value? What are my goals in life? And they're looking at their male mentors and male figures, right? Because it's really important from the ages 6 up to 18. And they're gonna look at their belief system and look at the belief system they were raised with and say, are there gaps in this? If there are, they're going to look and explore and be on a journey of self-discovery, right? So it's really important for parents, especially mothers, to, introduce different activities to your son. Help them find what they're interested in. Right?
And support them.
Yeah, and support them, basically. Yes, of course, of course.
And I'm already learning so much,
I wish I had met you sooner.
I'm lucky. My son is 5, so I'm already taking notes, the difference between criticism and,
feedback.
Feedback. And also the way they communicate. They communicate through movement. Those are important. I wish we had more time to discuss and to get into this even more, but we are going to continue the conversation, but it's time to part ways, Osado. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, safe drive back to Richmond.
Thank you.
This is Our Voices. Thank you for tuning in. And today we are talking about the bond, as yet mysterious as it is, deep, the mother-son relationship. How is yours? Whether you are a mother or a son, how do you describe your relationship and how does it evolve? Let us know through our Facebook page, Instagram or X, always using the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back and stay with us.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You are tuned into Our Voices. Welcome back. We are exploring the tools mothers can use to better support their son's growth. Thanks to our earlier guest, therapist guests on set, Osato Igonwan, we have gathered some knowledge, right, ladies?
Oh, yes,
and I
definitely.
wish we could have gathered some more. A book can also be a good option. Our next guest's opus is called Raising Boys Who Do Better, a hopeful guide for a new generation. It is critically acclaimed. The reviews on Amazon are outstanding, and its author, Uju Asika, is live with us from London. Uju, hi.
Hello.
So, thank you for being with us. You are the multi-hyphenated type: journalist, screenwriter, creative consultant, blog writer, digital consultant, and mother of 3 boys. Needless to say, we're very happy you even found time for us. You've been writing about your experience as an urban black mom of boys for years on your blog called Babes Around Town. But what prompted you to write a book? Her 3rd book, by the way.
Wow.
Oh.
What a woman.
Thank you. Thanks for that great introduction. I always feel like I sound a bit crazy with all these various things that I'm
Well,
doing.
your name means abundance, so.
It does, indeed. So what inspired the book? I had written 2 books before, which are really about raising children to be kinder, to be fairer, to be anti-racist, to create a better world for themselves. And so with my 3rd book, I was wondering, what should I write about? And the very first inspiration was after the murder of Sarah Everard. So there was a woman in the UK who was murdered by a man. And this provoked a huge response from women, and especially from mothers, thinking about how do we raise the type of man who will not be a threat to women. So that was the first spark of inspiration. Then in the summer, I was invited to a piece in the Observer newspaper, which was all about how to raise a boy in today's world. And the response I got from my interview really kind of kickstarted my desire to write about this, because obviously I'm the mother of 2 boys and a stepson, so it means a lot to me.
Miss Uju, I really want to touch on what you just said, how to raise a boy so the boy is not a threat, doesn't become a threat to women. So how do we raise a boy so he becomes a good partner?
Yes, so this is a very, very good question, because I was listening to some of the earlier interviews and some of the earlier discussions talking about how mothers are often the ones who are responsible for the type of men we see in today's society. So it really does start with a lot of self-interrogation about your own values. What do you value in a good partner? What does that even mean to be a good partner? For a lot of young men in today's world, most of them have been raised with this idea of being a good partner means I'm a provider, I pay the bills, I put food on the table. But if you actually ask yourself, what does a good partner mean to me? Like for me, I ask myself that question. And for me, that's somebody who takes care. Like somebody who can, yes, they can take care of business, but they can also take care of their children. They can take care of their home. They can take care of their well-being. They can take care of my heart as their partner. So, and you'll notice I spoke about care a lot because this is often the missing piece when we talk about raising boys. Today's show is, the bond between mothers and sons. It's such a powerful bond, but very often we miss this conversation around care and how to raise caring men into the type of men that we want to see in society.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And the title of your book is Raising Boys Who Do Better. And I see it also right behind you, the book. Why do you, exactly. So why do you believe boys need to do better? Do we fail them as parents or does a society?
Yeah, so the title is really about boys doing better out in the world, but also doing better within themselves. And it's really an invitation for all of us. I feel like society, parents, teachers, educators, caregivers, everybody can do better for the boys that we're raising. We have failed them in many ways. We've left them out of conversations around equality and equity and what that means for boys. This century we're growing up in can be very confusing for boys in today's world. So it's really important for us, all of us, to, as a community, work together to think about what it means to shape a boy today.
So for a man to care, does it mean that the mother has to care? Is that enough to be a caring husband?
I don't think it's necessarily the only thing, but it's the most important thing. When I was researching my book, the studies that I read showed that the most powerful thing that shapes a boy is that connection with his mother. So it's amazing that you had that interview with Denzel Washington, because it's absolutely right. That core connection, and if you can stay connected through all of the tricky years, the difficult toddler experiences, the sort of troublesome teenagers, if you can keep that connection, that is the thing that's going to sort of support your son as he becomes a man.
Awesome. Connection. We'll remember that. Thank you, Uju Asika. Thank you for being with us. You are the author of Raising Boys Who Do Better, a hopeful guide for a new generation. A piece readers have called empowering, eye-opening, impactful, a must-read. Let's end this show on a positive note. A mother-son relationship is critical in shaping a son's understanding of relationship and intimacy. A Zambian mother, Bwalia Musonda Soko, and her 27-year-old son, Madaliso, have developed an unbreakable bond, not only as close family, but successful business partners as well. Kathy Short's report from Lusaka, Zambia.
From the time she first laid eyes on him, Bwalia Musonda Soko has always had a very close bond with her first son, Madaliso. She's a mother of 2 boys, and her relationship with Madaliso has now developed into a successful business partnership since 2019.
He is my eldest, and naturally, mothers and their sons, they have a natural bond, right from the time they are born till now.
27-year-old Madaliso Soko is now running Spring Printing and Branding Company as managing director.
I think most importantly, communication, clear communication. And we have honest, open conversations about the business, about life. So I think that's helped us.
Bwalia Musonda Soko says initially her son Madaliso was not interested in business as his passion was soccer.
Initially, my hesitation was that he was just coming from school and university, and so for most part, I was looking at him as being inexperienced, and I was thinking, should I use my son, or maybe we could employ somebody more experienced?
William Sonda Soko and her son Madaliso say although they have challenges in navigating their business and personal lives, they enjoy each other's company and have seen their company grow from just a small startup to one of the leading branding and printing companies, providing marketing and consultancies with international organizations like the United Nations and employing more than 10 people.
I think the responsibility he has taken, and that I am so proud of, is that he steps into the shoe when I'm not there for most part because I'm doing other things. He's driving the business forward, and I'm excited to see what it turns out to be when he takes over full time, because eventually I'm retiring.
William Sonda Soko and Madaliso's close mother and son bond demonstrates that while there might be ups and downs, there are also many opportunities to learn and get closer and make it one of the best relationships one can ever have.
We get to spend time just having conversations about the business, about life, and just learning from her experience. She molds us and she mentors us. So I enjoy that a lot.
William Sonda Soko and Madaliso's close mother and son bond demonstrates that while there might be ups and downs, there are also many opportunities to learn and get closer and make it one of the best relationships one can ever have. Kathy Short, VOA, Lusaka, Zambia.
Thank you, Kathy, for that beautiful report and very inspiring. I would see myself working with my sons, wouldn't you?
Yes, definitely.
That was Our Voices. Thank you for tuning in. We are because you are, thanks to our guests who kindly made time for us, therapist Osato Egomwan, author Uju Asika, and to our formidable editorial and production team. Special thanks to my sons who inspired that show, and he inspired me daily. Basically, this episode is available for replay on the VOA website, voaafrica.com, or on our YouTube channel. Let's continue the conversation on our social media platforms, and let's meet again next week, same time, same team. Take care of yourselves and
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenge of solutions. Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
This point.
Yes. Well, it's Tuesday, the 14th of May, 2024. How are you doing today? Well, on today's breakfast show, we have a lot in store for you, some of which are some hot topics. We'll also take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. We're also going to be taking some top trending stories, but first, let's check out our quote of the day. Let's go invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what happened yesterday. And that is by Steve Jobs. He was the founder of Apple. And he says, let's go invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what happened yesterday. And this is just in line with what we have today, which is Tech Tuesday. And so tech is all about invention. It's all about doing something that hasn't been done before and making sure that, you know, your tomorrow is better. So what Steve Jobs is saying this morning is, let's go invent tomorrow instead of dwelling in the past, instead of worrying about what happened yesterday, instead of staying inside those regrets, those things that you think, oh, I should have done this better. Well, why not do that better for tomorrow and invent a better tomorrow?
Master Hugwe said, you don't watch animation, so you wouldn't know. That's in Kung Fu Panda, I think, 1. He said, yesterday is gone, tomorrow is uncertain, but today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. So we have a present. So it is our own choice to unbox that present and shape what tomorrow is going to be.
I like that.
So if you dwell in the past, you might not make any progress. But what you need to do is dwell on today and help use today to make what tomorrow will be like.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Yeah. And I know that we've used this quote before, but it's always very profound because we always need to, you know, just have that paradigm shift in our mindset where we know that we can do anything that we set our hearts to do. And so if it's inventing a better tomorrow, definitely you can do it. You can actually shape your life how you want it. So you can stay. In fact, I saw a little quote on social media yesterday, and it was talking about being fit is hard. Being unfit is also hard. So if you want to be fat and unhealthy, that's hard. But if you want to go to the gym and be fit, that you can shape your life to whatever you want. But if you stay and not do anything, guess what? Life is still going to happen and you might not make the best out of it. So what you can do right now, and you know, with the quote that Steve Jobs has said is, you know, you can actually invent that tomorrow, that better life for yourself. And you'll be glad you did. Yeah. All right, let's move over to some top trending stories. And this one talks about picketing action by labor unions following electricity tariff hike. As early as 7 a.m. yesterday, Monday the 13th of May 2024, labor union members blocked the gates of Edo, Kwara, Kaduna, Ondo, and Zamfara state electricity distribution companies, to name a few, preventing staff from entering the premises. This was a reaction by the unions to the hike in electricity tariffs following a joint directive from the leadership of both the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, at the weekend to their members to picket these offices in protest of the tariff hike. In a joint statement by the NLC's AG General Secretary Chris Uyot and his TUC counterpart Anka Hassan, the unions had written to inform of the picketing action scheduled to take place in the offices of the NERC and electricity distribution companies DISCOs in all the states, including the FCT. The workers are requesting immediate reversal of the hike in electricity tariff and has said to be willing to continue picketing until the said reversal is effected. Electricity tariff hike. This is for Band A customers anyway.
What about the rubber band customers?
I don't know what band we fall in, but yeah, for Band A customers, they had over 300%, you know, on the electricity tariff hike, which everyone is saying that's a lot. That's a big jump. I mean, even if you're going to increase something, you increase it little by little, maybe with another 20% or 30%. But how
just like you
go?
Increase minimum wage. 20%,
with 20, exactly,
yeah.
Thank you. You increase the minimum wage with 25 to 35%. If you're going to increase other things, maybe with a little margin, but how do you go from 80 something naira per kilowatt to 200 and something, which is about 300%.
And then the minister arrogantly, because that's the word I would use, arrogantly told Nigerians that either you accept it or you leave.
Or stay in darkness.
Or stay in darkness. So it's like I said, that's very arrogant. I don't know who advised him to say that. So Nigerians are now, okay, now that they're picketing, I heard that one of the officials came and said that they will go back to the drawing board and see what can be done. Why didn't they say that all along and say, okay, please, this is for a moment. We'll go back to the drawing board and see what we can do about it. You just come and tell Nigerians that you have no choice. You either do it or you
It's almost
you
like a
walk
do
away.
or die.
You walk away and
Take
go
it or
and
leave
use your
it.
generator or look for alternative measures to light up your house, which is very wrong as far as
Nigerians should be taken into consideration. You can't just come up one day and say, we're removing fuel subsidy and it's been gone. And as of yesterday, I bought fuel for over 700 naira, which
700 is a very normal thing nowadays.
That's what I was to say. In other states, people are buying as high as 1,000, 1,500 naira. And let's not forget that there was a point that this same product was being sold for 100 and something naira. So imagine going from that to a high jump of 700 to 1,500 naira. And then there's electricity that was 80 something naira, and then it goes over 200 naira. So why are you not putting the standard of living of Nigerians into consideration, especially when you know that there's hyperinflation, when you know that the monies that these people are getting is not even enough, when you know that companies are shutting down, manufacturing companies are leaving Nigeria, so people actually losing their jobs. People do not have money.
People are losing lives,
to be
not
able
just
to
jobs.
fend for themselves. They cannot. I don't think anybody in Nigeria would have a 3 square meal anymore. I'm sure you're probably doing 010 or maybe 101, whatever it is. But that 3 square meal that I know when I was, growing up, is no longer there because nobody can afford it. And then you have a lot when you talk about house rent, when you talk about transportation to your workplace, when you talk about paying your children's fees, there is a lot in the mix. And then you still have to think of how to pay a very huge electricity tariff. You still have to think of how to pay the cybersecurity levy, which is now being suspended. But so many things are coming up. And it's almost like, are you even thinking of Nigerians when you put all of these policies in place?
We're getting very close to a very dangerous time. It is already dangerous, but it's dangerous in the sense that people may no longer just wait to see how it goes. And if it gets to that point, I don't know if we can hold it, we can survive it or something. And one of the things that really baffles me with this administration is that some of the policies that they will come up with, or they come up with, they tell us that they came from previous administrations. This law has been there, we are just implementing it. This law has been there. And what kind of lazy argument is that? In the Constitution, it gives right to all the governors to make a pronouncement for someone to be killed by firing squad. How many governors have done it? Because there are two questions you ask yourself. Is it necessary that I must do it? I must do it because it favors your administration. And you're telling us because it came from how many things from the previous administrations that Nigerians saw that was good enough are you implementing? For instance, I usually talk about when the current chairman of the Africa Development Bank, Akiumi, was the Minister of Agriculture. Everything the federal government wanted to give to the farmers got to the farmers because there was a system.
Yes.
When the next
administration,
the next administration came and they rubbished that system and started collecting data that never worked. And then this administration has come and they're trying to do the same thing, and they're not looking at a template that worked for Nigerians to do. So you're leaving all those things, you're jettisoning things that have worked before in Nigeria, and then bringing policies that, according to you, came from previous administration. The Rosanya report that they talked about, have they implemented it? And if they're implementing it, how workable is that in the present realities?
I think at the end of the day, we just really need to find what works for Nigerians and, tailor it
but
to...
But who will find it? That's the thing. Whatever happened to consultation?
That's the job.
They will tell you after due consultation, and then you find out the same people they should have consulted will be the ones complaining. So who do you consult to make this, to bring these policies to do all the things that you're doing? You don't consult us, who are experts who wake up one day and say, this is not good, this is not good. The experts are saying it. So you're asking yourself, who did they even ask? And then you say, okay, I'm reversing it.
So what was the point of starting that in the first place if you're going to go back and reverse it?
It's just a terrible thing.
Anyways, with this electricity tariff hike, I hope they actually do something about it. And because it's just a lot. It's almost like you wake up every day and you just don't know what your day in Nigeria is going to be like. You don't know what the government or what policies are going to be thrown at you.
It's very wrong for fuel even to be normal at 700 and something naira. Because you buy it at 700 and you're like, okay, this is fine. Other people are buying more than that. It's wrong for fuel in Nigeria, petrol in Nigeria to be above 500 naira per liter. No. Anyway, 334,000 bottles of codeine seized by NDLEA in Lagos State. That's our next top trending. On Thursday, 9th of May 2024, 3,450,000 pills and 344,000 bottles of codeine syrup were seized at the Abulado in Amuwo-Dofin local government area of Lagos State. In a statement, the NDLEA Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, said the multi-billion naira consignments were loaded into two 40-feet container trucks and another 20-feet truck at the AML bonded terminal Abule Osun near the International Trade Fair Complex before heading to a large warehouse at Abulado, where the NDLEA officers eventually arrested 3 suspects and recovered the opioid consignment on Thursday, May 9, 2024. The 3 suspects arrested were the warehouse agent, Cosmos Obianuju, who is 51 years, and a driver of 2 trucks, Ridwan Balogun, or rather, the drivers of the 2 trucks, Ridwan Balogun, who is 25, and Banjo Tayo, 30. The 3rd driver escaped. Babafemi also recounted in his statement the arrest of 75-year-old Jubril Audu on Friday, 10th of May 2024, with 7.5 kilograms of cannabis at Okeasha village, Ijero Ekiti, during a raid, while 70-year-old Tikwase Nyato was arrested with 15.6 kilograms of the same substance on Thursday, 9th of May 2024, during a raid in Achusa along the International Market Road, Makurdi, Ben, West State.
What I saw 75 years, 70-year-old. Apparently, crime can be committed by anybody at any age.
They are young. They are not even up to the age to contest presidency.
Wow, Yanko, don't do that. Because that's a lot.
Yes, that's a lot.
That you cannot just say, oh, I did not see that. So
yeah,
of course, someone must have seen it.
Now, so how did it go through the borders? Because if it's not produced in Nigeria, that means it came through the borders. How did it come through the borders?
Even when you hear of stories like, because you hear of cannabis, you hear of different substances. And I wonder how our borders so porous that people move these things without them knowing. Where is the surveillance cameras that's supposed to be there? Where are the people that's supposed to monitor these places? How come so many drugs and substances, illegal substances, are coming into your country? Because they're supposed to be contrabands, right? How come they're coming to your country and no one is seeing them? I mean, I've seen videos, right? You see, if you even watch some of all these crime channels and stuff for Nigeria, you see videos of the ones in the airports where people would, where the border control there would maybe search their suitcases, or even some people hide them inside like shoes and all of that. Yeah, but there's a lot that has, been able to move
people swallow
across.
It and then you still see them.
Yes. There's been a lot that's been able to move across before we're even seeing these little ones. And I'm like, so if you can actually detect these things, then why are you not doing it for everyone, or for everyone that, everything that passes through? Because all you have to do is make sure that, okay, maybe you get more systems that you need, employ more people that you need to ensure that our borders are, we have tight security.
I'm not sure they will allow CCTV cameras to work in the borders. They will sabotage it themselves. Because there's just one song. There's just one song that all the smugglers and criminals sing. You are arrested when you don't settle. That's what all of them say. So whenever you see this in the media, there's suspicion, because I'm not one of them who bribes them to bring drugs, but they all say this. So the suspicion is that these people did not bribe, or if they bribed, they didn't bribe enough.
Yeah.
So how are we going to fight crime when everything rests on how much money that you can give to the people who are supposed to enforce it?
That's so sad. Like, how did corruption penetrate this country so bad that there's not, crime is almost like a normal thing right now.
And now, who is even the criminal? I saw a video, for instance, of a guy who was crying that he spent 100 and something million naira to buy, was it diesel? And the driver called him that some army people had arrested him. They took this truck full of diesel. I don't know how true that is, but it's in the video. Took this truck, took it to somewhere isolated, removed all the diesel and then burnt it and said it was a product of bunkering. Wow. So you see now, anytime that the Navy catches a truck or the Army catches a truck and burns the evidence, they burned, we've heard of so many ships that have been burnt on the high sea. They say they burnt it, they burnt this truck and all that. Now we know that some of these things may not even be what they're telling us, because how do you burn with the product? They will take the product, obviously, and then burn the evidence.
And say, that's it.
So if this thing we're saying, or if that video is a lie, let the army or whoever is being accused come out and give us evidence that this didn't happen that way. He said he had his papers and everything. He has the bank statement that shows how he paid for the diesel and all that. And how did it become a product of bunkering? So who is the criminal now? Is it the law enforcement, or is it the individuals, or who is the criminal now? So who are we fighting? That's why it's complicated. Please, your Naira, talk about your Naira.
All right, so our final top trending story. This says Naira depreciates to 1,515 Naira per dollar in official market. As at yesterday, Monday, May 13th, 2024, the Naira was seen to have depreciated to 1,515 Naira per dollar. This was a 2.97 depreciation as compared to the rate of 1,470 Naira on Friday in May 2024. The decline occurred despite Nigeria's external reserves increasing marginal by 0.4% week on week to a 4-week high of $32.4 billion as of May 8, 2024. In February 2024, in a bid to intervene in the retail segment of the forex market, the CBN resumed dollar sales to Bureau de Change (BDCs). Since then, the Apex Bank has held 3 editions of the dollar. At the last edition, the CBN offered to sell $10,000 per BDC, directing them to sell at the maximum margin of 1.5%. BDC operators, however, complained that dollar disbursement from the CBN is too slow and that it takes 3 weeks to 4 weeks between when they make payment and when the dollars are being disbursed to them. I know I spoke about this just a few weeks ago, and I'm like, okay, what is happening? How come the dollar is gaining so much strength in such a short while, right? I'm like, if they've been doing all of these things, if they can do that and perform this magic, why were they not doing that before? And one question that I raised was, are we just seeing this amount on paper? Is someone somewhere having a magic wand and doing abracadabra? And is this sustainable? Are we going to really see the dollar come below 1,000 Naira? Well, as of today, we're seeing 1,515 Naira.
That means we're back to those days we were thinking it might get to 2,000 Naira.
And that's what I'm about to say. And now we don't know if it will even get to 2,000 Naira per dollar.
So how does someone come to invest in a country where you're not even sure
of the currency?
Of the currency, because what you budget today, tomorrow might be a different thing. The next day it's a different thing, and all that. We were just rejoicing that, oh, CBN, whatever you're doing well, because the dollar is coming down and all that. But we've now seen that was just...
It was just a magic wand.
Maybe we will employ the Ndaboskis of this world to come and do the Rabashankara on top of the dollars and all that. But it's not funny where you cannot be sure, even if it's staying at 1.5. And we know that the entire year is going to be 1.5. You can plan, but now you don't even know. So how do you trade in a situation like this? Most of the things that we buy from outside, and we pay in dollars.
Yeah.
So imports are coming, paying through the dollar. It's just crazy.
In fact, I was talking to someone yesterday, and He was trying to buy this building and they needed funding. Now, the people that went to for funding said they would give them the money, but the condition is they have to pay back that money
in dollars.
So because they're not sure of what the economy is or what the currency rather is, and they don't know what would happen when they're paying back that money. So if it starts to depreciate, then they're probably losing their money. So we're going to loan you this money, but we're going to loan you this money in dollars. We'll give you the equivalent in naira, right? But when you have to pay back this money, you have to pay back in dollars. So regardless whether maybe dollar goes as high as 5,000 naira per dollar, they will have to pay that and the interest in dollars. So with that, you don't even know what to expect. In Nigeria,
the
with
president
investing
is telling,
and all of that, you don't know what to expect.
The president is telling was it the embassies or something, that they cannot do anything in other currencies. It has to be the naira. Yet almost every politician has naira stock in their houses. The schools that we have in this place, they pay in dollars. They have not said anything about it. Some hospitals charge in dollars. Most hotels that are really worth their onions charge in dollars.
Yeah.
So what are you telling us? It's online, even it's not as if it's hidden.
It's hidden.
So it's online, and you're not saying anything to these people. And tomorrow you say the dollar, our economy should be run by naira, not the dollar. It wouldn't work.
Let's even ask a good question. The politicians, are they not the ones even taking most of these dollars? Or even spending the dollars, or even when they have something
Election is
to
coming
do.
in Edo State. All the people that will be settled with dollars. Same dollars that we're looking for. The election is coming.
Because when you're saying there's no dollars in circulation, then where is it? It's with the people at the top. I feel like it's just floating. In fact, the money doesn't come down.
Well,
the money doesn't come down.
I think that should be enough. Let's not break our hearts. Let's not break our
All right, we'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. And joining us this morning to review the papers is Chris Kende Wandu. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrator. Mr. Chris, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. With love from Toronto, Canada. How are you?
Thank you.
I feel like I've gone abroad, right? Our fuel problem and light problem and everything.
Exactly, you're
Canada,
taking us
right?
in protest. And the rider here says federal government to address labor's complaints, protesters storm ANERC, block discos offices in state. So this is basically just talking about the electricity tariff hike for the Band A customers, where we see over 300% increase on that. And, well, Labour and the TUC, the NLC and the TUC have asked the federal government to, have a reversal on that with immediate effect, especially when we understand that there's hyperinflation, prices of goods and services are so expensive, people are not making as much money, the standard of living is not what it used to be. And then when you see all of these prices or these tariff hikes, you just maybe makes you think that the government is not thinking about you or your well-being. But I want to get your take on this, on the electricity tariff hike and what the Labour is asking, which is a reversal of this with immediate effect.
Yeah, that story is actually carried by all the newspapers that we're reviewing today.
Yeah.
And in one of the newspapers, they said that the federal government has promised to go back to the drawing board to see what can be done. And then Labour is also asking that they should...
The NEC, DISCO, and GENCO, as far as I'm concerned, it's federal government policy. So you can see from the statement, based on what you said and what I read, that the government said that it's going to go back and time to do a review. So it is the federal government that is behind it. It's not just NEC. NEC is an arm of the government, is an establishment controlled by the government. So, and I totally agree with the NLC that this is a tariff too many. When we are still grappling with the problem that came up with the removal of petroleum subsidy close to 1 year ago, and you can see you saw the spiral effect across board, where the price of goods and services has increased by over 300%. Nigerians are still trying to see how they can be able to readjust themselves. Then they slammed us with another tariff increase on electricity, which was about 240 to 250%. Then this last one that came, which the president has given a directive that it should be put on hold. Note, put on hold, not reversed. That is the cyber security. So most Nigerians don't get it. When they say put on hold, it means that it will soon come back. It depends on time. They didn't say, the president didn't say that they should stop it. And that is the cyber security levy on bank transaction. And this has been going on. It's just in the question of policy at 7. Why you remove all this? What do you give Nigerians in return? Because every country has its own way of ameliorating the problem of their people. You don't need to pay for. So that is how they take care of their people. But what do we get as Nigerians? Nothing. On a daily basis, our government continues to strangulate us, spending the little while we have. And you ask yourself, why all these increases are going on? Have the government increased the salary of Nigerians? Of course not. Apart from the 35% increment for specific categories of worker, which the government quickly did just before May 1st. Nothing has happened. All the promises made, CNG, buses, name it, palliative, no, absolutely nothing. So I am totally in support of Labour. But let's see how this goes, whether they will do the needful. But I've always had this consistent. This is the way I work. Let me tell you how Nigerian government work. What they do is that when they want to increase the price, they take it to a particular high point, very, very high point. They can increase it by 300, 400%. And Nigerians will shout and shout, oh, this is too expensive. After some time, after protests and this thing, they will now reduce it to the actual price they want to reduce it to. That is what they know. And Nigerians will be clapping, oh, this is listening government. They're forgetting that the fact that where the case is what exactly wanted to achieve. They know that Nigerians will shout, they will cry, and when they do that, they will now put it at the point. But my own biggest challenge is that this is a country of over 230 million, has over 70,000 megawatts with a lower population, and they are still complaining that they have enough. But nobody is telling us that the Minister of Power is not telling us. All is telling us we should switch off our refrigerator, switch off our deep freezer, switch off light, switch off everything. That is how to come. This is very, very irresponsible part of our leaders.
Okay. I would have loved to take federal government may need supplementary budget to pay minimum wage from IMF. I just don't like IMF matter anymore. CBN may intervene as Naira slides to 1,478 Naira per dollar. In fact, this morning we heard that on the official market is 1,515 Naira to a dollar. It's going back, Chris.
Yes. This is a government of IMF, and we must get our tell that all the policies being implemented by the government is coming from IMF. And that is why you saw what they said 2 days ago, that they also want the total removal of subsidy on electricity. This is the same IMF that put Nigeria into problem during the Babangida regime. You remember the days of SAP? What happened during the days of SAP in those days? That was IMF initiative that the government of President Babangida, Ibrahim Babangida followed, and we saw the ripple effect. All the devaluation of the Naira that is going on is based on the advice of the
IMF.
Of IMF. Yes, the removal of oil subsidy is the advice of IMF. And I continue to ask, why do our government, but the answer is because these are the same people they go back to borrow money from. And they know that if they don't implement some of these things that they ask them to do, they will not borrow them money. And anybody that goes borrowing goes sorrowing. Because, I made this analogy sometime when I was on this program. I said, if somebody borrow you clothes to wear go party, you remember what I said?
Nobody dance too much.
The person will take one eye, they look, I beg. Don't turn too much, maybe first no tear, I beg. So that is the Nigerian government. And this has been so consistent. And it is because of our own doing, because if we're doing what we're doing and earning as much as we're supposed to earn, we don't need to beg any IMF. Of course, US and other developed countries call the bluff of IMF. You can't go and tell United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia to listen to IMF. Of course they won't, because they don't need their money. And we're in the same league with Saudi Arabia. What is Saudi Arabia doing that we're not? All they said is practically oil, just as we do. And they make their money. So, but the situation have come that we have turned ourselves to a beggar nation, that every IMF, World Bank, even China that we borrow money for, will tell us what to do with our money. And there are certain policies that we have to take, but unfortunately we can't be able to take it because we have to depend on these people for survival. And that is so if this government wants to be able to meet up its demand and be able to give the necessary leadership direction, IMF should be the last people we should listen to, because they can never have the best interest of your nation. But what they always do is to impoverish, especially African countries. Go to Argentina and some other second world or whatever you call them, and see the problem they're going to. Most of the problem they're going to is because some of them have been listening to IMF. But you have no choice that we are breathing, and I think that will be the final
paper, because mostly all the headlines are like the same. So we'll take this headline, which talks about mega party talks resurface as Obi visits Atiku, Lamido, Saraki. On the Punch, it was Atiku Obi initiate alliance talks ahead of 2027 polls. But this is Daily Trust that I just read from. Mega party talks. What is your take? We know that
Daily Independence,
yes.
It also says Obi meets Atiku, Saraki, Lamido over hardship faced by Nigerians. So obviously these are opposition party candidates, and well, maybe they're trying to do something about the country and talking about it.
I think the actual statement was about the hardship of the country, but it's speculations that mega party may be in the offing because of this meeting. But what do you think about it?
You know, there's this Yoruba slang that say Iwoila Ro. I don't know if you understand Yoruba. That slang is coming too late, too early, or coming too late. It's coming too Iwoila Ro. Are you just realizing that that is practically the interpretation of that? But in essence, what is happening is that I would say that they are just being selfish on their part, and I'll explain why. I'm talking of the PDP, because we're talking of the PDP here. All the people that he meant are just PDP chieftains. I don't know whether it's going back to PDP or something. If the PDP has gotten its act together, Tinubu wouldn't have been in government. And I'll tell you the reason. Look at the figures that the president pulled. I think it was a little over 8 million. I think it's less than 9 million votes. PDP and Labour Party together pulled about 13 million votes. So if P2P hadn't left Labour Party, and the crisis that engulfed PDP, that was self-inflicted injury that inflicted themselves, the problem they had with their governors, that about five governors of PDP didn't support their presidential candidate, the problem that Wike Atiku had, then the P2B, who was the former vice presidential candidate to Atiku, didn't leave. And they were able to put their house together and put their resources together. They wouldn't have found President Tinubu wouldn't have been president of Nigeria. Because of probably this problem we're facing now wouldn't have happened. I don't know. I don't trust politicians. They get there, they promise you heaven and earth. When they get there, they start behaving. So I'm not saying that Nigeria will be better, but what I'm saying is that they are selfishness, and it was the same selfishness that cost PDP the election in 2015. If you remember vividly, the MPDP, the five-factional PDP governors led by Amechi, Chibuike Amechi, and others, five of them pulled out and now joined forces with President Buhari, that was happy APC won, the opposition party won. So if they are just finding their bearings now, we're all well and good. But I hope that selfishness will also not be able to push them to a point where they cannot be able to do it themselves. But what we need now is a very, very strong opposition. They are coming together to be able to look at as an opposition to the current government, because the way things are going, we are turning almost to a one-party state, where the APC, you saw how APC played their role as a party in opposition. You remember Lai Mohammed, what happened pre-2015, that practically they were on the neck of PDP. Every single thing that PDP did, no matter how positive it is, they will find some negativity, and they were able to turn around the minds of Nigerians against that government. And things are even worse now. How much was petroleum pre-2015? How much was the dollar pre-2015? How much was inflation pre-15? What is our, what we are, as it were, look at it, how much was our external reserve? How much was our debt? Compared to what is happening now to what pre-2015, I'm saying pre-2015 because that was when the Buhari APC came in. I know what they did. They systematically used the whole 8 years of Buhari to only be condemning. They say, oh, everything that happened, it was 16 years of PD. 16 years of PD. Now we've had 9 years of APC. What has changed? Is it not? I will not worse for you. So back to your question. I hope that the gladiators, P2P doesn't kill anybody as well as I'm concerned. P2P has a very, very good reputation that resonates with Nigerians, which is why he's joining a Labour Party because I think it was less than a year to the election, and he saw is the performance. And I'm sure he will do far better, if not for the shenanigans that INEC did during the presidential election. But if it's going to be good news, if they can be able to put their hands together and give APC a credible opposition, it will be good for the country. But let's wait and see what happens.
Let's wait and see. So staying on some political matters, on the Daily Independent, it says Fubara vows to probe Wike's administration, and Assembly confirms Dagogo Ibiroma as commissioner. So we've seen the crisis in Rivers State, a lot of ruckus between Nyesom Wike, who's the minister for the Federal Capital Territory, and Siminalayi Fubara, who's the governor of Rivers State. It's just people will say it's just a case of godfatherism, and Nyesom Wike still wants to, just rule the affairs of Rivers State. But Fubara isn't having it. There's been a peace treaty. We don't know how far that has gone. But here, as of today, we're seeing that maybe that's not really a peace treaty because Fubara vows to probe Wike's administration. What do you think about the crisis going on in Rivers State?
When I was in secondary school, there's this literature. I love literature a lot, which is the reason why I read law. There's this book called Animal Farm. I'm sure you must have read that book.
Yeah.
Yes, Animal Farm. If you read that book that well, and if some of our viewers have not read it, they should go and buy it. I'm sure they will see it. The book Animal Farm it typifies what is going on in Rivers State. But good to know. I'm so happy. You ask me why I'm happy. I'm happy because most of them know when some people get to a position of authority and they think that they are all in all, they can determine what can. Nobody knows tomorrow. That's one gonguru, we call gonguru, one thing for that. Like my village when I was small, Imo State, it was from my village to Umuahia. And at the back, you see it was written, nobody knows tomorrow. And nobody knows tomorrow because if you tomorrow, some of the acts that our leaders partake not do it. When Wike, I guess, decided to pick his Accountant General, Fubara, he thought that it's going to be a fund that would be used to be able that you understand what I mean? That he can use anyhow. Fubara was the weakest link out of all the candidates that wanted to bet. Wike wanted somebody that he can be able to control. But you see what has happened? Bomboy has become a boy.
But Fubara tried. Fubara tried. Yes. Right.
This is Obi is a boy now. So that is what's happening. And they have followed it just like what Chino's participation is good things for that part. The center can no longer hold. You saw what happened yesterday. We had 3 members of the faction of the House of Assembly Rivers State They confirmed the new commissioner, the new Attorney General Commissioner of Justice in Rivers State, and he has been sworn in. by the governor. Well, if you look at it in the law, you can see that, yes, technically, the 27 lawmakers that defected from APC to PDP to APC are no longer members of the legislature. If, in law, we most of precedents, and the precedents are those the judgment of the court on certain issues. If you have an issue of similar character, when you take that to court, the court don't necessarily have to start listening to. Once you see that the procedure and all the parts behind the case are the same, if there is a judgment for that has to look at, then it's called a precedent. He might apply it. But the cases are still in court. It's now the court to determine whether these 27 locals, as it were, have become are no longer members of the. But if you listen to what Senior Advocate of Nigerians, Fallon says 3 days, it's as good that those guys was a pet. It's good that Governor Fubara started a man now. For several times, we've said that the man is not behaving, he's just behaving like somebody that doesn't even know what he's doing. The position of the governor, but you take it back to what happened, how they went to Abuja to sign at the 8-point was an agreement to president, supervised by the president. Why I think that Governor Fubara religiously followed that agreement. The Wike camp doesn't seem to listen to that, because if you see most of these they have been passing they have not been in consonant with it, and they have been organized to the extent that they have override the governor. I think over about 5 or 6 laws now, which they have. In fact, they will co-opt even the local government chairman to even. So, if the government is finding his way now, I think it's going to be fight to finish as we don't know where it is going to end. But now, I was calling it point zone. We are going to 1 and 2.
Oh well. There's this one. I don't know how you would feel about it. It's on most of the papers as well. Federal government plans productivity-based wage system for workers. That's on Daily Trust. It was phrased differently in federal government plans performance-based salary scheme for workers. That's in Punch and all that. So you earn according to how you work. Now that they're talking minimum wage, they don't want to just pay blanket minimum wage. They want to pay according to how you work. And I'm just asking myself, who will determine what level of work is good enough to get what kind of salary? I don't know.
Well, I don't read the story, but if what they are saying is what I have in mind, then it might just be to a large extent. Let me tell you how the system works here. In advanced countries like Canada and US, they are paid per hour. People are paid per hours, and it's structured in every 8 hours. 8 hours, there are 3 segments of 8 hours in a day. That is 24 hours. If you work for 8 hours, you plant and you go, you will be paid based on that hour. Then, if you want to go for a second trend, which is under 8 hours, that is, if you don't come to work, those 8 hours will not be paid. You will not be paid, except for any reason. Say you're on leave or for whatever reason. So what they do is that most of them are. So they are paid on, our own structure. Every month, whether you come to work, you go to civil service. Let's take it, not our work, that we know that when in the private sector. If you go to the ministries, you see there are some people in the ministry don't even come to work. Those that come at all, they come, sign the register and disappear. And they're going to sell clothes, going to be selling shoes, going to some even have shops. They'll go and say, my sister, you know this thing very well. That is what happened. In fact, yes, now we know how this thing works. And that's why you go to the ministry by 1 o'clock. In fact, when it's break, the whole place is empty because all of them are gone. So, as I said, I have not read the story. I don't know what the story is, but I'm telling you what is obtainable in order. So that is why, at the end of this thing right here, after 8 hours, you can even go to school. That is why you see people working and still going to school. If you finish 8 hours, you finish 8 hours in this thing. But it now depends on how much you structure. Like the last time I checked in the United States, I think per hour or what you call the minimum wage was about $14 to $15 per hour. So $14 by the current rate that my brother just said I just left Nigeria. I know that after the last time I was buying dollar, I bought for about 3 days ago. It was about 1,457 naira. I don't know how much it is. I just left less than 48 hours ago. I came here about 2 hours ago. So if you look at that and you look at if it's going to be 1,500, let's even say 1,500, and you are paid that as this $15 as it were, 15 times 8, you see how much that is. That is such money for them. But here, we are talking about that. That is what some Nigerians are getting as 30,000 naira minimum wage in Nigeria. It's what people in 1 hour in most of this country. 1 hour. I'm not saying 1 day. 1 hour. 1 hour.
1 hour in Nigerian currency now at 1,515 is 22,725 naira for 1 hour. So times 8, which is 1 day, is 181,800 naira.
So that is one. I say 1 hour, and you have 8 hours. So you times 8 hours by 1. That is what you're getting a day. Then it has that by about 30 days or 26 days at this way. So you can see that what we're having is just slavery wage. And the terrible part of it is over 17 states in Nigeria have not paid that 30, cannot pay that 13,000 naira. I'm sure you are aware. Over 70, the last report showed that about 70 to 18 states are not paying that minimum. And the NS is coming up with 617 or 600. How do you do it? It's going to be very, very clear. But the fact is that something we must have a convergence so that Nigerians can have living wages. Nigerians they can't even transport themselves. My brother, you know how much it was fuel to go to work? Do you know just fuel alone? People are spending money on transportation. Forget about it. Transportation alone takes all the salaries. You are not talking of eating, you are not talking of feeding, you are not talking of paying for your rent. Because in a one-room apartment, go and ask how much it is per month. Is that bad? And this government is not doing anything about it.
It's quite unfortunate. It's quite sad. I mean, because we just expect a bit more from the government. We expect that our standard of living is better, really. And we just hope that, they get to do something about it.
It's just unfortunate that the tablets for your heart problems are very high. Otherwise, I would say put it in your purse and don't go and die of heart attack.
Don't blame people. That's why don't blame people that are just buying.
No, not anymore. Yeah. Not anymore.
Nigerians are ready, and the problem is that Nigerians come over here and you see the kind of life, the miniature they're ready to do, but they see it as even far better than bank managers are selling what they have and coming here to do menial jobs. That is how bad the situation is.
Imagine putting yourself back into slavery.
Oh dear.
It's sad, and it's your country that made you do that.
We just hope that you are not one of those that have jackpot forever. You have to come back.
So that's what you said when I went to Africa. Because you said, if last I don't jackpot, they come. You will see it next year. They come back.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. All right, we're speaking with Chris Kehinde-Nwandu. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, and he was joining us from Canada. We're just reviewing the papers and taking global stories, making headlines in our national dailies. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for a hot topic, and this one talks about the launch of We Are Equal campaign promoting inclusive education and gender equality. Well, and now an initiative of the Organization of the African First Ladies for development. The We Are Equal campaign focuses on health, education, economic empowerment, and gender-based violence. It has been launched in 15 African countries in different iterations. The Nigerian component of the program is tagged Education as a powerful tool for change, championed by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Speaking at the launch of the campaign at the State House, President Tinubu said we must continue to create opportunities for our children to access quality education without leaving anyone behind, particularly the girl child. We must engender a society where everyone has the same opportunities regardless of who they are, because doing that leads to a stronger and more peaceful society for all. President Tinubu also noted that the launch of the campaign in Nigeria coincided with the reintroduction of the alternative high school for girls advanced by the First Lady, adding that the initiative offered a second chance to young girls who have dropped out of school to continue their education and fulfill their dreams and aspirations. Now, joining us to have a conversation about this is Dr. Omoshola Deji. He's a political analyst. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right. So we're talking about the We Are Equal campaign, which is in about 15 African countries. But here right now in Nigeria is being championed by the president and the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, which, you know, many people would say that it's a great initiative. But I want to get your take on it. What do you think about this and the impact, you know, it will have on our educational system in Nigeria?
Well, any positive initiative to our educational system as it is right now is welcome, because our educational system currently leaves more to be desired in terms of the curriculum, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of amenities, in terms of the resource persons, you know, in terms of the environment, security, especially in the north. So currently, our educational system is not how it should be. You would recall that in the past years, we have people from other African nations and even in other continents coming here to study in Nigeria, but that is not the case right now. So I believe the initiative is a good one. It is a welcomed one, and it is timely. Whether the initiative will now achieve the aims and objectives that it claims it wants to achieve is another thing entirely, because the initiative being championed by the president and by the First Lady, who happens to be the right-hand woman, if I can use that word, of the president, which we can also regard as maybe perhaps, if you want to be romantic, the heart and heartbeat of the president. So the First Lady is very, very powerful. But look at the budget of Renewed Hope, the budget of Renewed Hope that the husband presented. 6.39% was budgeted for education. So if you look at it, it's like two contrasting ends. You are a First Lady, your husband is the president, you are championing the cause for education, and education involves funds. And your husband that launched the initiative itself budgeted 6.39 for education in a country whereby people don't have access to education, in a country of incessant strike, in a country of lack of infrastructure, in a country of out-of-school children, in a country of internal displaced persons. And all your husband could do is to budget 39, 6 point something. I think it's 39 if I'm not mistaken. Now, to education. So that speaks more to the initiative itself and how far it can go, and the place of education in the mind of the president. So we can categorize this initiative as either a wish or deceit. Now, it will be a deceit if you have the ability to make your words manifest, but you didn't make it happen. That is a deceit. Now, if I have the avenue to give you 1,000 naira, and I promise you the 1,000 naira, then I didn't give it to you, despite the fact that I have it, that means I'm being deceitful. Now, what is a wish? A wish is if a promise is made, but you don't have that capacity to fulfill it, then it becomes a wish that, oh, I promised you 1,000 naira, or I wish I have more with me that I could have, fulfilled my promise. That's like a wish. Now, in this case, it will be more of a deceit if the next budget doesn't reflect the action of the First Lady in terms of Nigeria having at least a reasonable size of like 15% to start with for education. But it would be good if the president himself begin to walk the talk and make sure that our educational system is in the right position. But then you need to ask yourself, do politicians, especially Nigerian politicians, do they want the population educated anyway, in the true sense of it? Because that illiteracy is their power, is their key to holding on to office. Because if you're an illiterate, it is easy for them to use, rice, gari, and all these things to manipulate you. If you're an illiterate, it is easy for them to hire you as a political thug. So illiteracy itself is a means of political weaponization to acquire and to retain and regain power. So do politicians, successful politicians, really want people to be educated anyway? Then another aspect of that initiative is the education, empowerment, gender equity. You see, on the aspect of health, just as the past president, Buhari, he embarked on medical tourism, but how many hospitals were built under his administration by his government? Same is happening for this administration. The president allegedly just returned from medical trip, and now how many hospitals has been built under his administration? And in few days' time, the administration is going to be 1 year. As regards gender equity, well, I think that is beyond the powers of the president by virtue of custom and tradition in some certain part of the country. In some part of the country, especially the north, the female must not, the female are not allowed to take leadership positions. For example, in the mosques, a female cannot do the call for prayer in the mosques. Even for governorship, you see that the female ladies, we remember the case of Mama Taraba, we remember the case of Binani, Aishatu Binani. So it's been difficult for women to take their rightful place in the society. And so far as there's this, socio-cultural, religious inclination to it, the president cannot do much to overturn that. That is now the job of the religious leaders and the traditional rulers. But the president can use his influence to kind of like, cajole people, and he himself can walk the talk in terms of gender equity by giving women more space in his cabinet. If he's to appoint like 40 ministers and a reasonable figure of 18 are women, then we begin to believe the president himself in terms of gender equity. So he may not be able to influence people in the north, but I think it should start from home. And when it starts from home, then he can extend this to his political godsons, his political hallelujah boys, holding different offices in the ministries, in the parastatals, his loyalist in state, for example, in Lagos State, Ogun State, where his political boys are in charge of governance of the state. So it can start from there. Then other people will begin to emulate. And if the ladies that are so appointed or elected begin to do wonders, begin to perform more than the men, then the advocacy will then increase that, oh, indeed, what a man can do, a woman can do better.
I'm going to ask, right? I mean, we're talking about gender, we're talking about quality education for everyone, inclusive of both boys and girls, regardless of their gender. Now, with all of this, I'm just wondering how, for marginalized communities, because a lot of people that you see, or a lot of kids that are out of schools, most of them are from marginalized communities. So how do you think this would impact those marginalized communities where they feel like they are underrepresented and they don't even have access to this quality education?
Okay, it will impact those communities first when we decide to bring the children of those communities on board. Where there are no schools, if you build the schools there, where children have to fly boats to school, why don't you build a bridge there? We have places in this country that students have to, fly on boats even without life jackets, to go to school. So this initiative, if it's going to live by its topic that we are equal, I think the focus should be more on the interland, on the rural areas, so that the people there that don't have quality education at all can begin to at least heave a sigh of relief. And it is not only about building, structures. No, there should be incentives that will encourage resource persons, in this case, the teachers, to the rural areas in terms of, for example, if the pay for teachers in Ikeja in Lagos is quite different from the teacher in like Ekpe, Badagry, all those suburbs, it will be quite easy for some people to say, okay, maybe I better go to Ekpe, maybe I better go to Badagry. So there should be incentive, because people in the rural areas, they need it more, especially in some part of the north. Education does a lot of things to your person. It does a lot of things to your psyche. So if you are not educated, it is easy for one bandit to come and recruit you with one, terrible lyrics. It is easy for, for somebody to come and convince you with some strange words in the holy book, because you yourself, you can't even read it. So whatever they tell you is in the holy book is what you follow. So the impact of that, of this initiative is very much welcome, but the focus should be more on the interland, where we are experiencing banditry, kidnapping, where the Boko Haramists are holding sway, and where there is natural less education, because education naturally makes you a better person. So if people in the rural areas begin to get educated, it will help the whole country as a whole, because their orientation will begin to change and they begin to reason, positively, and that will bridge the gap between those in the urban areas and those in the rural areas, especially in terms of education. And when the people in the rural area are educated, they can also use that, that skill to develop their community. So it will in turn lead to communal development. So I believe people in the rural areas, need it more and will benefit more than people in the urban areas. There are people in the urban area, education is a perfect competitive market in the urban area. We have different private schools, both the affordable and non-affordable. You go according to your class. So education is not lacking in the urban area. So whether it is qualitative or not is another ball game. But what I'm saying, we should now focus on the place where education is totally lacking. At least let us bring them on board. That is living by the theme of the campaign, we are equal. So if the people in the urban area are being educated, then the people in the rural area should be educated. If people in Lagos are being educated, the people in Zamfara, Kano, Maiduguri should also be, educated as well.
All right. I think that is such a great way to land. Dr. Deji, we want to say thank you for coming. Thank you so much for coming and just sharing your valuable contributions with us. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. My pleasure.
There are signs Afghanistan is emerging from the darkness. Recovering from 30 years of war and repression, with a new democracy in place. But the country is still under siege from within. reaches into the highest levels of government. Addiction rates rise among women and children. And a booming multi-billion-dollar illegal drug trade continues to thrive.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
At the center of Afghanistan's crisis, a hardy, drought-resistant crop that joins poor farmers with criminals and extremists, while pushing the nation toward the brink of disaster. Under cover of darkness, somewhere along Afghanistan's eastern border with Pakistan, a farmer delivers his opium poppy crop to a local trafficker. Here begins a worldwide illegal narcotics revenue stream, one generating $4 billion a year in Afghanistan. Prior to 2002, opium cultivation was legal and highly profitable for farmers, returning up to 10 times more money per acre than other crops. The source for heroin, poppy became Afghanistan's most lucrative export. And it still is today. Cultivation has been banned since 2002, yet poppy still grows in regions of the country where the central government has little control. The international community, led by the US and Great Britain, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to combat Afghanistan's drug trade, mainly because money from opium helps fuel the Taliban insurgency. But when US-trained Afghan eradication teams plow up poppy plants, like here in Helmand province, it's not always the criminals who pay the price. The United Nations sees Helmand as the center of the poppy trade, supplying over half the opium in the world. But many farmers here see poppy as a means of survival, and eradication by their own government a harsh punishment. Afghanistan's poppy problem began in 1973 with the overthrow of King Zahir Shah, whose family had ruled the country for 2 centuries. A series of political upheavals followed, orchestrated by the Soviet Union.
First of all, you have to know that the Russians spent 200 years trying to get control of Afghanistan because they wanted Afghanistan as the route to the Indian subcontinent and the sea.
The dreams of empire led the Soviets to invade Afghanistan in December 1979 and begin a brutal 10-year occupation.
نو روسانو په افغانستان کې ډېر بد خاطرې موږ داغونه لرو افغانان په شهادت ورسول او ډېر افغانان مهاجر کړل د خپل ملک نه ډېر افغانان معیوب کړل ډېر افغانان وزورول ورته چې ژوندۍ د خاورو د لاندې کړل نو موږ داغه نه ډېر سخت او بد خاطرې لرو ټول افغانان داغه نه بد خاطرې لري د روس دراتګ نه او تر وته پورې د افغانستان خلک د روس نه ډېر بد خاطرې لري
Throughout the 80s, Afghan fighters known as the Mujahideen battled endlessly to force a Soviet retreat.
موږ صرف خپل د علاقو نه د اسلام په نوم موږ خپل عقیدې په لحاظ باندې دا جنګ کړی دی موږ دوی سره کوم دغه نه لرو نو خو دا چې ما درته مخکې ویلي چې دوی زموږ په اسلام باندې تعرض وکړ دا خو داسې تعرض نه و چې دوی یوازې په خاوره وکړو دوی خو زموږ اسلام نه مانه دوی خو موږ باندې هغه خپل سوسیالیستي چې دی که نه منل
The Mujahideen resistance surprised the world. Soviet troops were forced out of Afghanistan in 1989, leaving a devastated land behind. They also left the country without a generation of leaders to move it forward.
Many of them were executed. They were simply thrown into prison, some were tortured to death. Others were driven into exile to save their lives, and they're gone. So a whole generation of experienced leadership has been lost.